always wanted to serve on a jury. I always wanted to serve.
I'm really excited. So I really happy.
Big shout out to Third Jury Podcast and Brandi.
Yeah. I applaud you guys. Doing what you're doing.
And then I just looked at the jury and sort of like, look.
Hey,
You are a ray of sunshine, and I love what you've done on the YouTube channel.
Okay, am I echoing? Or just the intro? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Let's see. Okay, now you hear me. I've got the audio changed. Intro echoed, but not my microphone. I just swapped my audio over. Off to a great start. That's okay. We'll get all of the tech issues out of the way now. That way, we'll be good to go when the jury gets in. Good morning. So I see, where is it? Where did we go? Sunny is somewhere. Where'd she go? Sunny's in the courtroom again today. Oh, there she goes. Sunny's in the courtroom today. She says jury is not here yet. So I'm going to pull that up and I will keep a close eye on it. I'm very excited that we have Sunny in the courtroom again today. So we'll get all of our insider information. She'll be able to tell us all the fun stuff about who's doing what and who's doing everything. Let's see. Oh, no wonder. Let me swap this. Goodness gracious alive. I should have been more prepared, but I'm not. There we go. All right. Let me get it pulled up so that we can watch. We'll at least see the little seal. Because what just happened? Because they're going to be getting going. We got our little thing up here, so they'll be getting going any minute now. So, hello. I did take my medicine, but literally just now, like I was taking it as the thing came on. So you got about 20 minutes before I start acting normal. I want to tell y'all though, I saw last night, I was watching on RA's channel for a while, with this stuff happening, with the shooter in Maine. And I can't even begin to imagine the sense of loss. One of our members lives in that town. I don't know if she's in here today. But if she is, she said she was safe with her family at home, but want to send, love and prayers and all the, whatever you believe in, let's ask that, for healing power for those families. Oh my gosh, I can't even begin to imagine. So, I just, my heart breaks. It's incredibly sad. I sit here when I watch stuff like that, I sit here and cry. Like it's really hard. Also we have a special event happening tonight. Jen says, good morning. Still waiting to hear from my cousin. Oh, gosh. It just breaks my heart. Oh, let's get our, congratulations to our first in the, first to the campground. I started the stream a little bit early because I wanted to be able to watch y'all. Where'd it go? We want to see the courtroom. Wait. Let's go back. Looky there. Oh, trying to be nosy and see everything. Sunny, where are you? So we have a big event happening tonight at 7 o'clock my time, 8 o'clock Eastern. Oakley Carlson. I've talked about it on here before. We've talked about it. Let me pull up. Oakley is just one of those situations that just breaks my heart in half. Let me pull this up so I can show you. Oh, today's going to be a good day. All right, so justice for Oakley Carlson. So tonight at 7 Central, 8 Eastern, I'm going to have Jamie Joe and Eric Hiles on with us. So Oakley is just the sweetest, most, beautiful child. Just her little giggle, and I'm going to tear up talking about it. Her little giggle in her videos and stuff, like the videos from Jamie Joe, just the sweetest thing ever. Jamie Joe and Eric were her foster parents, and you'll hear more about it tonight, but due to a whole slew of problems with the system, Oakley was taken from them and given, custody was given back to her biological parents, and now she has, she's missing. She's presumed dead. It's awful. And some of the pictures and videos and stuff of you can just see the happiness, that Oakley had when she was with the Hiles. So it's a really sad situation all around. But I'm going to have them on tonight. We're going to, be able to listen to them and, bring awareness to it, find out what we can do to help. It's just, the interview is going to be hard because you can tell, it's even hard. It's hard for me to even talk about it. Y'all know how the kids get to me. So it's tough, but we're going to do that tonight. So we should have a little bit of a break in between court and that interview, but definitely want to, come back for the interview because it will be, it'll be good. Bring your tissue. I'm going to bring my tissue. Let's see what else we got going on. I see everybody still kind of filing in, taking your seats. Hello. Y'all come on in. Good morning. Marie Moss is ready. Y'all, we haven't had, it's been the craziest 2 weeks. So we haven't had any, live trials since, it's been 2 weeks. So Marie Moss has her pencils sharpened. She has her notepads ready, and she is ready to count. Judy D, wakey, eggs and bacon. Today is Charlie's birthday. What a way to spend your birthday. Sunny, was that Sunny waving? Hold on. Let's go back. Wait. I can't get to it. Oh, wait, here we go. This is it. I'm excited for this. This has been a long time coming. I actually am. I need to look and figure out what day I'm going to go. And Kathy's going to be substitute teacher while I'm gone. But I'm actually really kind of excited. Maybe I'll try to go. Someone bite Charlie a commissary honey bun for his birthday tomorrow. Blech. Maybe I'll try to go sometime next week. I have to look. Or actually, maybe the week after, because that's the week they're doing my floors anyway. And I'm going to have to stay at my brother's house, possibly. Oh, we'll see. Linda Lou 1 says, but I've waited for justice for Dan. It is a long time coming. And there's still more to go, in my opinion. There's still more to go. Still more to go. Did anyone claim the toothbrush? Angie Burr was in here last night handing out toothbrush and toilet paper and everything.
Everyone can be seated. We have the court TV staff here.
There she is in the back.
Microphones that you were wanting to test, ma'am, did you already do that?
I agree.
Yes.
Okay. I believe that's just the small addition that is already sitting on the witness microphone here.
That is correct.
Okay. And on the jury box, where is the microphone? If you can show me.
Good morning.
Runner,
Yes, ma'am.
those are the flat lumps on the ground.
Good morning. Good morning.
Okay.
And then, and here.
And this has already been tested with the,
With the ice.
yes,
Yes. Using this one.
very well. All right, those microphone additions will be fine.
Good morning.
For any still photography that's to take place, this camera does not click or make noise, correct? Go ahead. All right, it needs to be completely silent if any still photography is to take place. Once again, no pictures of the jurors, no video of the jurors. Their identities are to remain unknown until the trial has been concluded. The parties have anything that they wish to bring to the court's attention before we get going?
Judge, briefly, may we go sidebar?
You may.
Already? Sidebar. Take a shot, do a squat. Take a shot, do a squat. I am going to start a thread. I told Sunny I'm going to try to tweet some of her updates for our people who can't watch but are following my Twitter. And Sunny, I will only put your first name. All right, let's see. Let's see here. Oh. Let's see here. updates. Thank you. I feel a lot better today. You know, yesterday was a tough day. And one of the things about being here with y'all, you know, live all day is that when things happen, they happen in real time. And I have to deal with things. Like, imagine getting like crazy, you know, news and crazy things going on, and like you have a camera on you and like people watching you, and you have to try to like deal with it. That's tough. So yesterday was one of those days. I had, you know, I had some stuff going on, and yesterday was tough, but today is a lot better. I feel a lot better. I went last night with my mom and his friends to get pedicures and have margaritas, and everything's feeling better today. And I appreciate everybody checking on me yesterday. And y'all will be happy to know I ate breakfast this morning. Thank you very much. I had jalapeno chicken and cauliflower for breakfast, which might not be a normal breakfast, but it was good. And I took Lucy for a nice long walk. I took Lucy for a walk last night, and so I like sent my location. I already have like a few people that I share my location with, but I sent my location to like 4 other people, like just in case. I'm like, you know, you never know. I'll be ready for my close-up. Just joking. He wants to know if the court can sing happy birthday to Charlie. No. No. I could sing to him the way I sang to Thami. All right, let's see. Does anyone know if or why Koberger is in court today? No, I don't know why. I know that he's supposed to be in court today, but I don't know why. I honestly haven't been following that one much lately because there's so many people that follow it. So I haven't been following it that much. He wants the case thrown out.
Before we bring the jurors in and get started this morning, I just wanted to also provide 2 additional points to the meeting members. It came to my attention yesterday that someone was taking photographs or trying to zoom in on what was happening at the defense table. Whether it be the state or defense, no one is to be doing any zooming in of what is being communicated between counsel or the parties, or in some way trying to decipher what is taking place with them. Also, whenever the jurors are in the building, the media members are not to engage them. Again, we do not want to have a mistrial or create an issue that's going to interfere with the trial itself actually taking place. Does anyone have any questions concerning this? Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, just a quick question. I set up my camera this morning in the hallway. Whenever I saw someone that wasn't legal counsel, I turned it away. Is that okay, or would you prefer me to not do things like that?
You can have cameras in the hallways. Really, the issue, again, is broadcasting anything that would otherwise identify a potential juror. I don't know if all of you know who the jurors are. Again, whether it be traditional media or new media, the identities of the jurors until the trial is over is not to be released either photographic, video form, or through dissemination of any information. Any questions concerning those? Very well. Do we have all the jurors in the back?
We do.
And this is probably going to be something that we go through frequently. Are we on potty break right now, or are we good to come out?
They have been. Let me get a head count. If they are ready, are you ready, or?
I'm ready if they are.
Okay. I will check on them.
I'm sure that as counsel are aware, moving 15 people in unison is a bit of a task. So once they're finished with their restroom breaks, they'll be brought out.
I love this judge. Oh, that was loud. Whew.
Also, as a preliminary matter, while we're waiting, did either party request any instructions other than what was discussed yesterday? The preliminary instruction and the note-taking instruction.
No, sir.
Mr. Rauschbaum, as a part of the preliminary instruction, there is a portion that's optional concerning the right to remain silent. Do you desire to have it read?
Yes, Your Honor.
It will be read.
If we're waiting a couple minutes on the jurors, we do have some stipulations, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
May I approach with two stipulations, one regarding DNA evidence and one regarding some surveillance, stipulations of authenticity regarding surveillance images.
You may. Thank you. Oh, 1 second. I'll take it up. Stipulations that have been previously provided by the parties concerning the firearm state exhibits 122 and 123, and also the drop-off and pick-up schedule. I assume the parties are just going to alert me to the time to when they wish these to be read.
Yes, Your Honor, and that's true of the DNA stipulation as well that I've just handed you.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
It's going to be a doozy, y'all. It's going to be a doozy. Big shout out to all the mods. Good morning. If y'all haven't hit, if you're lurking, watching, if you haven't hit subscribe yet, please do. Oh, I need to check that. I think we were like 10 away from 12,000. It's kind of cool. I did, Jill C. I did. I filed a report. Brenda Meyer, good morning. Lisa Bassett, good morning. Good morning. It's going to be a good day. Going to be a good day. Thank you. Oh, yeah, let's check that. Let's check it. We were so close. which is really cool. So close. Oh yeah, we need 6 more to get to 12K. That's pretty cool, right? 6 more. Good morning. Thank you, Brandi and Mod today, for bringing the family together to juror as a group. You're much appreciated. I am glad y'all are here. I like doing all of this together. Hi, Amy Bo. Good morning, William. So cool, right? Oh, Lucy Cam. Yeah, I can add Lucy Cam. Beach Cam, I don't have set up. I'll try to do it on a break because I have to do that from my laptop, and I have my laptop in my bed where I work too much. Honestly, that's what that is. But I can do the Lucy one real quick. Let me get it set up. Oops. Nope. Get it set up. There's that little stinker. I'll set up Beach Cam on break. Y'all remind me. It'll take a minute. Good morning, Zoe. Good morning. Sorry, I'm behind on chat because I've been multitasking.
All right. I like to call that the James Bevel Memorial Rule. For defense counsel who does not know what I'm talking about.
I do know.
Okay.
Everybody knows.
Fur Baby's mom gifted a membership. Thank you, Fur Baby's mom.
Said with respect and for Mr. Bevel, but still a good reminder.
Hi, Kaylin. It's good to see you in here. Jamie Lawson. I love it when they get in trouble. Yeah, Kaylin, he does. He looks terrible, doesn't he? Like, haha. And it's his birthday. Haha. Hello, Erin. Good day from the UK. So happy to see you feeling better and reported your problem. Love being here in our 13-0 fam. Thank you. I do feel much better today. Much, much better. Mamie P says, been watching the eye drop trial. That will be my evening rewatch for now. Been following this trial too long not to watch live. Yeah, we watched some of the eye drop trial yesterday while we were waiting on all of this. We made it through the first day and then yesterday till like lunchtime. Bring the drama. Justin McCullough says, this will be my first full trial with you. Welcome to your first full trial. Oh, Ruth inscribed her book for me. Oh, that's amazing. Oh, that makes me so happy. Thank you, Sunny. I'm really excited about that. That's awesome. That's awesome. Holly Mack gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, Holly Mack. That's awesome. Y'all are so good. I love our little family. Oh, yay. Thank you for the membership. Yeah, Shell Bell got one. That's awesome. Victoria says, I've been waiting so long to witness this family start to go down, sending all the strength to the Markel family. Yes, this is like a long time coming. You know, and actually like watching the previous trials, like some of the clips or whatever, it has been a long time since I've watched any of that. And so I kind of wish I'd have gone back and watched the whole thing, but because there's just so many things that, you know, I mean, that was years ago. There's so many things that, well, one of them was only, what, a year and a half ago or something, but. Thank you. Where did I get this? Amazon. I got it at Amazon. I like it because I like stuff that like has interesting necklines and stuff. Like I do a lot of that, especially like I've had this one for a while, but because especially like in pictures and stuff, you know, like when you're out with your friends and you take pictures, like stuff with like interesting necklines always looks good in pictures. So I buy a bunch of that stuff. I can't wait for Wendy's ex to testify. Yeah, watching his my hair is pulling me. My hair's still wet. Still wet from the shower. Watching his interviews and his previous testimony and stuff too, it's like he don't hold back. He got a lot to say, and I love it. I'm almost here. I am here for it. I'm like almost like excited to be like, oh yeah, tell us more. What else you got? What other information you got on them? Go ahead and tell us. Sonny says the Markels are here in front of me. That's awesome. That's so cool. I'm very excited about the book. Katie and the ex-boyfriend will be his undoing. I really wanted to see Wendy go down for this. I do too. I still have hope though, y'all. I really do. I still have hope. Because her and Donna both are listed on court documents as suspects. I still have hope. And I don't think I'll stop having hope until I see, you know, an arraignment. Or indictment, rather. I don't even know. It's been a while since I bought it. I've had this shirt for a couple years. Kitty CT says this has quickly become my favorite place to hang out on the internet. I look forward to it every day. Good. I'm glad. We love having you here. I just learned how Wendy changed the boy's last name to Adelson. I did a catch-up, total deep dive, and boy, I forgot about all those calls. Yeah. The name thing still makes me really annoyed and frustrated. So her immunity deal was only... It was specified that it was only for her state's subpoena. So what she was saying, like what she said when she was testifying for the state or whatever, like none of that stuff can be used against her. But it's not like an all-encompassing, there can never be charges immunity deal. It was only specified to the state subpoena. So like even if she was, you know, brought in on defense subpoena and had to testify, you know.
Rise. Jury entering the courtroom.
Then that can be used, but it's not like an all-encompassing, so that's good. Come on to Florida, girl. You can write it.
Everyone may be seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
Good morning.
Before we get started with the trial, I'm going to give you an instruction that's going to explain to you how the trial is going to be conducted. Also, I'm going to give you an instruction concerning note-taking as well. Does everyone have a notepad and pen in their seats?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
All right.
Marie Moss
And
does.
for the record, the jurors have answered in the affirmative. Once I have given those two instructions to you, the attorneys are going to present their opening statements, and the state will begin with the presentation of its case. Once again, I will be reading to you a fair amount during the trial. That's not that I don't wish to have a normal conversation with you, but rather the instruction on the law that you're to receive throughout the trial must be specific and uniform. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have been selected and sworn as the jury to try the case of the state of Florida versus Charles Adelson. This is a criminal case. Charles Adelson is charged with first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit murder, and solicitation to commit murder. The definition of these offenses will be explained to you later in the trial. The state's charging document, which is called an indictment, is not evidence and is not to be considered by you as any proof of guilt. It will be my responsibility during this trial to explain the law to you. It is your solemn responsibility to determine if the state proved its accusations beyond a reasonable doubt against Charles Adelson in accordance with the law that I will provide to you. Thus, the province of the jury and the province of the court are well defined, and they do not overlap. This is one of the fundamental principles of our system of justice. Before proceeding further, it will be helpful if you understand how a trial is conducted. At the beginning of the trial, the attorneys will have an opportunity, if they wish, to make an opening statement. The opening statement gives the attorneys a chance to tell you what evidence they believe will be presented during the trial. What the lawyers say is not evidence, and you are not to consider it as such. Following the opening statements, witnesses will be called to testify under oath. They will be examined and cross-examined by the attorneys. Documents and other exhibits may also be produced as evidence. After the evidence has been presented, I will give you instructions on the law. The attorneys will then have their opportunity to make their closing arguments. Following the closing arguments by the attorneys, I will conclude in giving you final instructions. After the final instructions have been given, the alternate jurors will be released, and you will then retire to consider your verdict. You should not form any definite or fixed opinion on the merits of this case until you have heard all the evidence, the argument of the lawyers, and the instruction on the law that I will provide to you. Until that time, you should not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Your verdict must be based solely on the evidence, or the lack of evidence, and the law. I now instruct you not to communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, about this case. No communication includes no emailing, text messaging, tweeting, blogging, or any other form of communication. You cannot do any research about the case or look up any information that is related to the case. If you become aware of any violation of these rules at all, please notify my bailiff concerning the violation. During the course of the trial, we may have to take recesses or breaks. During these recesses or breaks, you will either be returned to the jury room or you'll be permitted to separate and go about your affairs. During these recesses or breaks, you must not discuss the case with anyone, nor permit anyone to say anything to you or in your presence about this case. If anyone attempts to say anything to you or in your presence about this case, please tell him or her that you are on the jury that is trying the case and ask that person to stop. If he or she persists, leave that person at once and immediately report the matter to my bailiff, who will advise me concerning the situation. All cell phones, computers, tablets, and other types of electronic devices must be turned off while you're in the courtroom. Turned off means that the phone or other electronic device is actually off and not in a silent or vibrating mode. You may use your devices during any recesses or breaks, but even then, you may not use your cell phone or electronic device to find out any information about the case or communicate with anyone about the case or the people that are involved in the case. Do not take photographs, video recordings, or audio recordings of the proceedings or of your fellow jurors. After each recess or break, please double check to make sure your cell phone or electronic device is turned off. At the end of the case, while you are deliberating, you must not communicate with anyone outside the jury room. You cannot have in the jury room any cell phones, computers, or other electronic devices. If someone needs to contact you in an emergency, the court can receive messages and deliver them to you without delay. A contact phone number will be provided to you for this very purpose. The case must be tried by you only on the evidence that is presented during the trial in your presence and in the presence of the defendant, the attorneys, and myself. Jurors must not conduct any investigation of their own. This includes reading newspapers, watching television, using a computer, cell phone, the internet, any electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to this case or the people and places that are involved in this case. This instruction is going to apply to you whether you're in the courthouse, at home, or anywhere else. You must not visit places mentioned in the trial or use the internet to look at maps or pictures to see any place that is discussed during the trial. Jurors must not have discussions of any sort with friends or family members about the case or the people and places involved. So do not let even the closest family members make comments to you or ask questions about the trial. In this age of electronic communication, I want to stress again that just as you must not talk about this case face to face, you must not talk about this case by using an electronic device. You must not use phones, computers, or other electronic devices to communicate. Do not send or accept any messages related to this case or your jury service. Do not discuss this case or ask for advice by any means at all, including posting information on an internet website, chat room, or blog. What are the reasons for these rules? These rules are imposed because jurors must decide the case without distraction and only on the evidence presented in the courtroom. If you investigate, research, or make inquiries on your own, I will have no way to make sure the information you have obtained is proper and relevant to this case. The parties likewise have no opportunity to dispute or challenge the accuracy of what you may find. That is contrary to our judicial system, which assures every party the right to ask questions about and challenge the evidence being considered against it, and to present argument with respect to that evidence. Any independent investigation by a juror unfairly and improperly prevents the parties from having the opportunity that our judicial system promises. Any juror who violates these restrictions jeopardizes the fairness of the proceedings, and a mistrial could result that would require the entire trial process to start over. A mistrial is a tremendous expense and inconvenience to the parties, the court, and all taxpayers. If you violate these rules, you may be held in contempt of court and face sanctions such as serving time in jail, paying a fine, or possibly both. In every criminal proceeding, a defendant has the absolute right to remain silent. At no time is it the duty of a defendant to prove his innocence. From the exercise of a defendant's right to remain silent, a jury is not permitted to draw any inference of guilt, and the fact that a defendant did not take the witness stand must not influence your verdict in any manner whatsoever. The attorneys are trained in the rules of evidence and trial procedure, and it is their duty to make all objections they feel are proper. When an objection is made, you should not speculate on the reason why it has been made. Likewise, when an objection is sustained or upheld by me, you must not speculate on what might have occurred had the objection not been sustained, nor what a witness might have said had he or she been permitted to answer the question. During the trial, it may be necessary for me to confer with the attorneys out of your hearing to discuss matters that require my consideration alone. It is impossible to predict when such a conference may be required or for how long that conference may last. When such conferences occur, they will be conducted so as to consume as little of your time as is necessary for a fair and orderly trial of this case. If you would like to take notes during the trial, you may do so. On the other hand, of course, you are not required to take notes if you do not want to.
No.
That will be left up to each juror as an individual choice. You have been provided with a notepad and pen for your use if you wish to take notes. Any notes that you take will be for your use. However, you are not to take your notepads from the courtroom. During any recess or break, you are to leave your notepads in your seats, and you will have possession of them once again when we reconvene. After you have completed your deliberations in this matter, my bailiff will deliver your notepads to me. From there, they will be destroyed. No one will ever read your notes. If you choose to take notes, do not get so involved in note-taking that you become distracted from the actual proceedings. Your notes should only be used as an aid to your memory. Is the state ready to give its opening statement?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, y'all. Thank y'all for being here with us today. I know that we've been introduced, but y'all haven't heard from me yet. My name is Sarah Catherine Dugan, and I'm going to be representing the state of Florida in this case, along with Georgia Kappelman. The last couple days, we've obviously been in jury selection. Thank y'all for your patience with that. I know there's a lot of waiting involved with that. And in jury selection, each side was able to kind of talk with you about your feelings and concepts, your feelings about the law and different concepts. But now it's time for opening statements, where each of us is going to kind of give you a roadmap of what we expect that the evidence in this case will show. And then after opening statements, you'll start hearing from witnesses and getting into the actual evidence in this case. So let's get right to it. The reason that we're here today is because the defendant in this case, Charlie Adelson, hired a hitman to kill his former brother-in-law, Dan Markel. This murder was set into motion because back in 2014, the defendant's family, the Adelson family, had a big problem. And that big problem was Dan Markel. And the solution to that problem was this defendant. This defendant was the solution to that problem because he had a girlfriend with connections to the type of people who were willing and capable of pointing a gun at a complete stranger and pulling the trigger. The victim in this case was known as Danny to his friends and family. He was a loving father to 2 little boys. He was a highly respected professor at Florida State College of Law. And tragically, on July 18th of 2014, Dan Markel was shot twice in the head in broad daylight in the driveway of his home in the Benton Hills neighborhood here in Tallahassee. The last day of Dan Markel's life that day began like any other of his mornings that summer. He woke up, he drove his 2 little boys to preschool and dropped them off, and then he drove over to the gym to work out. After finishing his workout, he returned home. He pulled in his driveway, opened his garage, but little did he know that throughout his just normal routine that morning, he was being followed. He was being followed by 2 hired hitmen who traveled all the way from Miami to Tallahassee for the sole purpose of murdering him. And just like something out of a horror movie, he pulls into his driveway, and the car that, unknown to him, pulls in right behind him. Moments later, Dan Markel's neighbor heard a gunshot. He looked out the window and he saw a light-colored Toyota Prius backing quickly out of Dan Markel's driveway and then speeding away. The neighbor waited for a couple minutes to see if maybe Dan Markel came out of his house or backed out of his driveway too. And when nothing happened, this neighbor got that funny feeling that maybe something could be wrong here. So he walked over, and what he found was a gruesome scene. He walked in the garage and saw that the driver's side window of Dan Markel's car was shattered. He saw Dan Markel was still behind the wheel. He was alive, but he was moaning, he was unresponsive, and he was terribly injured. The neighbor then goes and calls 911. Law enforcement arrives, and they find Dan Markel unresponsive with gunshot wounds to his head. He was then taken to the hospital where he survived for several hours before he was actually pronounced dead. Dan Markel was 41 years old, and his little boys that were deprived of their father that day were just 3 and 4 years old. Law enforcement immediately began to investigate to figure out who shot Dan Markel. And the evidence they find sets them down 2 separate paths. One path is that they had to track down that light-colored Prius that the neighbor saw fleeing from the crime scene and identify who was inside that Prius. And the other path relates to Dan Markel's personal life. They looked to see who, if anybody, in Dan Markel's personal life would hate Dan Markel enough to kill him. And after years of tireless investigation by law enforcement, both of these 2 paths led directly to this defendant. So let's talk about the path involving Dan Markel's personal life first. In looking at who might have a motive to kill Dan Markel, law enforcement learned that Markel was entangled in a very nasty divorce with his ex-wife, who is the defendant's sister, and her name is Wendy Adelson. A review of their divorce case file revealed that Wendy Adelson asked the court to allow her to move back to Miami, where she was from, with the kids, in order to be near her parents, whose names are Harvey and Donna Adelson, and her brother, the defendant. Dan Markel was adamantly opposed to his children being relocated to Miami. He was a law professor here in Tallahassee. This is where he lived. This is where his kids have been raised. He wanted his kids to live here with him. And for this custody dispute, the judge ended up ruling in Dan Markel's favor. So Wendy Adelson was not permitted to move to Miami with the children. Unless, of course, something happened to Dan Markel. A review of Wendy Adelson's emails revealed that her mother, Donna Adelson, hated Dan Markel and was desperate to find a way for Wendy and her children, who were Donna Adelson's grandchildren, to be able to move to Miami. Donna Adelson suggests in these emails that y'all will hear about several ways that Wendy Adelson could threaten or bully Dan Markel into submission, into getting what she wanted him to do. Donna Adelson even suggested offering Dan Markel a $1 million bribe to allow the relocation, and even said that this defendant, Charlie Adelson, would pay 1/3 of that $1 million bribe to Dan Markel to make that happen. The evidence in this case will show that Donna Adelson's closest confidant was her son, the defendant. She and the defendant talked multiple times a day, every day. He was the person with whom she would constantly vent and complain to about Wendy's situation. The defendant was also the person that Donna Adelson relied on to solve her problems. And this was a big, big problem for Donna Adelson. And she made it the defendant's problem to solve. So the divorce between Wendy Adelson and Dan Markel was final about a year before the actual murder. But that was not the end of that case. Litigation was ongoing, to say the least. Each side would continue to routinely file violations of the custody agreement, violations of the settlement agreement, and that continued right up until Dan Markel's death in July of 2014. This was a highly emotionally charged situation between them leading up to his death. However, there was no physical violence that Wendy Adelson needed to be rescued from or anything like that. But make no mistake, this was a very messy custody dispute. Shortly before the murder, in fact, Dan Markel, the victim, filed with the court and basically asked the court, he alleged that Donna Adelson was disparaging him to his children by saying bad things about him. And he asked the court to enter an order preventing Donna Adelson from having unsupervised contact with her grandchildren. This motion was still pending in court when Dan Markel was killed. The murder of Dan Markel ensured that an adverse ruling on his motion would never be a problem for the Adelsons. And just about 48 hours after the shooting, Wendy Adelson and the little boys relocated to Miami. Shortly thereafter, moved into a home within walking distance of the Adelsons' Miami home. Within a year of Dan Markel's murder, Wendy Adelson legally changed Dan Markel's son's last name from Markel to Adelson. And just like that, their father was just effectively erased from their lives at 3 and 4. And the Adelsons family, their big problem had been solved. You'll hear during this trial that the Adelsons are a very tight-knit family. The defendant and his parents, Harvey and Donna Adelson, they actually even all worked together at the Adelson Institute, which was their family's dental practice. At the Adelson Institute, the defendant and Harvey Adelson were dentists, and Donna Adelson managed the office. After Dan Markel was killed on July 18, 2014, law enforcement interviewed Wendy Adelson. And Wendy Adelson acknowledged that her family had a motive to kill Dan Markel or to want him dead. She admitted that her brother, the defendant, had even said that he looked into hiring a hitman to kill Dan Markel as a divorce present to her, but he decided to buy her a TV instead because it was cheaper. And coincidentally, or not, that TV that this defendant bought his sister as a divorce gift instead of hiring a hitman would be Wendy Adelson's alibi for the morning of the murder when the victim was killed by a hitman. So this path of looking into Dan Markel's life to see who would have a motive to want him dead leads law enforcement to the Adelsons, including this defendant, a man who told his family that he'd looked into hiring a hitman to kill Dan Markel. The defense asked yesterday in jury selection, who's talked trash or heard somebody talk trash about an in-law, which is not a rare concept. A lot of people don't like their in-laws. But the difference here is that the defendant's comment stopped being just a little bit of trash talk when Dan Markel was actually killed by a hitman. while the police are trying to investigate, who in Dan Markel's personal life may have a motive to kill him, they're simultaneously going down that second path I described to y'all, which was tracking down the vehicle that the neighbor saw fleeing the crime scene. When law enforcement retraced Dan Markel's steps the morning of the murder, they uncovered some chilling surveillance video of a Prius fitting the description of the one seen by the neighbor, following Dan Markel into the Premier Gym parking lot, waiting for an hour while he was inside, and then following him home from Premier Gym back to his neighborhood. They got these surveillance images from city buses, from Premier, from everywhere they possibly could. And these surveillance images, coupled with a massive amount of phone data and SunPass records gathered in this case, helped police to eventually track down the exact car used in this crime. But police still had to figure out who was in the Prius and why did they kill Dan Markel. As part of this really painstaking review that law enforcement did of all of these records, and when I say painstaking, finding this Prius and finding all of this evidence and all of these records was not an easy task, and it took longer than your average investigation. It was very difficult to do. They combed through tons of phone records and even did what's called a tower dump, which is where law enforcement collected a list of all of the cell phone numbers that communicated with the cell tower that serviced different spots in Tallahassee that Dan Markel was at that morning, including Premier Gym, when the suspect's Prius were there. Because they thought if the person in the Prius was using their phone at the time, then their number will be somewhere in this tower dump. They combed through all of that data, and they found a number with a Miami area code belonging to a man named Sigfredo Garcia. Law enforcement examined all of Garcia's call logs and saw that he was in frequent contact with another number that was also present at Premier Gym that morning. And that number belonged to a man named Luis Rivera. Luis Rivera is a lifelong friend of Sigfredo Garcia and is also from Miami. Police then looked at all of Garcia and Rivera's phone records, which showed that their phones left Miami about 2 days before this murder, on July 16th of 2014. The phones came to Tallahassee, and on the day of the murder, July 18th, they followed Markel to Premier Gym. The phone data is consistent with both men turning off their phones just minutes before the murder and leaving their phones off until about an hour or so after the murder, when they're well on their way back towards Miami. And then a bank's ATM camera caught both Garcia and Rivera in that light-colored Prius once they arrived back in the Miami area when they stopped at an ATM. So, police figured out the identity, and this should appear on the screens in front of you. The identity of the two men responsible for following and killing Dan Markel. Luis Rivera, his nickname is Tato, and Sigfredo Garcia, his nickname is Tudo. But they continued to look for evidence of why two seemingly random men came all the way to Tallahassee to kill a man, Dan Markel, that they'd never met. What or who is the connection between these killers and the victim? Well, phone records reveal that one of Sigfredo Garcia's most frequent contacts was a woman named Catherine Magbanua. Her nickname is Katie. Garcia and Catherine Magbanua have a long history of an on-again, off-again relationship over the course of many years, and they actually share 2 kids in common. And lo and behold, when looking at the phone records, Catherine McManua is also one of the most frequent contacts of this defendant, Charlie Adelson. Law enforcement learned that at the time of Dan Markel's murder, this defendant was dating Catherine McManua. She was his girlfriend at the time. So Dan Markel was a problem that this defendant needed to solve for his family. The defendant was looking to hire a hitman to kill Dan Markel. Dan Markel ends up being killed by a hitman. And who ended up being the hitman? It was someone with a close relationship to this defendant's girlfriend. The hitman was the father of his girlfriend's children. So you can see how both leads in this case, followed by investigators, both of them charted paths to this defendant. Not only did looking into the motive lead law enforcement to the defendant because he wanted to hire someone to kill Dan Markel, but looking into the car, fleeing the scene, also led law enforcement to the defendant through his girlfriend at the time. So 2 different investigations arriving at the same conclusion. Law enforcement also tried to follow the money in this case, and that was a third way that the evidence in this case points to this defendant. Law enforcement reviewed bank records, employment records, DHS-MV records of all of the suspects and saw that in the months after the homicide, Sigfredo Garcia, Luis Rivera, and Catherine McManua all acquired some big ticket items. Rivera and Garcia both bought motorcycles and cars. Catherine McManua got a breast augmentation surgery and later received a black Lexus sedan whose previous owner was Harvey Adelson. Catherine McManua's bank records were analyzed, and there was no check ever written or matching cash withdrawal for the car or the breast augmentation, which was paid for in cash. Bank records also showed that Catherine McManua's account had a huge spike in cash deposits right around the time of the murder. She deposited more money into her account in the 5 weeks following the murder than in the entire previous year before the murder. This was during a time when there was no record of her being employed anywhere. Also, about 2 months after the murder, the defendant added Catherine McManua to the payroll at the Adelson Institute. And she began receiving regular checks from their business account every 2 weeks for 2 years after the murder. And this was despite the fact that she did not work at the Adelson Institute. So, the money was talking, but what were the suspects saying? That's what law enforcement wanted to know. So, as they're examining the phone records in this case, they see a distinct pattern surrounding important events and dates in this case. The phone calls, and they can't see the content, they can't hear the content of these calls in these phone records, but they see that the calls are occurring. And the phone calls always went from Donna Adelson to the defendant, then from the defendant to Catherine McManua, then from Catherine McManua to Sigfredo Garcia, and back the other way. Kind of like train cars, they only touch the car right in front of them. You know, Donna Adelson never calls Catherine McManua or Sigfredo Garcia. Charlie Adelson never calls Sigfredo Garcia, or vice versa. So if this is a murder for hire, as law enforcement suspects, could it be that the defendant was wisely insulating himself from the actual shooters by having Catherine McBanois act as a middleman between them? Law enforcement decided to launch an undercover investigation designed to clarify who the members of the conspiracy were and how information traveled within this conspiracy. So police applied for and received court authorization to listen in real time to the phone calls of the defendant and Catherine McBanois. And this is what's known as a wiretap. By this point, the point that the law enforcement received authorization to do this wiretap, it was April of 2016. So it's been not quite, but almost 2 years since the murder of Dan Markel, which occurred in July of 2014. So by April of 2016, the defendant and Catherine McBanois are no longer dating at that point. They've been broken up since the fall of 2014. Catherine McBanois is actually back together with Sigfredo Garcia, the father of her children, at that point. The defendant has moved on to many other girlfriends since Catherine McBanois. But the defendant and Catherine McBanois are still in regular communication and have remained very close friends since the murder. And Rivera, who was the second hitman in that Prius, he, in April of 2016, was actually in federal prison doing time on another charge unrelated to this murder. So all of the members of this conspiracy have presumably gone on with their lives, believing they've gotten away with this murder. So even though law enforcement has authority to listen to their calls now, what reason would these people have to still be discussing the murder at this point? So police needed to stage an event that would generate conversation between the conspirators about the murder. And the plan was to send an undercover agent posing as somebody on behalf of Luis Rivera, who was incarcerated, to walk up to Donna Adelson on the street and try to extort money out of her. And law enforcement refers to this as the bump. So this undercover agent walks up to Donna Adelson one day as she's leaving the Adelson Institute during the day. The undercover agent hands Donna Adelson a piece of paper. And on the piece of paper is an article about the murder of Dan Markel with his picture on it and, FSU professor killed. Also on the piece of paper are a phone number and the amount of $5,000. The undercover agent tells Donna Adelson that he knows that the Adelsons are taking care of Katie, and he's there to extort money out of her on Rivera's behalf in order to even things out. The undercover agent never says the defendant's name or anything about the defendant's involvement to Donna Adelson. Then law enforcement listens to see what will happen next. Will Donna Adelson go straight to the police to report this extortion attempt, or will something else entirely happen? As suspected, based on the previously observed communication pattern, the first person that Donna Adelson calls after the bump is the defendant. Despite the fact that the undercover agent never mentioned the defendant to her. On that first call, one would think that Donna Adelson would say to her son, it's so crazy, some man came up to me and he's handed me this article about Danny's murder and he's seems like he's demanding money from us. She never says any of that. In fact, she never says Dan Markel's name at all. Instead, she tells the defendant that she needs to talk to him in person, not over the phone, about some paperwork that was hand-delivered to her. She said that this paperwork She says this to the defendant: "It involves the two of us, and that he should know what she's talking about." She says that he should bring cash to their meeting. And she also says that this TV is about 5. Donna Adelson tells the defendant that the man who approached her mentioned an ex-girlfriend. Donna Adelson never says which ex-girlfriend she's referring to. She never says Catherine McBanois or Katie's name to the defendant in that phone call. She only says that the blackmailer mentioned an ex-girlfriend. The defendant never asks his mom, "Whose ex-girlfriend? My ex-girlfriend? Which ex-girlfriend?" He never asked that. Because as the evidence will show, he didn't need to. He knew that this TV is about 5 meant that she was being blackmailed about Danny's murder for $5,000. And he knew that the ex-girlfriend in question was Catherine McBanois. And we know that because after this call with his mother, there's the defendant. The defendant calls Catherine McBanois. He doesn't call his most recent ex-girlfriend. He doesn't even call the most recent ex-girlfriend before the most recent ex-girlfriend, the one before that. No, he calls Catherine McBanois. And his call to Catherine McBanois is the only call that he makes to any ex-girlfriend after getting the information from his mother that the blackmailer mentioned an ex-girlfriend. And he had not dated Catherine McBanois for 1.5 years at that point. And although the defendant threatens to do it often, neither he nor his mom ever report the matter to the police. The only people that he discusses it with in these calls is Donna Adelson and Catherine McBanois. And you'll hear these phone calls between the conspirators. And as you listen to these calls, y'all will notice that they are being cautious about what they say over the phone. It's very apparent that they are very careful with their words because they are immediately suspicious that law enforcement could be listening to their conversations. So Donna Adelson calls the defendant, and the defendant's first call is to Catherine McBanois. After that, the defendant then meets up with his mom in person, like his mom requested. And his mom gives him this paperwork that the undercover agent gave her. Then next, the defendant and Catherine McBanois meet up in person. And they meet up at a restaurant in Miami called Dolce Vita. And while they sat at their table, in this Dolce Vita is a busy, noisy restaurant, an undercover FBI agent sat at a table nearby with a hidden camera in their bag and recorded this conversation. And in the recording, we hear the defendant discussing whether the man who walked up to his mom could be an undercover police officer or someone who's trying to blackmail them.
Thank you.
And if it's the latter, if it's a blackmailer, is it somebody who's just trying to make a quick buck, or is it somebody who actually knows information from the inside? The defendant reassures Catherine McBanois that if it is the police, that's a good thing. The defendant thinks that if it's the police, that means that they do not have enough evidence to charge anybody. In fact, the defendant tells her if they had any evidence, we would have already gone to the airport. The defendant starts giving her some legal advice. He says that, hey, in order to prove that someone committed a crime, you have to be able to put the person at the scene of the crime at the time it was committed, which unfortunately for them is not an accurate statement of the law. It's important to note too, at the time of this conversation at Dolce Vita, no arrests had been made. The only thing that police had released to the public was a photo of the Prius that fled the scene. This was the Prius that Garcia and Rivera rented and used the day of Dan Markel's murder. So police knew at that point that it was Garcia and Rivera who were in the Prius, but the public did not know that yet, and no arrests had been made because they wanted to do this undercover investigation. And so the fact that this photo of this Prius had been released to the public is interesting in light of some of the things that y'all will hear the defendant say to Catherine Magbanua in the Dolce Vita recording. He starts giving Catherine Magbanua several analogies, all involving rental cars used to commit crimes. He reassures her that, hey, if DNA is found in a car, all that means is that at one point the person sat in the car. And if that car was later used in a crime, police can't prove that just from a person's DNA being in the car. The defendant points out to her that if a rental car is found that was at a crime scene, police also have to prove who was driving it at the time. He gives her a very relevant hypothetical of her renting a car in Miami and someone asking to borrow it and driving to Orlando to commit a robbery, and how she would be innocent in that hypothetical because she wasn't in the car at the time of the robbery. So through these analogies, the defendant is reassuring Catherine Magbanua that even if police identify who rented the car that fled the scene, they still would not have enough evidence to hold anybody responsible for the murder, even if they did find out it was Garcia and Rivera. The defendant also says that crimes are tough to prove unless someone actually witnessed the suspect commit a crime, or a suspect makes a confession, or a suspect is caught on a wire talking about the crime. So the defendant's trying to reassure her about the lack of evidence. And hey, as long as we all stay quiet, then we don't have anything to worry about. At one point, the defendant asked her, let me ask you a question. And then he asked her about money. He says, when everybody was there the next day, did you take any money? Like, are any of you driving around in a Bentley? Or no, it's not like any of you are driving around in a Bentley or cruising around in a mega yacht. So here the defendant's pointing out that the money wasn't used to buy anything flashy that would draw the attention of the police. And when discussing, and you all will hear during the course of this trial why his statement or his question about the money from the next day is particularly important. The evidence will show that Catherine Magbanua went to the defendant's home the night of the murder, where he paid her in cash. And the next day, Catherine Magbanua paid Garcia and Rivera their cuts of the money. When discussing the possibility of whether this is actually some gangster trying to blackmail his family for money, the defendant says that whoever this person is, whoever it is, knows information. The defendant told Catherine Magbanua that there are two ways of dealing with this guy. They could call the police, but then the guy blackmailing them would be charged with trying to blackmail his family. And the blackmailer would start talking, and he would start calling out Catherine Magbanua's name. And then police are going to be asking questions about what happened. The other option is to pay the blackmailer, but let him know that this is a one-time thing, and try to scare the blackmailer off by saying, hey, if you come around again, we're going to the police. So the defendant then gives Catherine Magbanua very precise instructions. He wants her to call the blackmailer and tell him that, this would be what he wants Catherine Magbanua to say. My friends, meaning the Adelson family, have no idea what you're talking about. And I don't have any idea what you're talking about either. But the name of the person who you said is incarcerated sounds familiar. So I'm going to give you this money as charity to help the less fortunate. But don't contact these people again, or they're going to go to the police. And the defendant said he would give Catherine McManama the $5,000 to pay off the blackmailer, except he's concerned, though, that this won't resolve the issue for good. The defendant is worried that this guy is not going to go away, that he's going to keep coming back for more and more money. And the defendant offers a solution to have this blackmailer killed. And he says he's willing to pay whatever it takes. The defendant tells her that, this is the defendant talking to Catherine McManama, this guy, meaning the blackmailer, is effing with him and his wife. And you'd better kill him or he's going to be a big problem because he knows who you are. And the defendant then says, if he can't handle this, I'll have somebody else do it. The defendant says, so help me God, if they fuck with my family, it's going to be Nazi shit because this will be done. I mean, Katie, I don't care what I spend. It's important to note during this conversation and the entire wiretap, the defendant never says Sigfredo Garcia's name. But the evidence will show that the defendant was talking about Sigfredo Garcia when the defendant says that the blackmailer was effing with him and his wife. And if he can't do it, I'll find someone else who will. Because immediately after that, the defendant checks with Catherine McManama to make sure that Garcia has no hard feelings towards him, no reason not to help him. He says, hey, I have you on salary. You think he'd be happy about that? And he also says, I mean, our paths never crossed, meaning, hey, Garcia wasn't in the picture when he and Catherine McManama were together. There wasn't any overlap. After hearing that the defendant wants someone killed and is willing to pay whatever it takes to get it done, Catherine McManama then asks the defendant to help her out. And the defendant reassures her that she'll be taken care of by saying, he says, I don't have to. Sometimes those chairs can be a little wobbly. I know this is taking a bit, but I'm almost done. Thank y'all for being patient. All right, so.
Oops. Why?
She asks him to help her out, and the defendant reassures her that she'll be taken care of. He says he doesn't have to tell her the things that he'll do for her. He shows her what he'll do for her. She doesn't have to ask him for anything. He looks for things to do. He says, hey, when someone's birthday's coming up or there's car problems, she doesn't have to ask. He looks for ways to help. And after his meeting with Catherine McManama, the defendant immediately calls Donna Adelson to let her know that everything's fine. And he does this using some pretty obvious code words, which y'all will hear, and you'll hear the conspirators often use words to mask the meaning of what they're actually talking about. Catherine McManama then, also using these code words, tasks Garcia with calling the number on the paperwork and finding out if a blackmailer is a legitimate associate of Rivera or not. And in the series of recorded calls that follow, you guys are going to hear these conspirators talking and using words like TV, false leads, listings, properties, clients, rap songs, CDs, pot-bellied pigs, relationship advice, all these different terms that are normal terms any of us may use, but they're used in context in these calls that if you're listening to the conversation do not make any sense. For example, in the calls, the defendant and Catherine McManama don't outright debate the pros and cons of whether they should pay this blackmailer. Instead, they talk about the fact that this property is cheap. They might expect a property like this to even be $1 million. This property seems like a great deal, but if you get the wrong tenant in there, the tenant may keep increasing the rent, and that tenant may become a leash that never leaves you. So it will be up to y'all to decide whether this defendant is actually worried about a future tenant of a property that might raise the rent and pay him more money, or if the defendant is actually worried that if he pays off the blackmailer, then the blackmailer may continue to come back again and again, or send a cousin or a friend to become a leech that never leaves him, that he can't get rid of. In another of these calls, the defendant tells Catherine McBanois that whoever this person is, this blackmailer is, he's got a lot of effing details. And in another, they discuss the fact that this blackmailer is not from the inside. And the defendant says that this guy is probably not from the first layer, but the second layer. So not someone who got info from Garcia, but maybe somebody who got info from Rivera. But one fact, and let me just say, as the jury, you all will interpret and decide what they're really talking about in these calls. Only y'all can determine the meaning and the weight to give this evidence, and only you can separate just mere coincidences from evidence in a conspiracy. But one fact, though, is really clear throughout these calls, is that all of these conspirators are hopeful that this blackmailer is law enforcement just trying to get information, because they think if it's law enforcement, then the police don't have enough to bring charges, just fishing for information, versus the other possibility, which would obviously be much worse for them, that the Adelsons are being blackmailed by somebody who actually knows inside information about their roles in Dan Markel's murder and may tell the police what they know. So, after this undercover operation, which was in 2016, Luis Rivera, Sigfredo Garcia, and Catherine McBanois are arrested. They're charged with the same charges before y'all on this trial. And Luis Rivera ended up cutting a deal with the state to tell law enforcement the truth about the murder of Dan Markel and the people responsible. Rivera told law enforcement that he was hired by Sigfredo Garcia to help kill Dan Markel. And Rivera described how Garcia told him that Catherine McBanois, the mother of Garcia's children, secured this job for them. And the job was in Tallahassee, and it paid $100,000, with Rivera's being about a third of it, $35,000. Rivera explained that he and Garcia actually made 2 trips to Tallahassee with the intent of killing Dan Markel. The first one was a month before the murder. It was in June of 2014. And the second was when Dan Markel was actually killed in July of 2014. Rivera said that he bought a gun off the street for that second trip, and Garcia rented a car. For the June trip. Rivera bought a gun off the street, and Garcia rented the car for that trip. Garcia and Rivera did some scouting on that trip of Dan Markel's residence, some surveillance, but ultimately couldn't get the job done. They ended heading back to Miami. During the trip to Tallahassee, he said that Garcia had a piece of paper with a picture of the man that they were supposed to kill on it, and some handwritten notes as well. Cell phone records corroborated Rivera's information about the June trip. Rivera also told a story about an incident in Tallahassee where he and Garcia were riding down the road in the rented Prius, and Garcia accidentally discharged the murder weapon, and the bullet struck the floorboard of the Prius. Law enforcement tracked down that actual Prius again and were able to see evidence in the undercarriage that corroborated Rivera's information about the accidental discharge. So they're looking at the phone evidence, they're trying to find whatever they can to kind of corroborate what he's telling them. I mentioned earlier that both men, Garcia and Rivera, cut their phones off from the time that they left Premier and kept them off until well after the murder when they're on their way back home. Rivera said that the first call that either of them made after the homicide was from Garcia to McBanois, where Garcia told her that the job was done. and Magbanua assured them that they would get their money the next day, which they did. Rivera says when Catherine Magbanua brought cash to him at his home. And all this information that Luis Rivera provided them was corroborated by, including when the money was dropped off, was corroborated by cell phone records in this case. Well, Luis Rivera told police that the next day after the murder, he was paid in cash by Catherine Magbanua, and that the money was packaged in a very unusual way. The money was in stacks of $100 bills, and the money was stapled together.
Oh, it's driving me nuts.
The stacks of 100s, every $1,000 was stapled together. During this trial, y'all will hear that the defendant had access to a lot of cash, and nothing's wrong with that. He had a lot of cash because his family gives cash discounts at their dental practice, and he keeps the cash that he receives in a safe. Again, nothing wrong about that either. However, what is relevant in this case is that the defendant had a very unusual practice of keeping the cash in his safe in $1,000 stacks of $100 bills that were stapled together, just like the money Luis Rivera received. Over the last few years, since the 2016 arrests and interview of Luis Rivera, law enforcement has not stopped working on this case. There were trials in 2019 and 2022, so right before the pandemic and right after the pandemic, of co-conspirators. Law enforcement also continued to try to gather all the evidence that they possibly could. They continued to interview people who may possibly have any information about the case. They tried to clarify any audio recordings that couldn't be clearly heard. While the phone wiretaps are very clear, the wiretap conversations that took place in public places when these people were meeting in person were not clearly audible back in 2016. Some still aren't, but because these public places are often too noisy. For instance, the recording of the conversation between the defendant and Catherine Magbanua at Dolce Vita had too much background noise to be able to clearly hear what the conspirators were talking about. However, since 2016, as technology developed over the years, and thanks to law enforcement's just continued dedication, law enforcement eventually found an expert that was formerly employed by the CIA with improved technology and enough expertise to clarify this recording at Dolce Vita that y'all will hear. And he did that by being able to reduce as much background noise as possible. And once this recording was clarified, which was actually just early last year in 2022, the state arrested this defendant. The presentation of this evidence, as y'all can see from opening, it's a lot. It's a lot of information. It's going to take a little bit of time. And it may be tedious at times. And I want to thank y'all in advance for the careful attention to all of the evidence y'all see and hear during this trial. When you'll see that this defendant carried out his plan to hire a hitman to kill Dan Markel. He conspired and he solicited Catherine Magbanua to get this murder done. And he paid her for the job once it was completed. This defendant acted in furtherance of this murder plot that went beyond just thinking about it or talking about it. And these acts make him guilty as a principal to first-degree murder, just as if he pulled the trigger himself. While the defendant's choices helped solve a problem within his family, they came at a very high price. He took the life of a loving father of 2 little boys, and he caused a lifetime of grief for Dan Markel's loved ones. Y'all heard a lot in jury selection about how important this trial is to the defendant, which I'm sure it is. But Dan Markel was loved. He was a brother. He was a son. And this trial is his family's opportunity to see justice done for the person who set up their son's murder. And at the conclusion of this evidence, y'all will be convinced beyond any reasonable doubt that this defendant is guilty. And at that point, we'll ask you for the only verdict that does justice in this case, which is a verdict that the defendant is guilty as charged. Thank y'all.
Is the defense prepared to give its opening statement?
She did a good job.
Yes, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Judge, we just need one moment to fix wire.
Go ahead.
There's a lot more people in there now.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
I love that green too.
You don't have it.
All right, let's see what he has to say. Welcome to those of y'all been joining late. Come on in. Come on in.
Thank you. May I proceed, Your Honor?
You may.
Good morning. I didn't get to talk to you that much the last couple of days. My name is Dan Markel, and with me is Kate Myers, and we
More
represent
charts.
Charlie Adelson. Now let me start by saying the obvious. The murder of Professor Markel was a tragedy. The world lost a brilliant legal mind. His family lost a son and a brother. This community lost its sense of security and lost a good citizen. And his two boys, the nephews of Charlie Adelson, lost a loving father. His senseless murder continues to be felt throughout this community and others. It was inexcusable, despicable, evil. But what I'm going to tell you today is what actually happened.
Oh, here we go.
You will see that Charlie Adelson had nothing to do with the murder of Professor Markel. You will see that the state cannot come close to meeting its burden. Why? Because Charlie Adelson is innocent. Now, I don't have to prove innocence. What I'm telling you, I very rarely say in a courtroom as a defense lawyer. Charlie Adelson is innocent. And we'll get there. But the next thing I'm going to tell you, I also rarely say in a courtroom. And you may be surprised to hear this from a defense lawyer. I have great respect for the prosecutors and law enforcement on this case. I have admiration for their efforts after the murder of Professor Markel in trying to find out who did it. You will see that they spent countless man-hours, cell phone tower dumps, surveillance videos from a boatload of places, buses, cameras on the street. Great law enforcement activity. And it paid off. They got the 3 killers. They convicted them. Sigfredo Garcia, convicted for life. Luis Rivera, Catherine Magbanua, convicted for life.
Happy 4 months, Brandi.
Problem is, as you just heard, the state saw no connection between these people and Professor Markel. So from the very outset, the state suspected the Adelsons, the family. You saw the chart. It wasn't limited to Charlie Adelson. Unindicted co-conspirators in this case, the state has said it, Wendy Adelson, Donna Adelson, Harvey Adelson. The state knew, as you heard, that Wendy Adelson and Professor Markel had gone through a brutal divorce. And you're going to see it. But they couldn't find the connection. But then they had their aha moment. As you heard, they determined that at the time of the murder in 2014, Charlie Adelson was dating Catherine Magbanua. And they learned that Catherine Magbanua and had a previous relationship, on again, off again, with Sigfredo Garcia. They learned that Sigfredo Garcia and Catherine Magbanua shared 2 children together. They had their connection.
Thank you.
The problem is, that's where the state began to guess, began to make assumptions. And you will see, we will show it, that those assumptions didn't make sense. Now, I love jigsaw puzzles. I've loved them since I'm young. The reason why I love them is because they only work if every piece fits.
Oh my Lord.
No matter what you do with the jigsaw puzzle, if a piece doesn't fit, it becomes a mess. You can't hammer it, and you can't ignore it. Because if you ignore it, you have holes in the puzzle. What you're going to see is, with regards to this case, that's exactly what the state tried to do. They heard things, they saw things, but there were problems. They couldn't fit all the pieces together under their theories. Their theories that they told you about today. I'm going to show you how those puzzles, those pieces, they didn't fit. They don't fit. And why? Respectfully, the state does not know what happened on July 18, 2014. On that day, 2 crimes occurred. The first one, the state knows about, and that was the brutal, heinous murder of Professor Markel.
Penis.
The other one, they don't know about. They're about to find out like you.
What?
Because that day would forever change Charlie Adelson's life. But before we get there, I like cliffhangers.
What?
It's important to give you some background and timeline of the events.
What?
Charlie Adelson is 46 years old, single with a young son. He grew up in South Florida, in Coral Springs in Broward County. His father was a dentist, a local dentist. It wasn't the Adelson Institute when Charlie was growing up. It was a small dental practice with his dad. Charlie is the middle child of 3. He is very close with his parents. As they said, he is very close with his mom. Growing up, the family was middle class. And Charlie was not particularly close with either of his siblings. He grew closer with Wendy as they got older. He went to college at the University of Central Florida, went to dental school in South Florida, and then periodontic school. When he graduated as a periodontist, he had an idea.
Thank you, Shereen.
Rather than work in his own practice, he figured that he could travel around to dental practices all over South Florida. He would be a traveling periodontist. So what you are going to learn in this case is that Charlie Adelson had practices from the very south of South Florida to as far places as Jupiter. He was in the car sometimes for hours in a day. And he worked a lot. You're going to see that. He was a workaholic. He spent a lot of time in that car. And what did he do when he was in the car to pass the time? He spoke a lot on the phone. He would talk to whoever would listen to him. And you're going to see in this case, this is one thing we won't deny, Charlie Adelson likes to talk. And he likes to repeat himself. And who would he speak with the most? He'd speak with his girlfriend. He'd speak with his mom. He'd speak with his friends. Now, Wendy Adelson, who's a state witness, followed a different path. She went to a prestigious university in Boston. She then went to school in England on a Truman Fellowship, and later went to law school.
Are they going to throw her under the bus?
She got scholarships for law school and college. Soon after starting law school, she met Dan Markel, and they fell in love. They got married. They ultimately moved to Tallahassee, where they both worked for FSU. Professor Markel as a law professor of the law school. Charlie Adelson didn't have much to do with either Professor Markel or Wendy during their marriage or before their marriage. He would talk to his sister periodically, maybe once every 2 or 3 weeks. They lived in Tallahassee for years. Charlie Adelson visited him in Tallahassee 2, maybe 3 times. Charlie loved his sister. He sought advice from her, as she did with him every once in a while. But they weren't super close. They were brother-sister. The truth is that Charlie Adelson was a little self-centered. He was building his career. See, that traveling periodontist, in the beginning, it wasn't that successful. But by the time of this case, in the 2013-2014 time period, you're going to see that Charlie Adelson was making a lot of money. His practice was booming. He was working 6, sometimes 7 days a week. You'll see it on the wires. You'll see it in text messages. He would start his day early in the morning, and most days he wouldn't get home till 8, 9, 10 at night. At the time when this murder occurred, he was not married. He had no kids. He had a lot of money. And he was living a very good life. Now, in 2012, Wendy Adelson, on a trip down to South Florida, confides in her brother that she was having problems in her marriage.
Here we go. Blame Wendy.
She told Charlie that she and Professor Markel had been going through marriage counseling. She asked him what he thought. He said, "Look, I want you to be happy, but you have to do what's best for you. I'm here to listen." Charlie had no involvement whatsoever in Wendy's decision to divorce Professor Markel. You'll hear that. And in September of 2012, Wendy filed for divorce. And you're going to hear about how she filed for the divorce, and you're going to learn that Charlie had no involvement in her leaving the house. Had nothing to do with him. But we got to talk about TVs. And you're going to hear a lot about TVs in this case.
I am so excited right now. Throw Wendy under the bus. I'm here for it.
See, Charlie has a really bad history of telling bad jokes. So when Wendy left the house, his mom told him that she didn't have a TV. He asked her, he said, "What can I do to help Wendy? She's moved to a new place. She's left most of the stuff behind. What can I do to help?" And his mom said, "She doesn't have a TV." He said, "Okay, when you go to Tallahassee, go to Best Buy, buy a TV for Wendy, and I'll pay you for it." And so Wendy got the TV, and she called Charlie. This is back in 2012. The murder's in 2014. And she thanked him for the TV. And he didn't say he looked into hiring a hitman. He joked, a bad joke. And he said it was cheaper than hiring a hitman. Now, not only was it a bad joke, but you're going to hear in this trial, Charlie repeated the joke. He repeated it a lot to a lot of people. you're going to hear that he repeated it as late as March of 2014. So the man that they think hired a hitman is joking to others about hiring a hitman. Puzzle pieces. And you're going to learn why his repeating of that joke is going to be so important. I'm going to tell you in a little bit. Keep in the back of your mind. But let's first go back to the divorce. The divorce was bitter. It was emotional. Wendy Adelson and Professor Markel, they'd have good times. But when things were bad, they would fight about everything. And in January of 2013, Wendy Adelson filed a motion to relocate to South Florida with her 2 boys. That motion was opposed by Professor Markel. Now, what you're going to learn in this trial is that Wendy Adelson never thought that motion would be granted. Her lawyer told her that motion would never be granted. But she said, let's give it a shot. Charlie had very little to do with the motion. He knew she was filing it. He knew she didn't have much chance of getting it. And the motion was denied. When it was denied, it didn't change Charlie Adelson's life one bit. But unlike Charlie, his mom and dad were upset. They were upset because their daughter had a job opportunity in South Florida. She had no family support in Tallahassee, and they wanted her home. And you will see that Donna and Harvey Adelson are very involved in their children's lives. We won't run away from that. You will see that Donna Adelson and Harvey came up with a lot of crazy ideas. I mean crazy ideas. You're going to see them. You've heard about some of them. When they show you those crazy ideas, take a look if any of them includes murder. Doesn't. Take a look at any of those crazy ideas include anything illegal. It doesn't. Take a look at if they're actually then go to lawyers to make sure that their ideas are legal. Murderers. You heard it. Unindicted co-conspirators going to lawyers to make sure that what they're offering is allowed. You're going to see that. But the ideas were crazy. You're going to read the emails, a lot of emotion. A mother-in-law, a grandmother with a lot of emotion. And you're going to see that Wendy Adelson, she rejected them. She rejected the ideas. They were never presented to Dan Markel. And then you're going to see that there was another idea. They mentioned it in their opening, but they don't understand the importance of it. See, at one point in time, Donna Adelson and Harvey Adelson came with an idea to pay Professor Markel $1 million to allow their daughter to relocate. And they went to Charlie, who frankly by this point in time had more money than them, and they said, will you lend your sister $350,000? She'll pay you back or we'll pay you back. And he said, sure. And you're going to see that they presented this idea to Wendy Adelson. And the idea wasn't to take the boys out of Professor Markel's life. The idea was that with the $1 million, if Professor Markel agreed, he could live in South Florida and commute back and forth to Tallahassee. He could work out his schedule. He didn't teach every day of the week. He could work out his schedule so that he could still teach at the university and go back and forth. You're going to see that Wendy Adelson never made that offer. But it's very important. Like the joke, I want you to put it in your back of your mind for now. Let's fast forward to October 2013. October 2013, Charlie started dating Catherine Magbanua. We'll call her Katie. She was beautiful. She was smart. Like Charlie, she graduated from UCF. She was hardworking. He met her in one of the dental practices. At first, the relationship was casual. They wanted it that way. Charlie particularly liked it, and liked Katie, because she had 2 children. He worked a lot. His priority was his job. And Katie didn't bother him a lot. He only saw her like once, maybe twice a week. That's what he liked. And she was smart. She was fun. And he treated her very well. And that was very different, you'll learn, from how she was treated previously. Now, you'll hear that he spent a lot of time with Katie over the months that they dated. And remember how I told you Charlie talks a lot and repeats himself a lot? Well, when they were together, he did just that. He talked about his day. He talked about what was going on in the world. He talked about his family, which, by the way, was a constant topic every single day. Because when Charlie's driving in the car, every morning for an hour to work and an hour home, sometimes longer, he talked to his mom on the phone. And when he talked to his mom on the phone, what would be a topic of heavy conversation quite frequently? Wendy's divorce. All the problems in the divorce. They told you that. They told you that in opening. And what would Charlie do? He would tell these things to his girlfriend. And what were some of the things he told her? Well, he told her about the $1 million offer. He told her that he could pay it in cash. She said, that's a lot of money. He said, no, I have it in cash. And I'm going to get it back. He told her several times the joke. Over time, you're going to see through text messages that Katie wanted a deeper relationship. And you'll see that Charlie didn't want that. You'll also learn, and the timeline is important. They meet in September. They start dating in October of 13. You're going to see that over time, it takes a couple months, Charlie starts to learn a little bit more about Katie's ex, Sigfredo Garcia. And what you're going to learn is that Charlie Adelson never meets Sigfredo Garcia officially but by all accounts, he was not a good guy. Violent. Long criminal history. Sigfredo Garcia and Katie had been high school boyfriend, girlfriend. And Katie was the love of Sigfredo's life. He lived for her. And you're going to see that Sigfredo Garcia hated Charlie Adelson. Puzzle pieces. So let me repeat it. You saw their chart. The shooter of Professor Markel, the man who murdered him, hated Charlie Adelson, according to them, his co-conspirator. And you're going to hear, not from our witnesses, from their own witnesses, that he wanted to kill Charlie Adelson. You're going to hear that in March of 2014, just 7 or 8 weeks before that first attempt of murder that they talk about, he tried to kill him. Puzzle pieces. You're also going to hear about a phone call on July 1, 2014. You're going to actually hear that July 1, 2014 call is how they found these guys. It's actually the craziest fact in this entire case, and there's a lot of crazy facts. You're going to hear that on July 1, 2014, Sigfredo Garcia made a call to the cell phone number of Harvey Adelson. It's the only call that helped investigators connect these folks to the Adelsons in the beginning. It actually broke the case. What they don't know, what you're going to see, it's in text messages. It's discussed on the wires. They don't know it because they don't understand it because they weren't there. Is that on July 1st, 2014, just 3 weeks or so after the first murder attempt. And by the way, just 17 days before the murder. Let me repeat that. The murder happens on July 18, 2014. On July 1st, 2014, Sigfredo Garcia tries to run Charlie off the road. He threatens him. And what you're going to hear is that on July 1, he's so upset that he calls the Adelson Institute. He doesn't realize that Charlie isn't the doctor at the Adelson Institute. He just comes in and out of the place. So he gets their voicemail machine, and you know how dentists are? They say in an emergency, call a cell phone number, they take your call at home on the cell phone number. Well, he hears in an emergency, call Dr. Adelson at such and such number. He thinks he's calling Charlie Adelson, but he calls Harvey Adelson. And he calls him, and he threatens him. He tells him, if you keep dating Katie, we're going to go mano y mano. I'm going to kill you. 17 days before, according to them, he conspired with this man to kill Professor Markel. Puzzle pieces. What you're going to learn is that in the spring of 2014, it became apparent to Katie that her dreams of financial security with Charlie were not going to work out. You will learn that Katie heard the hitman joke. You will learn that she heard the $1 million offer and she got some ideas in her head. The state itself has called Catherine Magbanua the mastermind. And that's exactly what she was. So now, let's get to July 18th. I kept you waiting long enough.
Oh, here we go. Oh, he's got to take a dramatic drink before he goes in there. All right, tell us what we're all going to learn.
The June attempt didn't happen because Rivera didn't want to kill Dan Markel when his boys were around. See, what you're going to learn is during that June attempt, on June 4th, 5th, Professor Markel had custody of the boys. You're going to learn that Professor Markel and Wendy Adelson shared custody 50-50. But you're going to learn that the state thinks Wendy Adelson was involved with her brother in a murder for hire, and she chose for the killers to kill her ex-husband when he had custody of her kids. Puzzle pieces. So you're going to learn that Luis Rivera, who is a bad guy, he had some conscience somewhere and he didn't want to do it in front of the kids. So they came back. By the way, on July 18th, who had custody of the kids when the murder actually happened? Professor Markel. You're going to hear he dropped them off at school. But this family who did this so that their grandchildren could be with them were going to risk for 2 hired hitmen to go up when he had custody of the kids. Puzzle pieces.
Oh, the puzzle pieces.
July 18th for Charlie starts as a normal day. He works. You're going to see he lives in Fort Lauderdale. Now, I don't know how many of you are familiar with South Florida, so I'm going to give you a little bit of geography lesson. He lives in Fort Lauderdale. That day he's working in 2 offices, because he'd often work in 2 offices a day. He'd work in the morning at one place and the afternoon at another. So he's working in 2 offices. The first office he's working in, both of them actually, are in Jupiter, Florida. Now, if you're familiar with South Florida, Fort Lauderdale and Jupiter are not close. With South Florida traffic, in the morning, he was in the car for at least 2 hours. Now, he came home late that night, you're going to hear, so traffic was a little bit better, but it's probably still an hour to an hour and a half. Jupiter is north of Palm Beach. When I drive up here and I hit Jupiter, I know I'm about a third of the way here. That's a good way to look at it. If you live in Fort Lauderdale, when you hit Jupiter, you're 1/3 done. He's in the car and he's talking on the phone. And you're going to see it. We're going to show you what the phone calls are about. He talks to his sister, talks to his mom, talks to his girlfriend. We'll talk to you about it. There are phone calls. You're going to see it. There are a lot of phone calls. And there are a lot of phone calls to his girlfriend. And there are a lot of phone calls to his mom. We're not going to deny that. And he works in these 2 offices. And at around 6 o'clock, you'll see a text message that he's about to start a very long surgery. a big procedure. By the way, the text messages throughout the day are normal. Just after 7 p.m., he gets a call from his mom. And he's told that Professor Markel has been shot. And he's shocked. He's upset. His first reaction is, Wendy and the boys okay? He's supposed to have dinner originally with a friend that night. But earlier in the day, that changes, and he's supposed to have dinner with Katie. And you're going to hear that Katie and him had gotten in a fight a couple days earlier about dinners. You'll hear it. And what you'll learn is after he finds out what happened, tells Katie he doesn't want to go to dinner. He leaves the office at around 8 o'clock in Jupiter. And you'll learn that Katie tells him she'll come to his house that night to comfort him. He shook up. Now, let me be clear. You're going to hear he wasn't close with Professor Markel. They weren't friends. They had nothing in common. But he shook up because someone he knew, the father of his nephews, had been shot. When Katie arrived that night, and you're going to learn more details of how she gets there, what she has to do to get there. It's not planned. You're going to see that. The state's going to put on that evidence. You're going to learn that she's scrambling to get a babysitter. You're going to learn, by the way, that Charlie had seen her for lunch the day before. So if it's a murder for hire, why did she get the money then? Puzzle pieces. But you're going to learn that she gets there that night, sometime after 11. And when she gets there, she is frantic. She's upset. And he's scared because he's never seen her this way. And she sits him down and she tells him something terrible has happened. She says that a friend of hers had shot Professor Markel. She tells him over and over that she had nothing to do with it. But these people, she was talking too much. And her friend and these people learn about the problems that his family was having with Professor Markel. They learned about the $1 million offer. And they got it in their minds to do this. As you can imagine, Charlie his life has just forever been altered. He asks, who are these people? She won't tell him. It's not safe for you to know. Screaming at her. She won't tell him. Charlie had a guess. You will hear in detail what happened that night. You will learn that Charlie Adelson was told if he didn't pay within the next 48 hours, he or one of his family members would be next. You will learn that Katie repeatedly said that she had nothing to do with it and acted distraught. You will hear how she said that she would help him. You will learn about the initial payment. It wasn't $100,000. It was more than $100,000. He took out everything he had in his safe. You're going to learn about that. The state doesn't know it. It was more money. But you're going to learn he didn't have $333,000. So he had to pay every month. They They don't know about that either. Payments every month. Does that sound like a murder for hire? Or does that sound like extortion? You're going to hear about these gifts, and you're going to learn that the gifts were just that. They were gifts. Because as time went on, he became more and more certain that Katie was not involved. He became more and more certain that she was helping him. And he wanted to keep her happy too because he needed her. He needed her help. And you will hear that the payments changed a couple months after the night of the extortion. 2 crimes. You'll hear that the payments changed and that Katie was put on the books of the Adelson Institute. Paper trail. They created a paper trail. Puzzles don't fit. Pieces of the puzzle don't fit.
Who called that? Somebody just called that.
And you'll hear that in order to put her on the books, despite Katie telling him the night of July 18th, you can never talk about this with anyone. You can never talk on the phone about this. You can never talk about it in public. You can never talk about it anywhere, because if they find out, they will kill you and your family. If they think the police are coming to you to talk to you, they will kill you. Look at what they did to Professor Markel. But you will hear that he told someone. He had to. He told his mom. You'll learn that she was the bookkeeper for the Dental Institute. You'll learn why he had to tell her. You'll learn about those checks. They've never been able to understand. Why are they so sequential? Why are they back and forth? You'll learn why. They talk about the bump in 2016. What I like to call is the second extortion. What they don't realize is that their undercover operation was an extortion on an extortion. They don't know it. It's not their fault. And we're going to go through the wires with you. We're going to go through Dolce Vita with you.
Everything just went away. Hold on, I paused it. Internet got tired of him too.
We're going to show you how they are talking carefully. They're talking to him. He's talking about an extortion. They're happy if this bump is the police, because if it's the police, none of them are going to get killed. If it's a bad guy, they're in danger. If you do a murder with someone, the last person in the world you want this bump to be is the police. Because it means they're onto you. Puzzle pieces.
Oh, puzzle pieces.
Not from the first layer, she says, but from the second layer. I got goosebumps when she said it. It's one of my favorite lines in the recording. Not from the first layer, the first extortion, but from the second layer. 20 months later is the bump. That's the second layer to Charlie Adelson at that point in time. You will also see, and what's going to be weird about this case, ladies and gentlemen, and you're going to start to see it today, much of their case, I agree about. They're going to put witnesses up there. I'm not going to ask them one question. Some of their evidence is exactly the truth. It just doesn't prove a murder. The stapled money, it's his money. You will also see that Sigfredo Garcia was arrested on May 25, 2016. You will see that Luis Rivera was arrested on June 2nd, 2016. You will see that Catherine Magbanua was arrested on October 1, 2016. Guess who wasn't arrested? Charlie Adelson. He wasn't arrested for 6 more years. And what you're going to see is that they have the exact same evidence in 2016 against Charlie Adelson that they do today. The same liars. They talk about an enhanced Dolce Vita recording. You're going to get both recordings. You determine if you can hear anything better. See, the state's case against Charlie Adelson is a case of assumptions. It's a case of guesses. It was not brought until weeks before Katie Magbanua's trial. You can ask yourself why. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you for your attention. I want to ask for your patience in this case. A man's life is in your hands. He's innocent. Send him home. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Send him to his forever home. This super chat, thank you for this. This made me bust out laughing. Puzzle pieces. Puzzle pieces. Lord help. Send him home. Send him to his forever home. I don't know what's going on with my... everything froze momentarily. Hold on, let me swap something real quick while they're on a break. We were on a break. Unstable. Okay. See if that helps. All right. So what y'all think? Let's do a poll. We'll do a poll. On how y'all feel about that. Unpin that message. Puzzle pieces. I'm just going to start saying that to everybody. About everything. Do you think the defense layaway murder... No, let me not do that. Do you think the defense story creates reasonable doubt? Let's see what y'all have to say. Please don't. You just watch me. I'm like checking out at the grocery store. Puzzle pieces. Puzzle pieces. Could be fun. So far, that's a 90% no. 90% no. Wonder if I swap from the local news to the law and crime, if it would do better. Let's see. Let's see. Maybe. Let's see. I don't think so. We'll leave it. We'll see how it goes. Can we create a puzzle piece counter for the closing arguments? Yes. Yes. Ivan's Country Music and Cars. If you did not know the case, it would be 50-50. Yeah, I think that's the hardest thing. It's like if you don't know anything about it, because also, you know, openings are not evidence. That's just like they tell you you're going to see this and you're going to see this, and they try to like lay out, you know, what they want you to look for and all of that, but it's not actually evidence. So The gnome, my cancer gnome, was a gift from Shireen, one of my mods. Isn't it pretty? What happens if we get to the last piece and it's missing? I'm trying to figure out why this is doing this. All of my settings are... Let's see. Hold on, I'm on the phone. I'll unmute it in 1 second.
Everyone can be seated. Just as a brief scheduling matter before, oh, I'm still missing the state. Sorry.
I never know what to put.
Gager. You never compliment me.
Brief scheduling matter before we bring in the jurors and the first witness. Do the parties believe we'll be able to get through both Mr. Greer and the sergeant, or just Mr. Greer before taking a break for lunch?
I would like to go through Maltese if possible, but we can see how your round feels when we get to the end of Mr. Sergeant's notes.
All right, Mr. Rashbaum, do you wish to be heard? Anything to add?
No, Your Honor.
Please bring in the jurors. Now, everyone in the gallery is to rise.
Note to self, no more water. Like next time, bring a bottle up.
Okay. Sorry, I don't normally take phone calls on lives, but I have stuff having to deal with today.
Be another moment. They're still using the restroom, but when they come in, please rise.
Buddy's here.
By the way, never saw the first.
A lot like the second.
Okay. I know, but just keep doing it.
All right, what'd I miss?
I have no idea. Here you go.
They only have one restroom there. Who was gone for? I was gone for 4 minutes, 14 seconds. Jury's still on bathroom break.
In the courtroom.
I appreciate it. That's good.
Everyone can be seated. State, you may call your first witness.
State calls James Gager.
Mr. Gager, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth? You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly. You can adjust the microphone if you need to.
Good morning, Mr. Gager.
Good morning.
Please spell your name for the court reporter.
First name James, James, middle initial W, last name Gager, Geiger.
Mr. Gager, do you live here in Tallahassee?
Yes, I do.
Where do you live?
I live on Trescott Drive in Tallahassee.
How long have you been living on Trescott Drive?
I think it's about 45 years now.
Judge, without objection, I'll move into evidence states 1.
States 1 is admitted.
Permission to publish by way of the laptop.
You may.
Okay. Did you used to have a neighbor by the name of Dan Markel?
Yes.
When was that?
Well, restate the question.
When did Mr. Markel live next door to you?
Oh, well, it was, he died 9 years ago, and he had been there about 5 years before that.
All right. And where in relation to your home did Mr. Markel live?
He was my next door neighbor.
All right. So if we're looking at this photograph right here, which one is your home?
The one on the right is my home. The one on the left was Danny's.
All right. So that driveway there with the vehicle in the driveway, would that have been Mr. Markel's driveway?
Yes, it would.
Okay. Can you tell us about something that occurred back on July 18th of 2014?
On that morning, my wife and I were sitting in our living room, which looks out over Trescott Drive here, and we were working with an iPad on a couch, and we heard a noise, a loud bang. We weren't sure what it was, and I quickly got up to see what might have caused that noise. And there had been at the time some burglaries in the area, and I was concerned that perhaps that had been a burglary attempt. And so as I approached, we have a large window looking out on the street, and as I got to the window, I looked to the left and to the right because I wasn't sure where the noise came from. But on my right, as I looked out, I saw a car quickly back up out of the driveway and then head towards Benton Road very rapidly.
Let me interrupt you for just a moment. Judge, if there's no objection, I'd like to introduce states 2 and 3 at this time.
No objection, Your Honor.
States 2 and 3 are admitted at this time.
May I publish 2, please? Okay, so is this the view you had from your window looking out toward Mr. Markel's drive?
Yes, that's correct.
And you said you saw a vehicle backing up out of his driveway?
Yes.
What type of vehicle was it?
Well, I caught it out of the corner of my eye, so it was not, I didn't look at it real hard, but it looked like a Prius to me, looked like a silver or white colored Prius.
Anything about the way it backed out? Did it do that normally or something?
It just went very quickly, and that's what caught my attention.
All right, and which way did it go after it backed out of the drive there?
As it backed out of the driveway, it headed to the right, which was towards Benton Road.
All right, were you able to see the occupants of the vehicle?
No, I couldn't see any inside.
All right. Did you do anything to further investigate the situation? Could we publish 3, please?
Well, as I said, I was concerned that we had heard that there had been some burglaries in the area, and so I thought that I would walk next door to see if that might have been what happened. And as I approached Danny's house, I noticed that the garage door was up, and his car was in the garage, and it was running. And so I stopped then almost as I got to the garage, and I thought, well, so much for a burglary. If he's getting ready to leave, it wasn't anything like that, and so there must not be a problem. And I turned around and went back to my house at that point.
All right, what about once you got back inside the house? Did you do anything else?
Yeah, I as I got back in, I kind of stood right at this window, and why, I'm not sure, but I just thought I would stand there for a minute or two and wait for him to go ahead and back out and leave. After maybe 3 or 4 or 5 minutes, he hadn't backed out yet. And I said to my wife, I said, something seems wrong to me. I don't know what it is. Danny hadn't left yet. I think I'm going to walk back over there and check things out. And so that's what I did, was to walk back over again.
What happened when you got over there?
Well, as I got back over, the garage door was still up. The car was still in the garage. It was still running. And I thought perhaps then that maybe he was on a phone and was simply staying there while he had his phone conversation. But again, I just wasn't quite sure, and I said to myself, well, I'm going to walk on into the garage and make sure everything's okay. And
Mr.
that's
Gager,
what I did.
in the 5 years or so that you'd lived next door to Mr. Markel, had you ever had an occasion to go over there and check on him before?
No.
So he probably sat in his driveway talking on the phone before, right?
He may have, I don't know. He was in the garage this time. I wouldn't have known if he was there or not.
All right, but for whatever reason, the hairs on the back of your neck stood up this time.
I don't know that they stood up, but there was just something that said I need to check it out.
All right, so what happened when you got over there?
Well, as I said, I decided I'd walk on into the garage. I felt a little awkward doing that, but I walked on in, and I looked at the driver's side window, and it was busted out. And at that point, I recalled stepping on glass. And as I looked in, then I could see a man's head. It was bloody, and it was looking through. Part of the glass was still there from the driver's side window, but part of it was blown out. And I looked inside, and I saw a head. It was bloody, and it was moving back and forth slowly.
Mm-hmm. And was it Mr. Markel inside the car?
Yeah, and I said, Danny, what happened? And there was no response, just that slow moving back and forth. And I hollered out again, Danny, what happened? And there was still nothing. And at that point, I knew he needed help, and I had to call 911. And so I reached into my pocket, which is where I normally keep my cell phone, and it wasn't there. And then I recalled that while I was sitting on the couch, I'd taken it out and set it down there. So I quickly ran back to the house. It's not very far away, as you can see, and got my phone and then called 911.
Did you know anything about Dan Markel? Did he have a family living there with him?
Yeah, he and his wife had just been married when they moved into that home, and they were there, and then a couple of years later they had a child, and then another child, and they had some difficulties, and they divorced, or I guess we're in the process of being divorced, and she had moved out, and so Dan stayed there. Frankly, we didn't see him a whole lot.
All right, but he was living there and had the boys sometimes?
Yes.
All right, at the time that this happened?
Correct.
Okay, were the children there with him when he was injured in this way?
Not that I'm aware of.
So you didn't see the children there?
No.
All right, so you go back and get your phone and call 911, is that
Correct.
right? Okay. Have you had an opportunity to review the 911 call in this case previously?
I have.
All right, and is that your voice on the call that we played previously?
Yes, it is.
All right, Judge, at this time, I'd ask to introduce State's Exhibit 82, and ask for permission to publish.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Case 82 is admitted, you may publish.
What's the address of your emergency? It's right next door to my house, which is 2122 Trescott Drive. Can you repeat that for verification? 2122 Trescott Drive, the T. Okay, the phone number you're calling from? I'm calling from 850-212-4623. Okay, tell me exactly what happened. We heard a loud bang and a car pulled away from next door. I came over and looked in, the garage door was up, and I thought the gentleman was backing out. And I went back to my house, but he never backed out, and I came back over, and his driver's side window is shattered, and he's spattered and can't answer. He's inside. I don't know if somebody tried to shoot him, or if he shot himself, or what, I don't know.
And was that this location, correct?
Right next door. I'll give you mine. I don't know his address. It's next door.
Okay.
You can send an ambulance in a hurry. EMT. He's still alive. He's moving.
Okay. What's going on with him?
I don't know. The driver's side window is all bashed in. He's inside. The car is running, and he's got blood all over his head. He's not responding to me. That number, by the way, is 2116 2116.
What's your name, sir?
My name is Jim Geiger, Geiger.
Mr. Gager, you said that the man that you saw in the vehicle was unresponsive to you. If there's no objection, I would like to introduce State's Exhibit 5 at this time.
Any objection?
No objection.
States 5 is admitted.
May I publish?
You may.
Is this Mr. Markel, your neighbor?
Yes.
Okay, and when you say he was not responsive, was he able to say any words to you?
I didn't hear any words at all.
Okay, what sounds did you hear coming from him?
I didn't hear any sound. I just saw his head slowly rolling back and forth.
Okay, he wasn't moaning at all, or?
Not that I heard.
Okay. All right, may I introduce State's Exhibit 6 and 7 at this time, Your Honor?
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
States 6 and 7 are admitted.
Publish 6, please. All right, so is this looking up Mr. Markel's driveway?
Yes.
All right, and State 7, please. Is this how with the exception of the doors being open in this photo, is this how Mr. Markel's vehicle appeared to you when you approached on that day?
Yes.
I'm going to approach with State's Exhibit 4. Mr. Gager, have you had an opportunity to see that image before?
Yes.
Is that your signature there on the image? It's here. Initials, I should say.
Yes, it is.
Okay, and is that indicating that the vehicle pictured in this exhibit is consistent with the vehicle you observed in Mr. Markel's driveway that day?
Yes, that's true.
Permission to introduce and publish States 4, please.
Any objection?
No objection.
States 4 is admitted.
And I believe you said on the recording there that the car was running. Is that true?
That's true.
Did you touch the victim or the car?
No, I didn't.
Did you move anything inside the garage?
No.
Can you estimate how much time passed between the time you heard the loud bang and the time that you called 911?
I would say between 5 and 10 minutes.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 81. Is State's Exhibit 81 a fair and accurate map? It's an aerial map of your residence in the scene where this occurred?
Yes.
Judge had asked to move into evidence, states 81.
Any objections?
No objection.
Okay, states 81 is appended.
May I publish?
Okay.
Can you zoom in? All right, so if you're coming in off of, can you show, yeah, off Thomasville Road there, the yellow line, how would you get to Mr. Markel's residence from Thomasville Road?
Well, you could do it more than one way. One is to go on the yellow road there, which is Thomasville Road, down to pretty close where that green mark is, which is Benton Road. You would take a left, come up to Trescott Drive, and then go back.
Okay.
That would be one way to do it.
Yes, sir.
Another way would be to exit off of Thomasville Road on Klein, and then come across to Trescott Drive, and in that case, you'd be turning right.
And on that one, we've got to go up a little bit, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So maybe Armistead to Klein.
Yeah.
To Trescott. Okay. Thank you, sir. No further questions.
Cross-examination.
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Gager, you may step down, sir.
Thank you.
May Mr. Gager be released, Your Honor?
He is. Does the defense intend to call Mr. Gager at any point?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Gager, you are released. Have a good
Thank
day.
you.
Please call your next witness.
State Hall Sergeant Sims.
Sergeant Sims. I love that man. I want to hug him. I want him to be my neighbor.
Sergeant, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do.
You may take your seat.
Hello.
Hello.
Please introduce yourself and spell your name.
David Sims, David Sims.
How are you employed, sir?
I'm retired sergeant for the Tallahassee Police Department.
How long were you with TPD?
28 years.
And were you working there back in 2018?
Yes, I was.
Did you
You
respond?
said 2018?
I'm sorry, sir, 2014.
2014, yes.
I'm sorry. Did you respond to 2116 Trescott Drive back in on July 18th of 2014?
I did.
All right. And what were you responding in reference to?
A call of possible shots fired.
Okay. What did you observe when you arrived there?
When I arrived, I parked on the street, and the neighbor, Mr. Gager, pointed out the house. I walked up the driveway. The garage door was up. There was a vehicle parked in the driveway running. As I approached the vehicle, I noticed glass on the ground outside the driver's side. And I checked the door locks, and the car was locked, but it was running. There was a person inside the car, kind of slumped over maybe a little to the right. The glass for the driver's window.
Let me pause you right there. May we publish 7, please?
Any objection? Oh, this is already.
This one's in evidence, Your Honor. All right, so proceed with your answer. So you arrive, and is this what you see?
Yes.
Except for the doors were shut, correct?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
And as I approached in the picture there, the vehicle door is open, but it was closed and locked when I arrived, and the glass in the driver's door was partially broken out, and there appeared to be a small half circle in that glass as if a projectile had entered or exited through that window.
So at this time, I'd like to move into evidence, State's Exhibit 8.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
States 8 is admitted.
Please publish 8. All right, does this photograph show the little shattered glass with the half circle you were referencing?
Right, up there in the corner.
Okay. What else did you observe there?
Inside the vehicle, I called the victim's possible name. I was given the name of Daniel. I called Daniel. There was no response. He was breathing, but in a gasping manner. It was just kind of repetitive gasp. No movement, no response to me. I went around to the other side of the vehicle after I had unlocked. I reached in the window, unlocked the door, went around to the other side, opened that door, turned the car off so the car wouldn't possibly be put into gear when EMS got there, plus the fumes. So I dropped the keys on the floor in the garage, and I tried to call his name again, no response. By that time I heard EMS, their sirens right down the street, so they were almost there. I did notice that in his left hand he had a cell phone, and in his right hand he had like a business card. And he also, the glasses, there was eyeglasses, half was laying in his lap and the other half was laying on the floor of the car, like they had just been broken right across the bridge.
All right, this time I'd ask to introduce into evidence states 9 and 10.
Any objection?
No objection.
States 9 and 10 are admitted.
Publish 9, please. All right, so this, could you zoom in a little bit on the floor of the garage next to the driver's side? All right, so what is this that we're seeing on the ground here?
Yeah, that looks like possibly the cell phone, and I don't know if that's the glasses or not, because once this picture would be after EMS arrived and they took him out of the vehicle, and I'm not sure what on that side, what was moved and everything that was done when EMS was trying to extricate him from the car.
Okay, before the doors were open and EMS extricated the victim, were you able to observe some shattered glass?
Oh, there was definitely
there?
glass on the outside, yes.
Okay. And next photo. 10. Publishing 10. It's just another shot of that shattered glass there. And can you tell whether those are the glasses that you observed?
Yes.
Okay, and the cell phone there on the ground?
Correct.
Okay. Where was that cell phone when you initially observed it?
It was in his left hand.
So it was moved whenever they removed the victim?
Correct.
To try to render aid?
Correct.
And was he taken to the hospital?
Yes.
When you say that you opened the car doors, did you have to touch both door handles to do that?
Usually when I have a car that's something like this, a stolen car or anything that I don't want to get prints on, in my uniform I always have a pen, like just a big pen with the top that comes off, and I use that to pull in the door handles, and I use that to reach in and unlock the vehicle so I don't touch anything.
Okay. Did you observe any signs there at the scene that there had been forced entry of the residence or anything disturbed or taken?
No, after the victim was removed from the car, then myself and another officer, we took the keys that I had taken out. We had to unlock the door to get into the house from the garage, and we checked the house. The other doors were locked, and there was no signs of anything in the house, no persons and no struggle or anything inside the house.
Okay, and the children were not present at the scene?
Children were not present.
Okay. Did you move the car at all?
No.
All right, so the way it's photographed here is the position it was in when you found it?
Right, after we were done checking the house, and the scene was turned over to our investigators and to forensics.
Okay, no further questions.
Cross-examination.
No questions, Your Honor.
Is the sergeant released?
Yes, sir.
You may step down. Have a good day, sir.
That was quick and easy.
Please call your next witness.
State calls Joanne Maltese.
Flying through them today. Not having to, and I only mean easy as in we don't have to listen to the defense try to dispute any of that because obviously.
I don't have no problem.
Yeah, we're good.
Yeah, there's not really
Good morning. Please raise your right hand.
a defense case for those.
Do you swear
I know some
or
will try
affirm
anyway.
the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes.
You may take your seat.
please introduce yourself and spell your name?
Joanne Maltese, Joanne, and Maltese, Maltese.
How are you employed, ma'am?
Retired Tallahassee Police Forensics Specialist. I now have some businesses in Thomasville, Georgia.
How long were you with TPD?
It's TPD for 26 years.
And were you with them back in 2014?
Yes, I was.
What were your duties back in 2014?
In 2014, I was a forensic specialist, and my primary duties were the documentation, collection, and preservation of evidence at a crime scene.
And what training and education did you receive to do that type of duty?
At the time, I had over 1,500 hours of specific crime scene training to include photography, collection, DNA, fingerprints, as well as I taught at Pat Thomas Law Enforcement Academy in crime scene, as well as teaching at the police department.
Did you respond to 2116 Trescott Drive on July 18th, 2014?
Yes, I did.
And is that the scene that's shown in the photograph, states 10, that's up on the screen right now?
Yes, it is, inside the garage.
All right, and is that residence here in Leon County?
Yes, it is.
Okay, I'm going to ask to introduce at this time, Your Honor, states 11 through 17.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
States 11 through 17 are admitted at this time.
All right, so did you photograph this vehicle as part of your duties?
Yes, I did.
All right, may I publish states 11?
You may.
All right, just if you'll just kind of walk us through these photos and what we're looking at in states 11.
This photo is the rear passenger area showing children's shoes and car seats.
All right, were the kids present when you were working the crime scene?
No, they were not.
States Exhibit 12, please. What is this a photograph of?
It's a piece of broken eyeglass that was on the floor of the garage.
And how was the eyeglass broken, if you know?
The opticals or the lenses were located still inside of the vehicle. Just half of the eyeglass was outside, and there is damage to the nose piece of the eyeglass.
Potentially consistent with the bullet causing the damage to the glasses?
It would be consistent.
All right, States Exhibit 13, please. What is this show?
This is the optical or the lens of a pair of glasses located on the floorboard of the vehicle in the driver's compartment.
States Exhibit 14. What is this?
It's going to be a wallet found in the glove box of the vehicle.
Was the glove box open or shut when you arrived on scene?
It was closed.
All right, States Exhibit 15. Did it appear that the box had been rifled through or that any items had been taken from the wallet?
No.
States Exhibit 16. What does this show?
This is going to be the driver's side door window, the driver's door window with a hole in the glass.
Consistent with a bullet hole?
Yes, it would be.
States Exhibit 17. What does this show?
This is another photograph from a different angle of the same hole in the window that would be consistent with a bullet hole.
And did you collect some physical items of evidence from the photographs that we've just looked at?
Yes, I did.
Show you some of those. Start with States Exhibit 115. Do you recognize 115?
Yes.
What is 115?
It's going to be the eyeglass frame that was from the passenger floorboard, the front passenger floorboard in the vehicle.
And States Exhibit 116, what is that one?
116 is going to be the other side of the eyeglass frame that was on the garage floor.
May I publish? I'm sorry, I'd like to introduce 116 and 117.
Any objection from the codes?
No objection.
Correction for the record, Your Honor, 115 and 116.
States 115 and 116 are admitted at this time.
Moving on to 117. Do you recognize 117?
Yes.
What is that?
It's going to be the lens or the optical located on the front driver's floorboard in the vehicle.
And what about 118? 118?
118 is going to be a piece of the other lens or eye optical from the glasses that were on the front driver's seat.
Are those in the same or substantially the same condition as when you impounded them?
Yes.
Judge, I'd move into evidence 117 and 118.
Any objection?
No objection.
States 117 and 118 are admitted at this time.
And then 119, if you could tell us what that is, please.
119 is going to be the wallet and its contents, other than the cash that I had to take out, that was located in the glove box.
And that item in the same or substantially the same condition as well?
Yes.
And move into evidence, states 119, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
119 is admitted.
May I publish?
You may.
And whose driver's license was in the wallet, States Exhibit 119?
Daniel Markel.
Showing you States Exhibit 120. Do you recognize this item?
Yes, I do.
What is this item?
This is going to be the actual glass from the driver's door.
And how were you able to remove the glass and package it in this way?
Due to the glass being broken, I used clear tape and lined the entire inside and outside of the glass prior to taking it out so it would stay together.
Is it in the same condition as when you impounded it that day?
Yes.
Judge moving to evidence, States 120.
Any objection?
No objection.
States 120 is admitted.
May I publish?
You may.
So which way does it go? And the photo's up there if that helps. Oh, here's mine.
All right, this is going to be the inside that you're looking at, and
So in reference to the
So-
picture like this.
yes, it would be in that reference.
Next, I'm showing you States Exhibit 121. Do you know what this item is?
Yes.
What is that item?
This item is a fragment of glass that was taken off of Mr. Markel's face at the hospital.
Did you respond to the hospital?
Yes, I did.
What were your duties at the hospital?
I arrived at the hospital to document the condition, collect clothing, swabs, and any evidence from Mr. Markel.
All right, and as part of that, did you photograph Mr. Markel in the hospital?
Yes, I did.
All right, move into evidence, States 22, 23, and 24, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
States 22, 23, and 24 are admitted.
Wait. One moment, please, Your Honor.
Thank you, Nurse Forgot.
Yes,
I
Your Honor,
appreciate
at
it.
this time, I'd ask to publish States 22.
You may.
Can you rotate it, please, so that he's other way. This was the condition Mr. Markel was in at the hospital?
Yes.
How long after you arrived at the scene, the crime scene, were these photos taken at the hospital, if you know?
The crime scene I arrived at around 11:30 in the morning, and then these photos would have been taken around 12:30, so an hour later.
Okay. And Mr. Markel was still alive at that time?
Yes.
Right. Please publish States 23. Why did you take this photo?
This photo, I'm documenting a dark area on his forearm, which is consistent with stippling.
And are you referring to this area here in the photo?
Yes.
And what is stippling?
Stippling is when you're in close contact or close area of a gunshot blast or a gun going off, and the gunpowder that is exiting from the gun comes out at a high speed and it will stain or tattoo your skin.
All right, so the indication is potentially a close proximity of the muzzle of the firearm at the time of firing.
Yes.
All right. Publishing States Exhibit 24. Is this a close-up of that stippling that you described?
Yes.
All right. And once Mr. Markel was pronounced deceased, did you go to the autopsy?
No, I did not.
I have a couple other photos to show you in reference to your work on this case. This is 18 through 21. Do you recognize these photos?
Yes, I do.
And what are these photos of?
These photos were taken at the Tallahassee Police Department. I was requested to document a vehicle there.
All right, what type of vehicle was that?
It was a 2007 Honda Odyssey van.
All right, and was that Wendy Adelson's vehicle?
Yes, it was.
All right, move to introduce 18 through 21, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
States 18 through 21 are admitted.
May I publish?
You may.
All right, publish 18, please. All right, this is just the exterior of the vehicle.
Yes.
Okay, 19, please. All right, next photo, 20. Was this a receipt from a purchase that was made the day of the homicide?
Yes.
Okay, you just photographed that there inside the vehicle?
Yes, I did. Front passenger seat.
All right, and next photo, 21. Is that a close-up of the receipt?
Yes, it is.
And where was the purchase made?
The purchase was made at ABC Fine Wine and Spirits.
On what date and time was the purchase made?
7/18 of 2014 at 12:49 p.m.
Okay. No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Very briefly. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
When you arrived on the scene, it was taped off, correct?
Yes, it was.
And the tape was approximately 5 or 6 properties to either side?
Correct.
So either side of the residence, right?
Yes.
Now, going back to Exhibit 20, can I put Exhibit 20 on the screen? Show me what button. This is a picture that you took?
Yes.
And it's a picture of Bullet whiskey, is that right?
Bullet Rye whiskey, yes.
Is there a reason why you took this picture?
I was requested to take a photo of it.
Who requested you to take it?
Investigators that were there with me. And I would have also photographed everything in the vehicle.
And this came out of Wendy Adelson's car?
Yes.
Are you aware that Wendy Adelson was invited to a party where she was asked to bring Bullet bourbon, Bullet whiskey?
No, I was not.
You didn't try to do investigation into that?
I do crime scene. I'm not an investigator.
Now, going to Exhibit 21.
That's like the...
Can you put me on?
Sorry.
This is so far away. This is okay. Going to 21. Can you tell when the purchase occurred at ABC?
When it occurred?
At what time?
According to the receipt, it's 12:49 and 13 seconds.
Okay, and you see that right under the words regular sale?
Yes.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Is the witness released?
Yes.
Have a good day. At this point, we are going to take our lunch break. Members of the jury, you've heard this instruction from me several times. I'm going to add yet another log to the fire. Do not discuss this case with each other or anyone else, or look at any of the news reports or find any information concerning this matter. If you choose to have your lunch together, you certainly may. Again, the only prohibition is you're not to discuss the case itself. You will need to return by 1:15, and at that point, we will resume with the trial as quickly as possible. Enjoy your break. Everyone can be seated. The parties will need to be back by 1:10. From there, we'll just be waiting on the jurors to be settled and come back out, and we'll resume with the testimony.
Judge, I'm advised there will be an objection to the photos with the next exhibit. Would you like to take that up now or when we get back at 1:10?
Let's go ahead and deal with it now.
Next witness is the medical examiner, and the state intends to publish state's exhibits 25 through 34. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Medical examiner. Give us our audio so we can hear. So here's the thing about the bullet. Well, first of all,
Judge, they're cumulative and prejudicial. We're not disputing the murder. They've already put in one picture. We don't see the need to put in, I think it's 10 or 12 more.
You're conceding element 1 of the murder charge?
We're conceding that Professor Markel was murdered and that he died.
State response.
With all due respect, Your Honor, the state still has the obligation to prove each element and has the right to do so through the use of these photographs and the testimony of Dr. Clark.
They've already proved it.
Mr. Rauschbaum, we're not going tit for tat. Is there anything else that you need to raise that has not been already?
No, Your Honor.
Well, as to the evidence being cumulative, I'm going to overrule. As to that objection, I will permit the state to admit these items with a proper foundation through the doctor. The doctor will be permitted to testify as to the manner and method of the homicide and document his findings. We'll be in recess until 1:10. Enjoy your break.
Are we allowed to?
so getting up there and asking the forensics person who's like going over the crime scene and stuff, getting up and asking them, asking her why she didn't investigate, into why there's, why there's a bullet bourbon thing in the back. Like, even if this is like your first trial watching with us, you're going to know that the forensics person who's documenting everything is not going to be looking into it. That's like asking, you know, like a wedding photographer if they, you know, knew that the groom had a side chick or something. Like, that's just like, you just show up and you do your job. You don't worry about anything else going on in the background. That's not what you're there for. Like, that's the anyway. Ran over. So how's everybody feeling? Does anybody think that this defense theory and the bombshells he's dropping that we've never heard of before, does anybody think that, like, are you hearing it like, oh yeah, that totes makes sense, and all the other trials were... Let's do a poll. You know I love a poll. Wait, not... Never mind. Start poll. Okay. I should watch the way I word things. All right. Do you think the defense is creating doubt with their theory? Start a poll. Start a poll. I mean, look, the photographer could totally find that out, but just not the job. Hey, Ricky Watson. I'm feeling a beer coming in fast. Yeah, you know what? YOLO. And it's bike week here, so it's 11:17, so like everybody in my town right now is starting partying right now, so like let's all just join along. That's how it came out, and especially because I did that pole dancing class this past week, which I posted a couple of pictures on Twitter. It is so much harder than it looks. These heifers. My friends taught me into the weirdest things when there's no football on. Dino Kelly says, this group, especially Brandi, could hit the ground running in homicide. You all would do better than some of the new detectives who come to the unit. Yes. Yes. I think we're pretty good. I think we do a pretty good job in here. Honestly, I was hoping that the defense was going to throw... that's the way it looked like it was going. I was like, oh yeah, bus is coming around the corner. Wendy's going down. That's how it sounded for a minute. Deplorable Chicken, so it only started this morning. So if you rewind and listen to the openings in like 1.25 or 1.5 maybe, or 2, like double speed for the defense dude, totally, because he says 3 words and then takes a break. And then he'll go, puzzle pieces. You'll catch up on lunch break. We got an hour. Adelson, what? Look. We might do that for the verdict, because that's a long time coming for that family, for the Markel family. Bike week is where it's at. It's crazy here right now, which actually is kind of nice because like I open my window at night so I can hear the waves and stuff, you know? And so last night I was like, I opened my window and I could hear the waves, but I could also hear the bikes. And when I took Lucy on a walk last night, like one of the bars, I mean, all the bars have like huge events for bike week, but one of the bars down here is like one of the biggest, you know, events that they have. So I'm walking Lucy and there's like all these like, and the sidewalk goes right in front of it and like they're directing traffic and stuff, like it's crazy over there. And as I'm walking her, like all these like, you know, like burly biker dudes are like, oh, it's your little puppy. Like they come over to like scratch her little ears and she's just like, oh yeah, like she's loving the attention. It was hilarious. It was hilarious. Go find yourself a hot biker. If y'all aren't trying to pawn me off on somebody's bearded son, then you're trying to pawn me off on bikers and like patrol officers, and y'all are like real worried about me being single. Fix my cross. What's wrong with my cross? Oh. There we go. Chrissy Bacon, I couldn't walk for like 3 days after that. It's so much harder than it looks. So much harder than it looks. Some of my friends were really good at it. And I was also there. All right, let's see. I have a whole new appreciation for them, though. The instructor was, like, ridiculously talented. She's so strong. So strong. Let's see. Oh, that's cool. Dean says Brandy's recap of the Randolph case had things in there that I hadn't seen and didn't know. Look at me. I could have been an investigator, y'all. I really could have. Missed my calling. Or a lawyer. Because they get to do investigation stuff too. And they get to argue. Then my sassy side can come out. Maybe I did know and forgot. Well, you had to deal with it for a long time. Oh, Tommy. And I'm sure you tried to block some of that out. Let's see. See what I mean? Holly Mack said, my handsome bearded son was here for lunch. They moved home. Yippee. He is good looking, just saying. See, like, everybody tries to, like, give me to their bearded son. Ever since I said that I like beards. Like, I haven't dated somebody without a beard since I was in, like, 8th grade. And ever since I said that, then everybody's got, like, I got a bearded son. Everybody wants to pawn me off. So funny. Oh, let's see. Rebecca says, my daughter is trying to pawn me off on a dean at her school. I just found out he's 32 and I'm 52. Oh, dang. Look at you. Well, that's like Muffin Man. Muffin Man's new boo. He's got that date on Saturday where he's going to cook for her. And there's 20 years difference there. Hey, Mandy May. Welcome. Oh, some of us can't watch the chat, therefore I forget that sometimes. And I don't okay, let me look, I'm doing it again. Laura says, some of us can't watch the chat, therefore we have no idea what you were talking about. What are you good at? What are your friends? Why are you sore? So my friends talked me into doing a pole dancing class because Bulldogs weren't playing last weekend. It was a bye week. So they taught me into doing a pole dancing class. And it is not something like it's not as easy as it looks. Some of my friends were pretty good at it. Let's see. You can still be an see. I kind of am. I still get to investigate like my own stuff here. when I'm ready. Holly Mac says, I just want a wonderful daughter-in-law. All right, let's see where our poll's at too. Our poll's at, okay, so far y'all are at 86%. 86% that say, no, there's no reasonable doubt. I'm going to give y'all another minute while I'm catching up on chat for you to continue your votes. I'm almost caught up on chat. I try to see as much as I can as, like, when we're on the breaks, to see as much as I can of what y'all are saying. Chrissy Bacon says you can choose what you want to investigate. That's what I like about it. That's what I like about it. Okay, I'm finally caught up on chat. All right, so I'm going to end the poll. Get your last minute votes in, last second votes in. All right, so final count. 85% say you do not think that the defense is creating doubt with their theory. Here's the thing. I think that it's a little bit... First of all, because he was so all over the place, it was almost kind of like a little bit hard to follow. And I know that, like, maybe my ADD medication hadn't all the way kicked in yet, but I mean, well, yeah, it had, because the first, I mean, by the time he got up there, it had kicked in. So he was kind of all over the place. He didn't have like where she got up, the prosecutor got up and gave a clear, linear explanation of, her story of what happened and what the jury's going to see and all of that stuff. She was very clear about it and it made sense. The defense was kind of all over the place. He was like, hey, I'm going to tell you this huge thing later. And I'm going to, tell you this thing, but we'll get to more of that later. So it was kind of very broken up. And then he would stop to say puzzle pieces, which would get a little bit just not as effective, I think. So I think that kind of worked against him a little bit, honestly. I mean, no offense to the guy, I'm sure he's a lovely person, but it was just not as easy to follow. And that's not just me saying that. I mean, like, I saw a bunch of the chat, everybody was kind of on that same page, that his stuff was a little bit hard to follow because it was broken up like that. And I think that's problem number one. I think problem number two is that so many of us that have been following this for a while know and have heard even something like the evidence that we're going to hear, coming up in the trial. We've already heard a lot of it. So saying these things, if we had never heard it, might be a little bit more believable, possibly. But it's not as believable when we already kind of have evidence to the contrary. But I really did think he was about to throw, I 100% thought for a minute he was about to throw his sister under the bus, and I was here for it. I was ready. I was excited about it. And I was disappointed that he didn't go as far into that as it looked like he was going to for a minute. I was actually really excited about it. But, whatever. I still hope that her day in court is coming. I still have hope. Still have faith. His puzzle had broken pieces. Yes. The thing about the bullet liquor, let me see if I can pull. Let's see what I can pull. That Wendy Adelson. The ABC Liquor that she went to, I'm pretty sure there were at least 2 that would have been closer to her. Hold on, let me see. Oops. I can't see anything on this page. I have to pull it over to this screen so I can see it. Because there are, I need to find the, oops, not that. Let me see if I can find it. Let me pull up the, I might be wrong about 2. There might be 1, but I'm going to pull it up. We'll map it. We'll map it out. Because I think that's one of the things that makes this so, oh, and I got a call. While I'm pulling this up, I'll tell you. I got a call that, you know how my thing kept doing this? There was, I don't know, something about the fiber internet switches have copper or something, and moisture had gotten onto something and was making it something. I don't know. Anyway, when I completely lost everything a little while ago, that's because they replaced that switch and had to restart it, which is great because it hasn't done that since then. But at least now I know what the heck was happening. I can't see on that one. I need to do this. Okay. I know, Luce. Hold on, babe. Hold on 1 minute. I'm going to take you out. Hold on. I know. Hold on. Hold on. All right. Hold on. Oh, Sunny Tater, do you want to call in and give us details? Sorry, I'm just now seeing y'all's comments because I was trying to pull up the map. Hold on. Puzzle pieces. I know. Okay, hold on. Let me take her out real quick. Give me 10, 15 minutes and I'll come back. I want to pull this map because I want to look at where that liquor store was. And because it's been a while since I've looked at it, but I swear I think that there were like 2 other ones that were closer. So give me just a minute to take her out. Yeah, ABC Liquor. Okay, let me do this. All right, Hello. Let me sneak up on y'all. Hello. All right. All right. Welcome. Welcome. Lucy feels better. She thanks you for your time. Sneaking up on you. I always scare everybody when I come back. Oh yeah, my face. I've seen that before. When it's like, it's perfect. Because I'm Lucy's love. All right, so let me do this real quick before they come back. Where is my Maposaurus? I had all this pulled up and then she started whining. Here we go. Here we go. All right. So 2116 Trescott Drive, Tallahassee. And then is there a thing at Tallahassee Nurseries? And she has an address, something Jacksonville or Centerville Road. Let's see if we can find it. Let's see if we can find it. Okay. I can't see on that one. Wendy. Let me see if I can find her. Not Anderson. I'm looking for, I can't remember her Centerville address. Wendy. Because I was trying to show the Yeah, I have Dan's. It was on. Oh, you know what? I bet I can find it like this. Yo channel. Live.
It's usually the shortcut to get to Monroe.
To get to Monroe?
I usually take it as a cut through to get to Thomasville or Monroe.
Okay, all right, so
I
you,
don't know why I said Monroe. I was thinking Mosaic, Monroe, Thomasville.
okay, so when you come down into town on Centerville,
I almost always cut through Trescott.
Trescott, and just drive by your old house?
Well, I do it as a way of like coming to terms with the divorce. But yeah, sometimes I drive there. If I'm too sad, I drive around.
Okay.
If the kids aren't home and I know they're not home, I feel better about driving by the house. But yeah, it's shorter and I just usually drive by.
It's shorter than going all the way down to Benton.
All the way down Centerville and around Benton. It's just
Right.
a shortcut I always took.
Okay, so you turned around and went back to Centerville, I take it?
Yeah.
Down to Benton, and went to the liquor store down there on Thomasville?
Yeah.
The one at Benton Road?
ABC Liquors, it's at, Benton.
Okay, all right, did you make a purchase there?
Yeah,
And that was sometime after 12?
probably 12:30.
Okay, all right.
And I talked to a guy there because I don't really buy much alcohol.
So look, I kind of look like my own twin right now. My hair's straighter in that one. I wear a lot of black. So she's saying that, like, here's Trescott Drive. And you can tell that, like, he's asking her about this because she said, if I remember right, she said that she was home, the TV repair dude was there, and which she'll go over all this again. I'm sure we'll have to listen to her yap on again. But that she was there or the repair guy was there doing the TV, and then she had to go run errands or something, and she had to get super glue and all that stuff. And so she said that she went by the house. Let's see. The detective is even asking, oh, Jane Dixon must be behind. She said, I love this neighbor. We all love the neighbor. He's like the group chat's grandfather. He's even asking her during that interview, okay, well, why did you go this way? Why did you go down and then back around? Why did you want to go by your old house? And she said it's just something that she did sometimes when she's sad. Now, keep in mind, they had been split for a while, and she didn't seem sad at all. She, like, hated him. So I think, it's one of those things that not only going to that specific liquor store, but going that direction is something that is super sketch to me, because it doesn't make sense. To go by, like, who drives by their ex's house, like, years later? Oh, well, I mean, I guess some people do. seen them when I sat on my porch, actually, so never mind, I guess. But they still don't make it normal. I'm trying to catch up on some of y'all's chat. Hi, Kathy Davidson. My nose itches. Doesn't that mean something like somebody's talking about you? Oh, wait, that's your ears burning. What's your nose itching mean? Something good, right? Or that you're getting a cold? Not getting a cold. Someone is coming to see me. Please don't tell me that that's what it means. Please don't tell me that's what it means. Last one that came to see me, I'm still trying to get him out of town. If your nose itches, someone's talking about you. Well, wouldn't be the first time. The receipt for the liquor, that was that from Wendy? I'm confused. Yes, the receipt for the the receipt for the liquor was Wendy, because she went to buy that bullet liquor. But the whole thing is like she went to, because she said that she went by the road, and she said something about how the road was like blocked off, and you know, my dog stepped on a bee. I thought it was a tree. Whatever she said. And she did that whole crying nonsense that didn't seem real at all. Wendy is in the building. What? What? Oh my gosh, what if she testifies today? I'm going to be mad that I didn't go today. Wendy is in the building. Oh my gosh, Sonny, you have to let us know what happens. Audio Audio came back and
everyone can be seated. All the jurors back in the jury room. Okay.
No.
Hi, Brooklyn. Y'all, oh my gosh, let's do a poll. Hurry up. Start a poll. Will Wendy wear the same suit she wore in the first 2 trials? It's her lucky dress. That's her immunity dress. It's like, it's gray. Hold on. I'll show you. She wore it in both trials. This is it. So it's like, it's gray. I think it's actually a dress with, isn't it? With the jacket on. But it's gray, and it has the black here and the black, like, down, you can see. And she wore it to both
Anything that needs to be addressed.
trials. Her cloak of invisibility. Invincibility. This is doing it again.
Do I?
Mr. Rauschbaum?
Nothing.
All right.
68% of y'all think she'll wear it again. Third time's a charm. Third time's a charm.
Okay. Then, of course, we'll have to wait for them to use the bathroom.
Maybe I should swap to the other feed. I wonder, hold on.
Go ahead.
I talked to her. I think she's gonna okay. I'm gonna give her a little bit. I can say this. What she said. I'm okay. If she goes over, then I'm gonna. The evidentiary grounds is he wasn't there. If she goes overboard. What's that?
Anytime my phone starts blowing up, I'm like, oh gosh, what now? Alrighty, let's see. Okay, so for tonight, I'm adding for our thing with interview with Oakley, or with Oakley's foster parents. It's going to be at 7 Central, 8 Eastern, 7 Central. I'm adding a wings thing. I'm having trouble getting it on there. Yeah, they're on mute. They have us muted. Okay, I'm gonna try to get it added. I am having trouble doing it now, but I want to get like the little wings added so we can. So they have a thing like the Oakley's Angels for people that support her and stuff. I kind of went over it a little bit this morning, but for those of y'all who came in late, she's just the cutest, most like adorable little thing. Her little laugh is just like, she has like the cutest little giggle. And she was placed with foster parents who just, you know, like doted on her, like loved her, you know, were so good to her. She was happy. She had, you know, a great life with them. Unfortunately, she was taken away from them and given back to her biological parents, and she, who had no business having her back. And she is missing. So her foster parents are going to
Jury
be
is that
with us
always
tonight.
remains the same when you come back from a break. Did you go to the bathroom? Who needs to go to the bathroom? Once we're done with the bathroom, we'll get started.
If you are on, oh, there you go. True Crime Ranch posted the link so you can see more about her. It's so sad. On my Twitter, I think I have the, why is this doing this? Why is nothing else doing it and only the... Maybe I should swap feeds. Actually, let me do that. Let me... None of my other stuff is... Let's see. Oops, I keep muting it. Let me just stop pressing buttons.
Do you internet? Can you email Melina and see what the status is? Yeah. You know what I mean? Yeah. For the weekend.
Oh, Joel's going to it too. I don't know what day I'm going. Joel's nice. I met him at CrimeCon. Oh, he's so still, I thought it froze for a minute. I was like... Oops. Sorry. Give me 1 minute, y'all. I'm trying to do like 12 things at once here to get ready for... This is the problem when you don't really get a lunch break. You have to try to fit everything in while everybody's sitting here watching you.
Everyone can be seated. Members of the jury, we will continue with the state's case at this time. State, you may call your next witness.
State calls Dr. Clark.
What is happening? about that beard. Okay. Okay, now.
Dr. Clark, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes, it is.
You may take your seat.
Judge, before I get started with this witness, the clerk advised me that State's Exhibit 121, the glass removed from Mr. Markel's face, was identified but not admitted, so I'll move 121 into evidence at this time.
Any objection?
No objection.
States 121 is admitted.
And I'd also like to ask Your Honor to read the stipulation regarding the swabs that Ms. Maltese collected from the crime scene.
Hold on, I gotta swap feeds.
Members of the jury, when parties agree that certain facts are true, that is called a stipulation of fact. You must accept stipulated facts as having been proven. However, the significance of these facts, as with all facts, is for you to decide. In this case, the stipulated facts that you must accept as true are the following. Miss Carrie Rosanna, a crime laboratory analyst in the biology section at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, conducted DNA testing in this case and reported the following results.
Sorry, hold on. I'm gonna swap feeds and see if I can make it stop doing that. Because that's gonna drive me nuts. Let's see if this one's better. Because we'll just see. We'll see.
Okay.
How are you employed?
I'm currently employed as associate medical examiner with the Georgia.
Evidence at this time.
Any objection?
No objection.
States 121 is admitted.
And I'd also like to ask Your Honor to read the stipulation regarding the swabs that Ms. Maltese collected from the crime scene.
Members of the jury, when parties agree that certain facts are true, that is called a stipulation of fact. You must accept stipulated facts as having been proven. However, the significance of these facts, as with all facts, is for you to decide. In this case, the stipulated facts that you must accept as true are the following. Miss Carrie Rosanna, a crime laboratory analyst in the biology section at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, conducted DNA testing in this case and reported the following results. The swabs collected from the crime scene by Joanne Maltese were tested for the presence of DNA. Ms. Rosanna analyzed the swabs and opined that due to the limited nature of the DNA results obtained from the swabs, the data was not interpretable, meaning there was not enough information present to make an identification.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I proceed?
You may.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
I'm Dr. Anthony J. Clark, Anthony J. Clark, Clark.
How are you employed?
I'm currently employed as associate medical examiner with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, Division of Forensic Science in the Central Medical Examiner's Office in Macon, Georgia.
What about back in 2014?
I was employed as an associate medical examiner with District 2 Medical Examiner's Office here in Tallahassee, and an employee of KWB Pathology Associates.
How long were you employed here as a medical examiner?
About 16 years.
All right. Could you briefly go through your education and training that qualifies you to do your job?
I obtained my Bachelor of Science degree from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. I then did 2 years of animal research at MIT, then was accepted to the Jefferson Medical College in Philadelphia. I graduated from the college and went to New Britain General Hospital in New Britain, Connecticut, and did a 2-year general surgical residency internship. I then went to the Hartford Hospital in Hartford, Connecticut, and did 4 years of anatomic and clinical pathology. I graduated from that program and traveled down to Atlanta, Georgia, where I did a 2-year forensic pathology fellowship at the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office in Atlanta, Georgia, in association with Emory University. I finally got my first job as the Southwest Regional Medical Examiner for the GBI DOFS in Moultrie, Georgia. and then I traveled to Tallahassee, where I was District 2, and then back to Georgia now. I am board certified in anatomic and forensic pathology. I have medical licensures both in Georgia and in Florida.
All right, and what are the duties of an assistant medical examiner?
As an associate medical examiner, I am involved in death investigation. I'm the individual that examines the dead person and determines the cause and manner of death.
How many autopsies have you conducted throughout your career?
It's well over 7,500.
Have you testified as an expert in a court of law before today?
Yes, ma'am.
How many times?
Several hundred times.
Tender the expert judge in the area of forensic pathology.
Defense wish to honor the witness any further.
No, Your Honor.
Any challenge to his qualifications to render opinion.
No, Your Honor.
Members of the jury, the witness will be permitted to provide you with an opinion in the field of forensic pathology. You may continue.
Dr. Clark, did you conduct the autopsy of Dan Markel?
Yes, I did.
When was that autopsy conducted?
We performed the autopsy on July 19, 2014, and we started at 11:55 hours.
Where was the autopsy conducted?
This was performed at the Tallahassee morgue at that time.
All right, and did you take photographs to assist you in documenting the autopsy process?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you what I've marked as States Exhibits 25 through 34. Ask if you recognize those exhibits.
States Exhibits 26, this one? 25 and 26 are photographs of the x-rays we took prior to performing the autopsy, and the rest of these are the photos from the autopsy itself.
Are they fair and accurate photos of the autopsy?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, would they assist the jury in understanding your testimony today?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, I've asked to the evidence states 25 through 34.
25 to 34 are admitted over the defense's objection.
Permission to publish?
You may.
All right, let's start with 25, please. All right, doctor, what are we looking at in States Exhibit 25?
This is an x-ray of the decedent's head, and what we want to see here is that these really dense white areas here and here, these are the bullets that I recovered from the head at the autopsy.
Okay, so one in the center of the forehead there and one on the kind of side of the face?
Center forehead and here on the left side of the face.
All right, and States Exhibit 26, please.
As part of the x-ray series, we like to look at what we call laterals, not just also to see where they are in the skull. And you can see that even though it looks like it's in the center of the head, it's towards the back of the head here. And then this one is near the left side of the jaw here.
27, please. How many times was Professor Markel shot?
Twice.
Both in the head?
That's correct.
Where were the entrance wounds?
Okay, this is actually the identification photograph to show who this decedent is, but you can see the trauma here. You have a gunshot wound right here, just inside this left eyebrow here, and then you have another gunshot wound here on the outside left cheek.
States Exhibit 28, please. What does this photo show?
This is the gunshot wound number 1 I described in the autopsy report. This is the entry wound here, and you can see around it are all these irregular abrasions. These abrasions are from shattering glass, causing these that's exploded onto his face and causing these little bits of scraping all the way down here on his ear and on his neck here. Also, you can see the massive amount of swelling and soft tissue injury in this area. The bullet actually winds up just about where the pointer is right now, just below this earlobe on the just above the corner of the left side of the lower jaw here. You can see that there's been some hemorrhage around the eyelid, the eye here, and then you see gunshot wound number 2 here, just inside the left eyebrow.
Does calling them gunshot wounds 1 and 2, does that correspond with your opinion as to the order of the shots?
No, ma'am. That just tells you that way for me easily to describe what they are. Actually, I think I did it backwards. This is 1 and this is 2. Sorry.
Okay. Do you have an opinion as to the order of the shots?
Yes, ma'am, I do now, after I found out about the scene investigation and what was going on, that this was most likely the first gunshot wound because of the glass causing injuries around the wound itself. And then the second one actually has some characteristics of what we call gunpowder stippling, where the muzzle of the gun, out of the muzzle of the gun comes burning and unburnt gunpowder particles, and they strike the skin, also causing scrapings. But those scrapings are more homogeneously the same size, so it looks more like a gunpowder injury.
All right, so the first in time, in your opinion, is the one to the cheek?
Yes,
The lower one?
this would be number 1 in time sequence, and then this would be the second one.
Okay. And Can you tell the jury anything about the range, meaning how far away the muzzle of the firearm would have been from Mr. Markel when these shots were fired?
This one here on the cheek, I cannot tell because it's what's called an intermediate target, something in between that's blocking any of the gunpowder characteristics on the skin. On the top one here, to the just inside the left eyebrow, again, you're talking within inches.
All right, so very close muzzle.
Yes.
All right, and when you're talking about the intermediate target in reference to the gunshot wound that happened first, would that be consistent with the bits of glass hitting his face?
That's correct.
And causing those abrasions around the entrance wound?
That's correct.
Would the gunshot wound that happened first in time have caused his death immediately?
More than likely not. It may have stunned him, or most likely stunned him because of the impact to the face, but most of the damage is to the face, and I don't think there was much damage to the brain at that point in time.
And what about the one that happened second in time?
Now, the second one actually went through the right side of the brain, and that would have rendered him unconscious almost immediately, but there was a survival time after that.
Meaning he didn't die right away?
That's correct. His heart and lungs kept working.
All right. Were the injuries survivable, meaning if he had gotten medical attention sooner, if something had been done differently, he could have survived?
Well, he got medical attention, but it did not help him. So, yes, they were a non-survivable injury to the right, with a gunshot wound to the head.
State's Exhibit 29, please. What does this exhibit show? I think we need to, can we turn it so that it's like this? Yep. No. Yes. What are we looking at in this image, Doctor?
Okay, again, what I was looking at was this coarse abrasions or scrapings of the skin on the ear, and there's some scattering on the neck here. Most of it's on the face up here. And again, that's what I called pseudo-stippling in the autopsy report. Also, you can see that the side of his neck is kind of discolored and it's very swollen here. There's been a lot of hemorrhage into the soft tissues from the gunshot wound that has traveled from here down to here.
All right, States 30, please. What are we looking at in this image, Doctor?
Now we're looking at gunshot wound labeled as number 1. This is the entry here, and you see these fine specks up here. Those are small abrasions or scrapings of the skin, consistent with gunpowder stippling. So there was no intermediate target at that point in time. So the gunpowder from the discharge from the muzzle of the gun struck the skin and left these marks.
Can you tell them anything about what type of firearm it would have been or could have been based on?
Not from the stipple pattern or the gunshot wound injuries themselves. The bullets were more consistent with being fired from a revolver.
And what's the difference between a revolver and other types of weapons?
Well, the revolver usually can use just lead slugs, and they're usually not copper jacketed or metal jacketed.
Okay. And is the revolver the one that has the cylinder like a cowboy gun that spins around?
Yes, ma'am.
Does not eject casings when it's fired?
That's correct.
Okay. Next photo, please. Doctor, what are we looking at in States 31?
Okay, this is depicting the gunshot wound to the outside of the left cheek here. You can see the coarse stippling going all the way to the nose, to around here, the injury around the left eye from hemorrhage from these 2 gunshot wounds. And then you see the other gunshot wound to the what we call the glabella, or just inside the left eyebrow.
So what we're seeing as the discoloration or what appears to be black eyes, is that secondary to the gunshot wounds or consistent with some other injury?
No, that's consistent with the gunshot wounds.
Next photo, please. This is 32. Return it like this. What does States 32 show?
This is a close-up of his left forearm. His wrist is over here, his elbow's here. And what you're seeing here is a crescent-shaped deposit of soot. Okay? Now, soot not only in a revolver not only comes out of the muzzle, but it also comes out what's called a cylinder gap. If you think about a cowboy gun or a 38 special or something like that, that cylinder there's a little gap between that and the actual muzzle, so that you can have soot coming out, even have other particles coming out. These are a little bit finer than I thought initially, but I called it pseudo-stippling. There are some irregularities here, but I think that this is probably soot deposition from the discharge from the cylinder gap, and that would imply that his arm was somewhere near that when that shot took place.
All right, so potentially consistent with him perceiving the threat and putting his arm up to try to defend himself.
Correct.
Okay. States Exhibit 33, please. What is States 33?
States 33 is the bullet that we recovered from the left jaw area. If you can see, if you remember what the x-ray looked like, it looked like a barrel, and that's what we have here.
And State 34?
And that is the deformed bullet that we pulled out of the back of the right side of the brain.
I'm going to approach with States 122 and 123. Do you recognize these exhibits?
Yes. States 123 is the packaging that I used to put the bullet in. The bullet is currently out, and this is from the brain. And in States Exhibit 122 is the packaging and the bullet that I pulled out for the gunshot wound to the left cheek area.
And are these in the same or substantially the same condition as when you recovered them from the body?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, I'd ask to introduce at this time states 122 and 123.
Any objection?
No objection.
122 and 123 are admitted.
May I publish?
You may.
These are the same items that we just saw in those last two photographs.
Yes, ma'am.
Doctor, what was the cause of death in this case?
I put the cause of death as gunshot wounds of the face and head.
And what about the manner of death?
This was considered a homicide.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Cross-examine.
No questions, Your Honor.
Judge, you may step down. Will he be recalled at any point?
No, sir.
You may call your next witness.
Judge,
There isn't.
do you have a stipulation at this time? I would ask Your Honor to read the stipulation in reference to the firearms.
Members of the jury, when the parties agree that certain facts are true, that is called a stipulation of fact. You must accept stipulated facts as having been proven. However, the significance of these facts, as with all facts, is for you to decide. In this case, the stipulated fact that you must accept as true is the projectiles contained in States Exhibits 122 and 123 were examined microscopically by a firearms expert from the Florida Department of Law Enforcement and are determined to have been fired from the same revolver. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes, I do.
You may take your seat.
Please say your name and spell your name.
Patrick Sanford, Sanford.
How are you employed?
I'm a special agent with the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
How long have you been with the FBI?
Approximately a little over 24 years, 22 of which I was here in Tallahassee.
What are your duties there?
I'm a special agent. I investigate cases and protect national security.
And were you assigned to investigate a murder case involving the murder of Dan Markel?
Yes, I was.
Were you the lead investigator on that case?
Correct.
Did you assist the Tallahassee Police Department in that case?
Yes, I did.
Why was the FBI included in that particular investigation?
At the beginning, they had several leads, like interviews, things that they need to track down that were outside of the city of Tallahassee. That we have agents, all over the country, so we're able to facilitate some of those leads and track down certain aspects of the case.
And were some of those leads in the Miami area?
Yes, they were.
And were you assisted by Miami authorities as well in the investigation?
Correct.
As part of the investigation, were the people that were considered to be closest to the victim interviewed?
Yes, they were.
And would that include the ex-wife, Wendy Adelson?
Yes.
What did you learn in the investigation about the relationship between the victim and his ex-wife, Wendy Adelson?
They had gone to through a very contentious divorce, which even after the divorce was finalized, they still had several issues that they dealt with through the court system.
I'm going to approach with what I've marked as State's Exhibit 56. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, I do.
You had an opportunity to look at that exhibit before?
Yes, I have.
Okay, and is that a fair and accurate copy of Wendy Adelson and Dan Markel's divorce file
That's correct.
from the clerk's office here in Leon County?
Correct.
All right, Judge, at this time I'd ask to move into evidence State's Exhibit 56.
An objection to State's 56.
Just our previous objection now.
Very well. State's 56 is admitted at this time over defense objection.
Did you review this divorce file as part of your investigation in this case?
Yes, I did.
About how many pages are in that?
Around 576, I believe.
Okay. And I want to draw your attention to a couple things specifically, like on page 82, paragraph 13. They were arguing over everything, right? All the belongings.
Correct.
Down to a tennis racket.
That's correct.
Okay. As part of these proceedings, did Wendy Adelson seek to relocate with her children from Tallahassee to Miami, Florida?
Yes, she did.
Right. And why did she want to relocate to South Florida, according to the filings?
The filing stated that she had a job offer in South Florida that was more lucrative than her current job.
All right. And did Mr. Markel object to her petition to relocate with the children?
He did.
Right. Did he file quite a lengthy and emphatic objection to that?
Yes, he did.
Okay. And in his motion, and that's going to be on page 82, why did he indicate he believed was the sole reason that Ms. Adelson wanted to move to South Florida?
He says that he stated that the sole reason was because she could relocate with the party's minor children to be near her parents.
And was the relocation petition that Wendy filed, was that ruled on?
Yes, it was.
All right, so what did the court say about that?
The court ruled against that and ruled against her, saying she had to stay in Tallahassee with the children.
And if I said that was June 20th of 2013, does that sound right?
That's correct.
Okay. When was the divorce made final? And for that, I'll direct you to page 457 and 458.
I believe it was made final in July 31st of 2013, I believe.
All right. And did that conclude the issues between, the legal issues between Ms. Adelson and Professor Markel?
No, it did not.
All right, so they continued to file quite a lot of filings after that, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. In fact, there's over 250 more pages of stuff after the divorce was final. Does that sound right?
Correct. Correct.
Okay, I want to direct your attention to March 26th of 2014. Did Mr. Markel file a motion seeking some relief related to the grandmother, Donna Adelson?
Yes, he did.
And what specifically was he seeking in reference to Donna Adelson?
He was seeking to limit her visitation rights to where they had to be monitored.
Supervised by another adult.
That's correct.
And why in the pleading did Mr. Markel indicate that this supervision was needed?
I'm sorry, could you refresh the page number?
Look at 450. Yeah, 450.
Mr. Markel stated that that the children informed him that Grandma says you're stupid, and that she says you're trying to take your sunshines away.
That Grandma, meaning Donna Adelson,
That's correct.
was saying that Dan Markel, telling the kids that Dan Markel was stupid?
That's correct.
Did you also come into possession of some emails that were exchanged between Wendy Adelson and Donna Adelson?
We did.
All right, I'm going to show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 57. Have you had an opportunity to review those emails?
Yes, I have.
prior to today, which we can't find. Have you had a chance to review those before today?
I have.
Okay. Anything in those emails that goes to motive in your investigation?
Yes, there is.
And what is that?
She was being very assertive. Mrs. Adelson, Mrs. Donna Adelson was being very assertive with Wendy Adelson, trying to influence her to do different things to Mr. Markel to get him to agree to let her and the children to move to South Florida.
And what was the thing that was expressly stated in these emails as the most important part of Wendy's whole divorce and litigation?
It was relocation to South Florida to be close to the family.
All right. And was there mention in those emails of a bribe that was to be offered to Dan Markel to potentially facilitate this relocation?
There was.
And who was going to pay for the bribe?
There was going to be a three-way payment between Donna and Harvey Adelson. We're going to pay 33% of it. Charlie Adelson would pay 33%, and then Wendy would pay the other 33%.
All right. And what was the total amount of this potential bribe?
$1 million.
All right. Was there any financial benefit to Wendy Adelson that occurred as a result of Dan Markel's death?
There was.
And what were those that benefit or benefits?
There was at least, I believe, a couple of life insurance policies, one of which was around $2 million. There was Social Security benefits to the kids that were provided, I believe, like $4,800 a month. There was a 401k that he left behind, and some other accounts.
Pension as well?
Yes, there was a pension.
Okay. And some deferred comp, $217,000 there?
That's correct.
Okay. And you mentioned the 401k. Do you recall how much money was in that?
I don't off the top of my head.
Okay. Is there something that could refresh your memory on that?
Possibly.
Does $100,000 sound right?
Yes, it does.
All right. As part of the investigation in this case, you looked at sort of the people closest to Dan. Did you also investigate the day of the homicide and his routine or activities that day?
We did.
And what did you learn about his schedule that day?
That morning, he had custody of the kids that day, of his two children, his two boys. He took them to daycare over off of West Tharp Street, dropped them off around 8:50 a.m., and then drove back across town and went to Premier Gym right off of McClay Boulevard, Thomasville Road, Capitol Circle area.
Was there any surveillance images captured outside the gym that showed the vehicles coming and going from there?
Yes, there was some exterior cameras on the gym itself, on the roof of the gym.
And did that surveillance, were you able to identify from that surveillance which vehicle was Dan Markel's vehicle arriving at the gym?
Yes, we were.
Okay, and was there another vehicle that appeared to be a suspect vehicle captured in this video?
That's correct.
And why did you describe, or why am I describing this other vehicle as a suspect vehicle?
We did obtain multiple pieces of footage, video footage around town, also showing that it appeared a light green Prius was following Mr. Markel wherever he went that morning.
And was that description of a vehicle consistent with the description that Mr. Gager gave us of the vehicle that he saw leaving the crime scene?
That's correct.
All right, was there a compilation of relevant clips or parts of this video surveillance collected from Premier Gym to show the jury just sort of the relevant portions?
There was.
All right, and you've had an opportunity to review that?
I have.
Okay, and those images are fair and accurate clips or portions of the Premier Gym surveillance video?
That's correct.
Judge, I'd asked to introduce into evidence that Premier video surveillance footage at this time, which I believe is 83. Will you check that?
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
States 83 is admitted.
States 83, Your Honor, and that's going to be in the form of, what did it say by 83? It's in the form of a disc, Your Honor, but I'd ask for permission to publish by way of the laptop. All right, if you'll kind of walk us through what we're looking at here, and we may need to pause when he starts talking.
This is from the roof of the Premier Gym. This is off of the north side facing toward the Fresh Market, that area. If you're familiar with that area, Fresh Market's off to the right. There's an entrance to the right of the screen, and there's also the main entrance, which is way further left of the screen that you can't see here.
All right, but this is a portion of the parking lot that's where the cars are lined up there.
That's correct. Those
Okay.
are vehicles parked in the parking lot of the gym.
All right, let's publish. Okay, we're seeing a blue circle around a dark vehicle. Could you tell us what that indicates?
That is Mr. Markel's vehicle.
And this is him entering the gym at 9:11
That's correct.
a.m.?
He just came into the parking lot and is going around to the front side of the gym.
All right, now what are we looking at?
This is just a different angle, a little bit further back, and this is Mr. Markel immediately preceding the video we just saw where he's coming into screen, coming into the front of the gym.
All right, and is he gonna park somewhere?
Yes, he parks right behind that American flag.
All right, that was 9:12. What is this camera angle?
This is the same angle, it's just a little bit further to the left, and that is the front of the gym right there where the green Prius just drove right in front of the front door of the gym.
Okay, so they entered the parking lot through different entrances.
That's correct. They entered over off of the west side of the parking lot.
All right, so we see the Prius here, and we know where Mr. Markel's parked there behind the flagpole. What is that?
Correct. He's still in the vehicle, just exited the vehicle there, I believe.
All right, so the blue circle indicates that's him getting out of his vehicle.
Correct.
And where's the Prius at this time?
The Prius continued on through the parking lot on the north side, and
All right, now we're at 9:13 a.m. Is that Mr. Markel in the red?
yes, it is.
Do we have any reason to believe that any suspects entered the gym?
No, we do not.
How long was Professor Markel inside the gym?
I believe about an hour and a half. I believe it's about 10:38 when he leaves, somewhere around there.
All right, and what are we looking at here outside at 9:16 a.m.?
9:16, the green Prius is still driving through the parking lot, but it's coming back from where it had passed through. Coming back toward the gym. This is on the south side of the parking lot of the gym. And the green Prius just drove through there and is driving around the parking lot still. Again, the vehicle is turned around and is coming back toward the gym in the same parking lot.
Almost managed to get in a wreck there.
Just missed.
That would have been something if they got in a wreck in the parking lot before going to do that.
Okay, what's happening here?
This is Mr. Markel exiting the lobby of the gym, coming through the lobby.
All right, now at 10:34, what do we see?
We see Mr. Markel walking away from the front doors of the into the parking lot toward his vehicle.
Is it doing that?
All right, so we saw Mr. Markel's vehicle leaving. Is that the Prius that was back there in that orange circle?
That's correct. They were in the far northwest part of the parking lot parked. When he exited, they started to exit. And he exited on the Village Square Boulevard exit.
Okay. So we never saw anybody exit the Prius during the surveillance video?
No, we did not.
They stayed in the car the whole time?
That's correct.
Were you able to learn anything about the suspect vehicle from the surveillance images as far as the color?
We were able to determine the approximate year range of that type of vehicle based on the body style, going through the Toyota dealership and other experts. We're able to determine that it was a 2006 to 2009 Toyota Prius with a silver pine mica is the name of the paint, which is kind of a light green.
Were you able to learn anything or find any other surveillances to establish anything about the route the victim took to and from the gym?
Yes, we were.
What evidence was that?
We were able to obtain city bus video. All the city buses had video on the exterior and the interior of them. We went back along the route that he took, and we believe he took, and reviewed bus footage video of that and found footage of both vehicles.
All right, and just to try to get our timeline as narrow as we can, this gym video ends at 10:38 a.m. What time did the 911 call come in?
Came in, I believe, 11:02.
And have you had an opportunity to review the exhibit, State's Exhibit 84, with the video from the buses that's been put together similarly to how we did the gym surveillance?
Yes, I have.
And is it fair and accurate?
It is.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to introduce State's, let me check on the exhibit numbers, 84, correct? 84, which is the bus video clips.
Any objection?
Okay.
States 84 is admitted.
What are bus videos? Where are cameras mounted on
city
On
buses?
on the exterior and the interior of the buses, and it's for safety purposes and for review purposes for the city.
How were you able to know how to find this stuff?
We were able to find out which routes the bus took, but which buses took which route at which times. So we looked for that exact bus route along Thomasville Road during that time period.
Okay, so did you have to look through quite a bit of footage to get the little bits we're gonna look at?
Yes, the team did.
Okay. All right, permission to publish states 84, Your Honor.
You may.
And the actual exhibit is in the form of a disc, Your Honor. All right, so where are we right here on the video?
This is right in front of the Circle K gas station, which is right on Thomasville Road at the Capitol Circle flyover. I believe it's Maclay Commerce Boulevard is the actual road that they're on.
All right, so if we're the bus, we're on Maclay Commerce.
That's correct. And the Circle K is to the right, and right in front of us is Thomasville Road with the divider where Capitol Circle flyover starts.
And what does the blue circle indicate?
That is the vehicle of Mr. Markel.
What time are we seeing him pass that area?
That is at 10:44.
Okay, so is that consistent with going back home from the gym?
That's correct.
Okay. And this is bus, we've got a couple different buses in play here, right? This one's 505?
Correct, 505.
Okay, proceed please. And what does the orange circle indicate?
That is the green Prius that was in the parking lot of Premier Gym.
All right, we're still on bus 505. What does this show?
So this is on Thomasville Road heading south, just south of the I-10. This is the entrance where the hospital is to the right. It's a red light.
And by hospital, you're talking about the new ER.
The new ER, exactly, right by I-10 and Thomasville Road.
Were you able to get the tag number from this image from the bus?
No, unfortunately we weren't. The resolution on these cameras are set really low because they're saved on DVRs, and they don't want them to roll over too fast, so they set the resolution extremely low, and we were not able to pull anything out of that.
Where is Professor Markel's vehicle at this point?
It is past the red light. It's already made it through the red light. Still heading south on Thomasville Road.
And that's almost 10:48 a.m. Is that time correct at the bottom there?
Correct.
Okay, and now we're at 10:51 p.m. I'm sorry, a.m. Still bus 505. What will you pause it, please? What does the orange circle indicate here? Where are we, and what does the circle indicate?
We're still southbound on Thomasville Road. This intersection is Benton Road, which is where Winthrop Park is. Benton Road is where the cars are stopped at. In the left-hand turn lane on the far left side of the screen is the green Prius waiting to turn left on the Benton Road.
And is that a route to get to Professor Markel's residence on Trescott?
That's correct.
All right, and that's 10:51 a.m.?
Correct.
Okay. Now have we gone to a different bus?
Yes, this is bus 707.
And what are we looking at on bus 707?
So this is northbound on Thomasville Road at Hermitage. This is at 10:55 a.m. and there's 2 lanes there. They're in the right-hand lane. The bus is in the right-hand lane, but the camera's on the outside of the bus looking backwards. So you'll see oncoming traffic coming behind the bus.
And what do we see here?
We see the green Prius pulling up next to the bus.
So this is 10:55. We last saw him at 10:51. Does that narrow our murder window down to that 4 minutes?
That's correct. This is north of where the victim was, and this is coming from the victim's house.
I think we've prepared a second clip, if you just let it play through, of that in slow motion. Tell us what we're supposed to be looking for in this clip.
So you can see inside the vehicle, even though it has tinted windows, you can see the driver's wearing dark clothes, but the passenger appears to have a long sleeve white shirt on, and he's very animated in the passenger seat. You can also see some distinctive features of the car.
Okay, I think we've got those highlighted here in a moment.
So Wendy's supposed to testify today. So we'll find out who was right on
What
the
are
poll.
these distinctive features? Will you pause it there, please?
So the first one in the lower right-hand corner is what's called a tow hook cover. Vehicles in the bumper have, some vehicles have a little plate in there that you can remove, and it has a metal hook inside of it, so a tow truck can hook to that metal hook and pull the car if it needs to. This particular vehicle is missing its tow hook cover. You can see there's a hole in the front bumper, so it's been removed and not been replaced. Also on the front windshield is a sun pass. It was affixed to the windshield. And then on the far left side of the screen is the black rear view mirror of the vehicle. Toyota Priuses made in those years had matching mirrors. The mirrors were painted with the car, same color of the car. And you can see in the video that the driver's side mirror was still painted, but the passenger side mirror was black, indicating it had been damaged and been replaced by an aftermarket mirror.
Okay. And what is a sun pass transponder?
Sun pass transponders are used primarily in South Florida, especially back then. We didn't really have any sun pass toll booths up here, but they're used to pay for tolls going on toll roads where you don't have to stop and pay cash on the toll booth. You can pay for it. I'm sorry,
I interrupted you. Go ahead.
You can pay for it in advance, assign it to your car, create an account, and fix it to your vehicle so you don't have to stop going through toll booths.
When you observed that it appeared there was a sun pass transponder on this vehicle back at this time, when did you obtain this video, do you know?
This was back in 2014.
Okay. Did it signify to you this vehicle may have come from South Florida?
That's correct.
What efforts were made to follow up on the sun pass?
So we ended up working with an investigator with Florida Department of Transportation who maintains Florida Sun Pass, so gave them subpoenas, and we ended up thinking the best route for somebody to go through South Florida, the Sun Pass, would be through Orlando. We obtained video in Orlando to try to see if that green Prius passed through any of the toll booths there. We also obtained a list of all green Priuses in that year range that had a registered Sun Pass to it.
How many of those were there?
Thousands.
All right, let's let this exhibit finish. And one more view here. Can you explain what this is?
This is the same bus as the light turned green at Hermitage going north on Thomasville, and this is the green Prius passing the bus.
So as far as pulling the needle out of the haystack, finding this one Prius, it didn't work as from the SunPass alone?
No, not from the SunPass alone.
All right, was any work done to try to zero in on some cell phone analysis around the locations where we know the suspect Prius was that day?
Yes, there was.
Okay, and was Sergeant Corbett the person responsible for working on the cell phone analysis,
He was.
including looking for any phones of interest traveling in those areas that might have been following Dan Markel?
That's correct.
All right, and based on the analysis that we're going to hear from Sergeant Corbett, did you develop an idea of the route that the suspects may have taken?
We did.
I know you said you had already tried the SunPass booths in Orlando, which is one potential route to South Florida.
That's correct.
Okay. What did the phone evidence lead you to look at instead of that route?
We were able to obtain those phone records that showed the vehicle traveled down 75 and did not go through Orlando. Took I-10 to 75 all the way down, actually on the way up also, but on the way down 75 through Tampa, through Naples, then across Alligator Alley on 75 to Miami.
All right, so sort of not the expected route.
Correct. It's a longer route than going through the turnpike down through Orlando.
Okay, and you already suspected the vehicle was headed south, I guess, based on just the existence of the SunPass transponder.
Correct.
Okay, and that's sort of corroborated by these phone records.
Correct.
All right. So now that you learned that the vehicle traveled this other route through Alligator Alley, did you find any place where the SunPass transponder went through? I guess there are some toll booths that you have to go through if you go that route as well, right?
That's correct. There was only two.
Where are those located?
They're basically on Alligator Alley. There's one going eastbound going westbound on the east side in Broward County. When you leave Miami going across Alligator Alley, there's one there going, if you're traveling westbound. And then on the way back, there was one going eastbound just outside of Naples.
And were you able to find a Prius going through those SunPasses that might have been our Prius?
Yes, we were.
How were you able to do that? What did you ask for?
We asked for particular times. We knew about what times they went through the toll booth. So we asked for any green Priuses around those times that had activated the SunPass.
And how many green Priuses traveled through the SunPass booths, both going and coming in the same time windows you were looking for?
Just one.
All right, and from that, were you able to identify the particular SunPass transponder that we were looking for that was affixed to the suspect vehicle?
We were.
How'd you do that?
We went to Florida Department of Transportation and asked for that particular details of that transponder. They gave us a subscriber for that particular one.
And who was the subscriber?
It was a company called Hybrid Auto Rental, also called Save Gas, and it's out of down on Biscayne Boulevard in North Miami.
All right, did you go there?
I did.
All right, what did you learn about the suspect vehicle from Save Gas?
By the time we got there, he'd already sold the vehicle. It was over a year later, but it was rented by Luis Rivera. He provided us with the basically receipt, the contract where it was rented during that time period.
So from the paperwork that you got from Save Gas, you learned you got a rental contract that showed who rented the vehicle?
That's correct.
Okay, and also any information about the vehicle itself, like a VIN or a tag number?
Yes, correct. It gave all the information on the vehicle too.
What is this place, Save Gas, like? Is that like a enterprise or something else?
No, it's a small, locally owned, individually owned car rental place that kind of repairs his own vehicles, buys and sells vehicles and rents them out.
All right, Judge, at this time I'd ask to introduce the rental agreement, states 58.
Any objection?
No objection.
States 58 is admitted.
58. So if you can kind of walk us through on that. All right. Walk us through this information that's in the renter's information block.
Yes, at the top left, it's renter information is Luis Rivera. Has his address that matches his driver's license address, and then it has a telephone number down below that.
This phone number here.
Correct.
And was this information up here also of interest to law enforcement?
It was. That number that has brother next to it, that was one of the numbers that numbers of interest that gave us the pattern going down to South Florida.
Was this number associated with a person eventually?
It was.
Who's that person?
Sigfredo Garcia.
And then we've got some other information on here about when the vehicle was rented. Were you able to deduce from this when the vehicle was used back?
Yes, it was supposed to be back. I believe that's toward the bottom, if I'm not mistaken. Okay. Thank you. I'm sorry, yeah. So the date it was rented was 7/15 at 6:15 p.m. and it was due back on 7/17.
So July 15th of 2014?
Correct, 2014.
That's when it was rented?
Correct.
And it was supposed to be back July 17th?
Correct. That was the
And
date
did
due
it get
back.
returned on time?
No, it did not.
All right, is there anything on that document in reference to the extension of time?
Yes, down at the bottom, it also shows that from 7/18 through 7/20, it says, I believe 965 paid cash, and then 7/20 to 7/21, so it shows a $55 balance and some other numbers where they ended up having to pay it, and some other notes about paying cash out of the deposit.
So it looks like they didn't return it until July 21st?
That's correct.
All right, and you said that the phone number listed on top there with the word brother turned out to be Sigfredo Garcia's phone number. How do we know that's his phone number?
It was listed one time on a Facebook page that was associated with him, and also listed on a pawn receipt where he'd pawned some, I believe it was some jewelry, and used his fingerprint on that, had to place his fingerprint on the pawn receipt when he did it, and listed that phone number as his.
Okay, I want to publish what's been introduced as states. Have we introduced this? I'm going to show you states 59.
Made it for so long without it doing anything.
First, ask if you recognize states 59.
My
I do.
YouTube is doing something weird over here too. What is this?
How do you recognize it?
What is
I recognize it as an exhibit that lists the subjects in this investigation.
And is the information contained on the exhibit fair and accurate?
Yes.
Regina Crawford, thank you for gifting membership.
Any objection? No objection. States 59 is admitted.
Thank you, thank you.
All right, so you were saying there was a Facebook post or a Facebook account linked to this phone number with a photograph of Sigfredo Garcia as the owner of the account?
Correct. It was labeled Tudo Day, but it was a picture of Sigfredo
All right.
Garcia.
And throughout the course of your investigation, have you come to know Tudo Dade or Tudo as a nickname for Sigfredo Garcia?
That's correct.
And does anybody else on this State's Exhibit 59 have a nickname?
Yes.
Who is that?
Luis Rivera is also known as Tato.
Okay. And were you able to subpoena phone records for all the people shown on this State's Exhibit 59?
We were.
All right, and establish So obviously established phone numbers for the phone numbers they were all using at the time of the homicide.
That's correct.
Did you conduct any investigation into Catherine Magbanua and her employment status around the time of this homicide?
We did.
Right. What did you learn about her employment status?
At the time of the homicide, she was shortly after the homicide, I believe it was about 2 months after the homicide, she became employed with the Adelson Institute.
Okay, but at the actual time of the homicide, anything other than maybe odd jobs?
Right, just odd jobs and maybe some bartending work.
All right, what is the Adelson Institute?
It's a family-owned dentist practice in South Florida.
All right, and did you go to the Adelson Institute?
I did.
Did you attempt to subpoena employment records for Catherine Magbanua at that business?
Yes, I did.
All right, tell us about that.
Myself and Investigator Isom approached the business with a subpoena. Went in, spoke with the lady at the front desk, told her we had a subpoena for records for Catherine Magbanua. Made some inquiries about her employment there, and they continued to bring somebody else up and talk to us about it, and then went back in the back and made a phone call.
All right, so when you went in there, Catherine Magbanua was not physically present there?
She was not.
Okay. Was she still receiving checks at the time that you went in there?
Yes, I believe she was.
Okay. And did the employees in there seem to know what she did there?
No, not at all.
All right. Were you eventually provided with some documentation from that business?
Later on, yes.
I'm going to show you what I've marked as State 60.
Yes.
Do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
Okay, what is State 60?
It's a list of checks that were issued to Catherine Magbanua.
And is this exhibit the complete information that you were provided by the Adelson Institute in response to your subpoena for the entire employee file of Catherine Magbanua?
Yes, this is it. This is all they provided.
All right, and you mentioned a list of checks. Was there anything in here that, oh, we're getting that feedback. IT, if you're listening, we need feedback support. Any indication of what her job was there?
No.
Any indication of like her schedule,
No.
timesheets,
Nothing.
an employment application,
Nope.
W-2,
Nope.
any tax forms,
No.
performance evaluations or anything like that?
Nothing.
And over what period was she being paid according to the records that were provided to you?
I believe it started in September of 14 and went through early 2016, maybe.
March 31st
March.
of 16?
That's correct.
And so those payments began about 2 months after the homicide?
Correct.
And did you notice in the records that were provided that some of the check numbers were consecutive, meaning consecutive numbers?
Yes, we did.
That's a dead giveaway.
Did you ever get any evidence that Ms. Magbanua was physically going to the Adelson Institute to perform any kind of duties there?
No, we never obtained any evidence to show that at all.
All right, and there was some surveillance at some time being performed of her person, right?
That's correct.
Can you tell us about that? What time frame was she being monitored?
We started monitoring her in late 2015, probably November. Basically had electronic surveillance on her residence. Plus we also were monitoring her phone, location services on her phone historically and prospectively too.
And how long was that the case? How long was she being monitored? What period of time?
Electronic video surveillance was from November of 15 until she no longer lived at that apartment.
All right, and through any of those means that you described, were you able to deduce what it was she was doing for the Adelson Institute in person or remotely?
No, not at all.
All right, and we heard in opening that there was a wiretap in this case. Anything on the wiretap that indicated what she was doing for that business?
There was a couple of references about cleaning up on the weekends. That was about it, though.
Okay, and again, we would have known if she'd gone there to clean up on the weekends, right, at least during the time frame she described,
That's correct.
and that didn't happen.
It did not.
Okay. One moment, please, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Keppelman, if you can move the left turn slightly over to the left, and it's not putting on any wires, is it?
Don't think so.
I'm gonna move it anyway, don't worry.
Okay.
I'm gonna move it way forward.
Try not to jockey with the microphones, because that might be causing some of the feedback.
So to have the multiple checks, like, that be consecutive, like, obviously it wouldn't be like that if she was getting paid like every week or something, so dead giveaway. She was getting paid for...
Good afternoon, Special Agent.
something else. Yes.
Let's actually start where we left off, the
Or him,
checks.
because he has access to
Okay.
it.
Okay. The checks began 2 months after the date that Professor Markel was murdered, give or take.
That's what the date on the checks were for that employment, correct?
And the checks were in batches, right? Often.
They seem to be, the sequence of the check numbers were in batches, correct?
So just so everyone understands what that means, you would see a check for check number 1, 2, 3, and 4, for instance. And you would see those checks, even though they were the next checks in the book, they'd be for payments every 2 weeks, essentially.
Correct. What I observed was a few checks in sequence, and at the bottom it would give date ranges of when they were for, and they would be for 2-week segments, and then the very next check was for another 2-week segment later on, and then there was other checks in the system that were dated out of range of those.
So it looked like Miss Magbanaway was given a stack of checks at a time, for instance. Fair assumption?
Sometimes, yes.
Okay. Those checks, when you added them up, they were about $1,000 a month, right?
I believe so. Yeah, it was like $460 a month or something like that. Or every 2 weeks, I mean.
$460 every 2 weeks.
Correct.
Which, I'm not great at math. $920, and there's taxes, a little bit of taxes taken out, right?
Sure, correct.
So about $1,000 a month.
Correct.
Now, I think you testified that the state's theory of why this murder occurred was partially a murder because of the desire of Miss Adelson to relocate. I think that's what you testified on direct. Is that fair to say?
That's fair.
You're aware that the relocation motion was denied in June of 2013, right?
Correct.
And that's more than a full year before the murder, right?
The relocation was in June of 13? Yes.
The murder was in middle July of 2014.
Right. Correct.
As part of your investigation, did you learn that no one really thought the relocation motion was going to be successful?
I don't know about no one, but there was some indication that they thought it might not be successful, correct?
Did you try to speak to Miss Adelson's lawyer?
I did not know. Tallahassee Police Department did at one point.
And did they learn that the motion was, as she says in an email, a moonshot?
I don't know that.
Now, you discussed in your direct examination, you talked about some of these emails. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Where's Sonny?
Actually, before we get there. No, actually, we'll stay there. Those emails, you reviewed them?
I reviewed some of them, not all of them. The team did.
Okay. Out of the ones that you reviewed, anything in those emails about murder?
About murder? No.
Anything in those emails about violence?
Not that I saw, no.
Anything in those emails about any type of illegal activity at all?
Not that I recall. I mean, the bribe itself wouldn't be illegal, I don't think.
In fact, with regard to the $1 million email, I think is the one that you're referring to, did you see emails where they were consulting lawyers about whether that $1 million offer was legal?
I did.
So fair to say, as crazy as the emails were, we agree they're crazy, right?
Yes.
There was at least some sanity to make sure what they were doing was legal, right?
One portion of it, yes.
Now, those emails, did you see any emails where any of these ideas were coming from Charlie Adelson?
I saw some emails where they were discussed with him, apparently.
But any time where he was actually coming up with the ideas as opposed to being copied on the email where he says, okay, sounds good.
I think there was some reference of her saying she discussed it with him, but I did not see emails from him. No.
Meaning Donna discussing it with
Correct.
his mother.
Correct.
The $1 million email, I think we'll talk about this later in more detail when you're back. But let's just tie it up here a little bit. You've listened to Mr. Adelson on the phone a lot, right?
I did.
Is it fair to say he's a big talker?
That's fair.
Is it fair to say he repeats himself a lot?
That is very fair.
Through your investigation, are you aware that this $1 million idea, where Mr. Adelson was going to lend a third of $1 million, that he talked to a lot of people about that idea? Are you aware of that through your investigation?
I am not aware of that.
Now, back to the divorce.
He had like 5. One of them was just jury.
Are you aware that the divorce between Professor Markel and Miss Adelson was finalized in July of 2013?
That's my understanding, yes, correct.
Again, that's about a year before the murder, correct?
Correct.
And after Miss Adelson's relocation motion was denied, are you aware that she was determined to make a life for herself in Tallahassee?
I don't know if I can speak to that.
Well, let me see if I can help you. You went through Miss Adelson's emails as well in your investigation?
I did not. The team did.
Did anyone from the team talk to you about those emails?
Some of them.
All right, well, let's see if you're aware of some of these. Are you aware that she was looking to buy property in Tallahassee?
No, it was not.
You didn't see any emails to that effect?
I did not personally, no.
Are you aware that she was looking to enroll her kids in schools, a new school in Tallahassee, for the fall of 2014? In other words, after the time when Mr. Markel was murdered.
I know there was discussions about that with Mr. Markel. I am aware of that.
Are you aware that she was scheduling plans with friends in Tallahassee for August of 2014 and for the fall of 13, all of which would have occurred after the murder? Are you aware of that?
No.
You didn't see those in any emails that you reviewed?
I did not see those, no.
Are you aware that she was scheduling business meetings for late July 2014? See emails on them.
I did not see that, no.
Are you aware that she purchased plane tickets leaving for Tallahassee to go to a wedding out of state Those plane tickets were purchased in June, but they were purchased for an October wedding. She bought plane tickets to leave from Tallahassee. Are you aware of that?
No.
Are you aware that her family, including Mr. Adelson,
The head shakes.
was planning to come up to Tallahassee in August 2014 when Miss Adelson was going to be honored at FSU?
No,
You didn't see any emails on that either, did you?
I didn't.
But you're aware that the state subpoenaed Miss Adelson's emails, right?
I am.
Now, you also mentioned this, I like to call it the grandmother motion. Can we call it that?
Sure.
In March of 2014, there's these, it actually starts earlier. It starts, can I have that big binder?
It was February.
Yes.
The clerk has it.
All right, well, I'm not, it's okay. Somewhere in that big binder, there's a bunch of litigation back and forth with Miss Adelson and Professor Markel regarding money.
Yes.
And at some point in the course of a motion that Wendy Adelson filed, Professor Markel files a motion back, and that's when he seeks to have only supervised visits of the kids with Donna Adelson. That's the motion you were talking about with Ms. Kappelman, correct?
Correct.
And that occurs in early 2014, right?
It does.
Now, the motion doesn't get heard because Ms. Adelson's lawyer has to recuse herself, right?
I believe so.
And she has to recuse herself because Professor Markel makes allegations against that lawyer as well.
I'm not aware of that, but okay.
And so that's part of the reason of the delay of why the motion's not heard. Are you aware of that?
I am, correct.
Are you aware that in the course of this litigation, in that binder, I don't want to find the page, I won't be able to, that the court chastised, was critical of Professor Markel on this motion?
No, I'm not aware of that.
Are you aware that the court highlighted that the motion probably wouldn't be granted?
No, I did not see
Listen,
that.
The jury will have it. Are you aware that on July 11th, 2014, this is months after that motion. Well, let me back up. When you studied this case, is it fair to say that with all the litigation, there were good times, good periods of times after the divorce between Professor Markel and Miss Adelson as well, right?
I can't speak to that. My partner did most of that research, so I was not very familiar with it.
Fair enough. Well, are you aware that on July 11th, 2014, so this is several months after the grandmother motion, that Professor Markel asked Donna and Harvey Adelson to watch the kids for him?
I am not aware of that.
Are you aware that he had a function to go to and Miss Adelson had another function to go to, and he didn't have childcare for them, and he asked them to watch the kids for him?
No.
7 days before the murder?
Not aware of it.
Couple more. Ms. Kappelman on direct asked you about a life insurance policy. Do you remember that? Well, let me be clear. Was it your position that Wendy Adelson gained $2 million from that life insurance policy?
I believe there is I believe that Mr. Markel's sister has custody of that and is supposed to distribute it to, I don't know all the ins and outs of it, but I believe distribute to the children as needed.
So let me be clear so the jury's not confused. Are you aware that Professor Markel had a life insurance policy in March of 2012?
I'm not sure of the dates, but I knew he had one.
And that originally Wendy Adelson was the beneficiary of that policy.
That sounds right.
But in October of 2012, 2 years before his murder, he signed the policy over, making his sister the beneficiary and the custodian for his boys. Are you aware of that?
I wasn't sure of the date, but yes, I'm aware of that.
So Wendy Adelson isn't permitted to get any money from that policy without Professor Markel's sister, correct?
Yes, without her sister, yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure that's clear. Special Agent, you've been a FBI agent for almost 25 years.
Correct.
Mostly in Miami, right?
No, here in Tallahassee.
In Tallahassee, okay. Apologies. You've investigated, fair to say, maybe more than a dozen murders?
Fair to say.
How many murders for hire have you done?
Recently?
In your life?
Over my lifetime, probably half a dozen, but in the past 2 years, 2.
So, putting this case aside, which I know you believe is a murder for hire, putting this case aside, in those cases that you've done that were murder for hires, did the hitman get paid over time?
Paid over time? Not in those cases.
Never, right? In your experience?
Not in those particular cases, no.
Because hitmen, they usually don't like to be connected to the people they're doing a hit for, right?
It's case-by-case basis.
But in your experience, hitmen get paid before and after. 2 payments or 1 payment.
It depends on circumstances.
How about in the ones you've done?
Depends on circumstances, sometimes after, sometimes before, sometimes both.
But in your cases, that's it. It's either before or 1 payment after, right?
The ones I've investigated have been, we made arrests on them, so they didn't continue on.
Okay. You made arrests immediately on them?
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever done an extortion case?
Yes, but it's been years ago.
You've seen a lot of extortion cases, I'm sure, at the Bureau?
Sure.
How do people get paid in extortion cases?
Different ways.
Mostly they get paid over time, right?
They can, if the extortion continues, yes.
May I have 1 moment, Your Honor?
He, for some reason, his crosses are exhausting.
Redirect examination.
Sarah Hitman Guidebook.
In reference to the money that is set aside for the boys, how does the money get to the little kids from the sister?
Through Wendy Adelson has to make those requests and then provides it to them.
All right, so per Donna Adelson, in reference to those emails you were asked about, what was the #1 objective for Wendy?
Relocation to South Florida to be close to family.
And going through the courts, that failed, right?
Correct, it did.
So whether it was a moonshot or not, it didn't work.
That's correct.
And as far as making sure the bribe to Dan Markel was going to be legal, what would Dan Markel have done if they had done something illegal?
He would have held it against him, I'm
Would
sure.
have nailed their butts with it, wouldn't he?
Absolutely.
Can't do that now, can he?
No.
Did any of those plans that were going to take place in Tallahassee after the murder happen?
No, they did not.
Did Wendy buy a house in Tallahassee?
No, she didn't.
Did Wendy fly out of Tallahassee to go to a wedding?
No.
Did the boys go to school that fall here in Tallahassee?
No, they didn't.
Where did they go to school?
In South Florida, right across the street from where Grandma lived,
And why didn't those plans happen in Tallahassee?
because Mr. Markel was murdered.
Did the grandma motion you were asked about, they said, well, it probably wasn't going to get granted. Well, it didn't get granted or denied, did it?
Never was heard,
Why not?
because he was murdered.
No further questions.
It is Sanford, you may step down for now. Members of the jury, we're going to take a brief break before we hear from the next witness. The bailiff will escort you to the jury room.
Is the next witness going to be Wendy? Chairs. Is it going to be Wendy? Yeah, the redirect was effective. His cross-examinations, though, just, I don't know if it's his style or the pauses that he takes or what, but it's like exhausting. But
Is
redirect
Mr.
was like,
Morrow present?
I'll go shout out in the hallway.
who? Oh,
Good afternoon.
YouTube is typing people out
Your Honor,
again.
very briefly, we filed a motion to put on the record that Ms. Adelson is here pursuant to the subpoena. Yes, when I get through. Confers use and derivative use immunity on her, that but for that subpoena, she would be asserting her Fifth Amendment rights. And we believe it was necessary just to make sure the record is clear.
Very well. I discussed this with the parties yesterday. I believe neither the state or the defense, you had no position concerning this. Is this correct?
I'm sorry.
You had no position concerning the
I do
non-party
not.
motion?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Lauro, in considering this motion, I will allow you to make your statement. I believe the state has confirmed that the testimony will occur pursuant to a grant of immunity. They cannot pull the rug out from under your client's feet, but I'm
Yes,
trying to make your statement.
And in light of that, there's nothing further I need to do since I put it on the record, if Your Honor will accept it.
Very well.
Thank you, sir.
Do we have anything else to address concerning Ms. Adelson before we resume with the testimony?
No, sir. I just wanted to have a recess to see if we can do anything about the feedback that's happening in the courtroom.
That's a good idea. We'll take about a 10-minute break and resume at 3:10.
Judge,
Yes, sir.
can we invoke the rule at this point in time?
That's fine.
Thank you.
The rule of sequestration is going to be invoked, I believe, except for Investigator Newland. Anyone else who will testify in this matter needs to step out of the courtroom. Do not discuss your testimony with anyone else until you're called.
This is going to be a wild one. That was Wendy's attorney. So she's about to testify. She's about to testify. Oh boy. This is a big one. I'm going to tweet it. Because every time if I don't, then people are like, why didn't you tweet it? Well, why weren't you in here, juror? Juror. All right. That cannon blast. When they fire that cannon outside my window, scares me every time. Every time. Okay. Tweeted it with the link. All right. So can you explain the immunity that she's getting again? All I know is that it's not the immunity that we think. She can be charged. Yeah, she can be charged later. So the immunity that she's given is immunity for this specific subpoena. So she's anything that she says under oath for this specific subpoena, she's got immunity for. Cannot be used against her. But like, let's say they, during their investigation, they find enough stuff to use, that's fine. They can use any of that. She can be charged. So she doesn't have like blanket immunity. She has subpoena, like immunity for state subpoena. Does that make sense? Where you going, Mal Blunt? Erin, lie down, but don't fall asleep. Wendy's coming. We have to see if she's wearing the same outfit again. I'm curious as to what all she'll say against her brother. Wendy is right in front of Sunny. Is she wearing the same outfit? With a friend and a new dress. Dang, new dress. Who got that wrong? We did a poll on that. I think this is the only time that I've ever actually gave a crap what somebody is wearing during court, but only because she wore the same exact thing for both of the previous trials. Let's see how it goes. I was approaching her, but bailiffs are lurking. Charge her. There's enough evidence. Look, I agree. Because I don't think that there's, like, many people around who don't think that she... Since when can you call people on Twitter? Oh no, how do you make that go away? Oh no, oh no, 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 no. I don't even answer my phone. Why would I answer my Twitter? What is this nonsense? Why do we need another way to call people? Are you kidding me? the stupidest thing I've ever heard of. Anyway, I agree that there's enough evidence. I think that most people do. The only thing is, if if they indict her, think about how, I mean, they got money to fight it. It would be circumstantial. She's an attorney. She's done a pretty good job of keeping her not her name out of it, because the Lord knows her name's all up in it, but keeping her hands pretty much, as clean as possible. Like, things haven't been able to be tied back to her in a way that's anything more than like what we think is really suspicious. I think that in order to charge her, they're going to need to like get as much as possible, because you only get one shot. That Eminem song just popped in my head. You only get one shot. Do not chase me up. And it can be used to impeach her testimony if she chooses to testify in her own defense. Gotta charge her first, though. I want them to charge her so bad. I think everybody does. It's like, just even hearing the way she talks bad about Dan, and she's so full of herself. Like, I just have so many friends, but only one dress. Julie Carpenter, we are on a break. We were on a break. She will come and testify. She will start in just a moment, as soon as this 10-minute break is over. First time that Charlie is seeing Wendy in years. $6 billion said I got it wrong. That was probably like the funnest poll ever. Do you think she'll wear the same dress? Defense attorney gets paid by stapled stacks. Lisa Dempsey got it right. Stephanie Willis says, I think Charlie suggested a hit and she said okay. Pirate says there's definitely enough circumstantial evidence to charge her. And I agree. I think there's definitely enough to charge her. The problem is, would there be enough to convict her? Because think about it. It would be jurors who don't know everything that anybody who's followed it for a long time knows. And it would, like, they are only getting to see what's presented to them in court, which we all know can be limited. That's true. I have worried about clothes before, because I did point out that the one guy in the Farrader trial was wearing a Steelers hoodie. Good point. So I guess I have pointed out clothes before. Touche. Touche. Sunny says her friend keeps giving me the side eye. Oh, oh. Maybe that dress was her emotional support dress, and that's why she wore it. Is that such a thing? Do you have an emotional support dress? Yeah, they can take their time charging her since there's no statute of limitations for murder. I'm hoping that Katie will testify and tell all. Me, too. Danny's mom, dad, and sister are sitting right behind their former daughter-in-law and sister-in-law. Uncomfortable much, Wendy? Yeah. I hope she feels it. He moved since he's leaning over.
Court is back in session.
Everyone can be seated. Mike, are we good on the microphones? Okay. All right.
Hi, Patty. Thank you. She has been on all of them, on all the trials. Dean says the state can do a lot of damage by inference when they ask her a bunch of questions. She takes the fifth on. She has to respond to each question that way. Yeah, her parents came to Tallahassee to accompany her so that she wouldn't drive alone to South Florida. Y'all, when I was 16 years old, I took off from Walnut Grove, Georgia to New Orleans, Louisiana, and I was 16 years old with a, car full of girls. You can't tell me that grown woman needs her parents to come chaperone her on a car trip. Sonny Tanner says, I'll be back. Gotta have two eyes on her. Both them eyeballs on her. I'm ready. Charlie's like, baby sister is here. Brooklyn says, notice the difference with her nonverbal demeanor. She didn't give an F in the first two trials. Now it's her brother. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. This one's different. I'm Shout. Thank you for the super chat. There are 3 ways to charge her. Her brother tells, they get recorded conversation, or she do a Murdoch. I hope they find some. She needs to be in jail. If for nothing else, because she can't even, as a grown woman, drive across the state. Thank you for the super chat. That girl, Deplorable Chicken Hen, is the sister of the defendant and the ex-wife of the victim who was going through the nasty divorce with him. AO says, curious to see how the state will ask these questions. CD Girls 5150 says, okay, stopped working, watching you on my 55. Oh gosh, that's a big old TV to watch. And also my phone so I can watch the comments and comment. Double fisting. Where's Lucy? She actually just right now came and laid down. She's been laying in the sun in the window, watching all the bikers on the beach. No. Okay. We're back.
Everyone can be seated. State, please call your next witness.
State calls Wendy Adelson.
Here we go.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth? You may be seated.
Ma'am, please say and spell your name.
Wendy Adelson, Wendiadelson.
Where are you from, Ms. Adelson?
I'm originally from Coral Springs, Florida.
And where do you live now?
I currently live in Miami.
How are you employed?
Now kind of part-time. I do asylum work and I fundraise for nonprofit organizations.
Are you an attorney?
By training, yes.
Okay. How long have you been a member of the Florida Bar?
Since I graduated and took the bar in 2006.
And are you here today pursuant to a subpoena?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And that subpoena confers use and derivative use immunity to you, so nothing you say could be used against you in the future.
That is correct.
Okay.
Ah.
That doesn't mean you have full immunity from prosecution, but nothing you say here and nothing derived from it could be used in that prosecution. Is that your understanding?
That is my understanding.
Did you know Daniel Markel?
Yes.
How did you know him?
We were married.
When did you meet Mr. Markel?
We met in the fall of my second year of law school, so fall of 2004.
And where did you meet?
We met in Washington, D.C. He was working there, and I was looking into a summer job in Washington.
And when did you get married?
In February of 2006.
And when did you live here in Tallahassee?
We lived in Tallahassee my third year of law school, so from August of 2005 until think around maybe May or June of 2006. And then we moved to Miami for a year because Danny was interested in working at the University of Miami. He did not get the job at University of Miami, and so we moved back here in 2007 and lived here until 2014.
And where were the two of you employed during the time you lived here in Tallahassee?
I was employed at the FSU Center for Human Rights, and Danny was employed at FSU Law School.
Were you both professors at FSU College of Law?
Yes.
And were you living on Trescott Drive at that time?
When we were married, we lived, I think we rented a house before that, but at some point, maybe in 2008, we moved to Trescott Drive.
And is that the home that he was still living in at the time that he was killed?
That is correct.
Okay, and you were no longer living there, is that correct?
I was no longer living there.
All right, at the time he was killed, you two had children together, yes?
Yes.
And how many children did you have?
We have 2 children.
And what are their ages now?
They are 13 and 14.
What about at the time of their dad's death?
At the time of their dad's death, they were 4 and 3.
When did you separate from Professor Markel?
In the fall of 2012.
Whose decision was it to separate?
It was my decision.
And was part of the reason for the separation the two of you having differing views on how to raise your kids as far as within the Jewish faith?
I mean, it was a small part, but it was part of it.
Okay, that seemed to be something that came up a lot in your communications, so that's why I ask about it. What was the difference of opinion on that?
I mean, when we first met and started dating, Danny wasn't as observant or as religious as he became over time. And so the difference in our perspective on raising kids was about dietary choices and attendance at synagogue, things like that.
So in general, he wanted to raise the children more strictly in terms of the faith than you.
That is correct.
Did you move out of the marital home while Mr. Markel was away on a business trip?
I did, yes.
All right. And did he know that you were moving out when he left for the business trip?
No, he did not.
Where did you go when you left the marital home?
I rented a home in Tallahassee.
Where was that? Do you remember the address?
Aqua Ridge Way.
3303, sound right?
That's right.
Okay. And what was the custody arrangement once you moved out of the marital home?
I mean, in the beginning, until we had a formal custody arrangement, we were just finding ways to share custody. I remember that first weekend his parents came, so I made sure he had the children all weekend while his parents were visiting from Canada. But eventually we had a 50-50 shared custody arrangement.
All right, and do you remember exactly what that looked like? Was it week on, week off, or something more complicated?
It was something more complicated. In the summertime, it was week on, week off. During the weeks, it was I think what they called like a 2-2 split, with Wednesday night being an overnight and then the weekends being every other weekend.
All right, but roughly 50-50.
50-50, but that was the split.
Okay. And I want to show you what's been introduced into evidence, State's Exhibit 56. I know you've had a chance to take a look at this before, but if you'll just kind of thumb through it and tell me if you recognize it.
Sure.
Divorce binder. That's a huge divorce binder. Just not all the pages turning.
Do you recognize the exhibit?
I do.
Is it a fair and accurate copy of your divorce file?
It looks like it, yes.
All right. And is it fair to say this was a contentious litigation process that you had with your ex?
It was.
And I want to ask you about a specific filing in there. It's on begins on page 43. And it's in reference to a filing on January 14th of 2013 where you were looking to relocate with the minor children. Do you recall that particular filing?
I recall the filing. You said 43. I'm not sure oh, okay.
Yes, ma'am. On the bottom, there should be page numbers for you.
Yes. Yes, I recognize it.
Okay, and that's the filing in reference to your motion for relocation?
Yes.
Okay, and did you file this motion with the intent to not be successful?
I'm sorry, I don't
It's
understand
been
the question.
suggested that you never thought that was going to be successful, did you?
I
Or
think
not?
I thought there was a small chance that it would be successful, but not very likely, no.
Okay. And weren't you thinking, well, maybe Danny would be happy working somewhere else because he's mentioned applying elsewhere, so maybe he'll allow the relocation? Were you
Well,
thinking
he
that?
and I talked about the relocation. So when we talked about it, he thought, well, if I can live nearby in Miami, that might work, and then I could commute to FSU. I didn't mean for him to leave FSU, but he wanted to leave FSU at some point, so that
So
was just a matter of time.
So you thought it might be successful?
Sure, I mean, I thought it was possible, but not likely.
All right, and page 46 of that document, paragraph E references the job offer. The wife also desires to relocate to South Florida in order to provide a better quality of life for the children by increasing their access to close family and providing more stability and consistency. Who is the close family in South Florida?
The close family would have been my mom and my dad and my brother.
And which brother is that?
My brother that's here today.
Charlie Adelson?
That's correct.
Okay. What's your mom's name?
My mom's name is Donna.
Donna Adelson?
Yes, that's
What
her
ab-
name.
What about your dad?
My dad's name is Harvey.
And where did Donna and Harvey live back in the time frame between 2012 and 2016?
They lived at the home I grew up in Coral Springs.
And how far do they live away from you currently as we sit here today?
Currently, depends on Miami traffic, but anywhere between 15 minutes and an hour.
Right. And what kind of a relationship do you have with your parents as we sit here today?
I have a good relationship with my parents.
And has that always been the case?
I would say so.
Can you describe the relationship that your mom has with your boys?
I think it's very loving. I think she's a very dedicated grandmother.
She spends a lot of time with them, doesn't she?
She does, yeah.
And when they were little and you first moved there after Danny's death, how much time was she spending with them?
When I moved there after Danny's death in 2014.
How much time was your mom spending with the boys?
I mean, we were all living together at that point. So, I mean, we were spending every day together.
How were your parents employed? Are they retired now?
They're retired now.
What are they retired from?
My dad was a dentist, and my mom used to coordinate, kind of be like an office administrator at his practice.
And did she write the checks at the practice? Paychecks?
Yes. Mm-hmm. She handled all the bookkeeping.
What was the name of the practice?
The name changed over the years, but probably the name when they retired was the Adelson Institute.
And were your parents wealthy at the time that your husband was murdered?
I mean, my parents worked their whole lives to support us, right?
Mhm.
So I think the business did well for a period of time.
About $2 million in profit each year between 2013 and 2016,
They
sound right?
never talked to me about money, so I have no idea how much the business made at any given point.
Did you discuss your marital problems with your mom at all?
I did, yeah.
Okay, what about the resulting legal issues? Was your mom read in on those things?
I mean, I definitely updated her about the results of the relocation when that petition got denied, but not kind of the ins and outs of every part of our divorce.
What about your dad? Was he invested in your divorce status?
I think the same as my mom, just worried about me and worried about the boys.
What about your brother? Did he take an interest in the ins and outs of your divorce?
No, not really.
Did he need to protect you from Dan Markel?
No, I mean, I don't think I need protection.
Were you physically in danger from Dan Markel?
No, I wasn't in danger.
Did the litigation revolving around the divorce and the subsequent issues that arose, did that impact your family back in South Florida?
I mean, only to the extent that I think they felt bad for what I was going through, but...
I want to show you an exhibit that I've marked as State's Exhibit 59. Sorry, 57, Your Honor. I think you've seen this one before as well. Does that one look familiar?
I don't remember it, to be honest. It's from 10 years ago.
Take a moment to look through it.
Sure.
When you're done, I'll let opposing counsel take a look at it, but go ahead and let us know when you're done reviewing it.
Yeah, her parents probably totally handled that divorce stuff. Hi, big girl. Hi, big girl. Oh yeah, they'll ask about the kids' names and she'll say, for my protection, because CNN showed them without blurring their faces and I was scared for their safety. Are we going to stay here while she reads all 84 chapters of her divorce proceedings? You know, it kind of reminds me of Piketon stuff in a way, like where the families are just like overly involved. Sunny says it's so intense in the courtroom right now.
Okay.
I didn't come here to read.
All right, are those emails between you and your mother?
I don't think I responded. I think they're just emails from my mom to me. No?
Okay, mostly all from your mom?
Yeah.
Okay, and the email address says, I think it's something like Wendy Harvey. Can you tell from the content that it's your mom typing rather than your dad?
Yeah, the email's Donna Harvey, my two parents' names, so they've been married over 50 years, so they have a joint email address. So it's from both of them.
Okay, so what I want to draw your attention to is page 2 of that exhibit, that first paragraph there above the word response. Did you have an opportunity to read that?
I read it real fast,
Kinda
but
scanned.
I can
And,
read it.
and what I want to draw your attention to is specifically the part that reads, "Your father has made numerous trips by plane for weekends and changing the patient's schedules around so he can continue to spend significant time with the children." Did you?
Are you objecting, Mr. Roush?
I just didn't hear it get admitted into evidence.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move this exhibit into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
It's 57.
57 is admitted. Go ahead.
Thank you. So that paragraph, isn't that paragraph going into detail about how the issues surrounding your divorce and litigation is financially impacting in a negative way your parents' business?
That's what my mom says here, yes.
Okay, and it also says, additionally, this loss of income affects my family because my older brother, also a dentist, purchased the practice from my father in mid-July 2012. He has a monthly payment to make to my father based on the sale of the practice. It isn't fair to him to have decreasing monthly income statements from the practice due to my parents spending so much time here in Tallahassee. So this is an argument that your mom is proposing, right, to help you, give you an idea of what might persuade the courts to allow the relocation. Do you agree with that?
Yes, that's what she was doing, yes.
Okay, and she's indicating that both your parents as well as your brother have suffered financially as a result of you not being able to relocate.
Yes.
Okay. And on page, do you have page numbers in the bottom right corner of your exhibit?
I have them in the top so I can see.
Okay, so 5 of, well, let me look. Give me a moment. So it'll be the second email in your packet, page 1 of 3.
Okay.
Do you see that?
I see that page.
Okay, and there's a rest of your life highlighted or underlined in the center and in bold. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, right before that, it reads, however, the rest of your life and consequently Dad's, mine, and yes, even Charlie's will be affected by how well you can perform/act before July 31st. You need to be a good actress or you can be a good actress when you want to. I've seen you in action. You need to put on the performance of your life. Jibbers hasn't beaten the Adelson family yet. Who's Jibbers?
Jibbers, she's referring to Danny.
And was Jibbers a name he went by or just something you called him behind his back?
Jibbers was a silly nickname that I gave him during the divorce proceedings when he was being pretty scary and threatening, and it kind of made me feel less scared of him.
Okay, so not something you called him to his face?
No.
But that was a word that was only used to describe him?
Yes, it was a nickname.
Okay. So in this, again, your mom is referencing how everyone's life is being affected by this relocation, including your brother, Charlie. Do you agree with that?
That is what she said, yes.
All right. Is your mom overprotective of you?
Yes.
All right. And is it fair to say she's, a little on the controlling side?
Yeah.
I don't think she's controlling, but she's definitely overprotective.
Did she ever try to micromanage your life?
Maybe, yeah.
Did she have an interest in who you were dating and who you weren't dating and who you should be dating when you were single?
I think she was usually disappointed that I wasn't dating more.
Okay. For example, isn't it true that she would not let you drive to and from Tallahassee to South Florida?
Well, I used to drive before I had the boys, but they were young and she preferred to come with me and give me some extra support.
So what would that look like if you were going to take a trip to South Florida? Would they come up here and get you, or?
No, sometimes I would go myself with the kids, but I was breastfeeding both of them, so it usually looked like me breastfeeding a child while I entertained the other in the Okahumpka rest stop. So
Okay.
it was a lot. It was helpful to have some backup.
All right, and so that time frame you'd be referencing is like the 2013 time frame? Because not around the time of Danny's death, you wouldn't have still been breastfeeding, would you?
If Lincoln was 3, no, I would have stopped maybe the year before.
Okay.
So
And
maybe
wasn't-
2012, 2013.
Okay. And wasn't it true that around the time of the death, they were still doing this practice where they would prefer to drive you to and from South Florida?
I mean, not every time, but sometimes.
Okay. And would your mom sometimes enlist your brother Charlie to convince you to do certain things in your personal life?
Can't really think of an example of that.
Well,
Murdering your husband?
dating Dave was a big one on some of the materials I had.
Yeah, people like Dave.
All right, and your mom really liked Dave.
Yeah, everyone liked Dave, but we were just friends.
Okay. Did she try? So she would try to get Charlie to convince you to date a certain person.
I don't think she was getting Charlie to convince me to date Dave. I think everyone liked Dave.
All right, and would she try to get Charlie to convince you to do certain things as far as your professional life? What jobs to take?
No, I don't
She
think
didn't
so.
do that. Would she try to get Charlie to do certain things like advise you on investment decisions, whether or not you were going to buy a house, for example?
I don't think so. I don't remember that. Danny and I made that decision together.
Once you had left Dan and you were living separately, did you look into purchasing a home here in Tallahassee?
I did, yeah.
And did your brother Charlie convince you not to do that?
I don't remember him convincing me not to. The only reason why I didn't was because I was waiting on the money from Danny from the settlement and he didn't pay it, so I couldn't afford the house.
And your mom didn't want you to buy the house, did she?
That's not true. My parents were looking to buy a house in Tallahassee as well.
Okay. Did you have... Strike. Generally speaking, does your mom manipulate the personal lives of her children?
No.
Is your mom, like, if she's really upset about something or worked up about something, is that something that your brother Charlie's going to hear a lot about? Who's going to hear more of it, you or Charlie?
Well, if my mom's upset with me, probably Charlie. And if she's upset with Charlie, probably me.
Okay, so do you get a lot of that? Do you hear a lot about, let's go back, let's go to before the murder. Did you get a lot of Donna just giving you an earful about what Charlie needs to be doing?
Probably, at some point.
What was Charlie doing with his personal life? What did his personal life look like?
At what point?
Before the murder.
I mean, at what period of time before?
All of them. Wasn't it just a revolving door of girlfriends?
Right, but my mom didn't complain to me about that.
She didn't mind that with him.
I don't understand the question.
She didn't mind if he went from girl to girl to girl. That was acceptable.
She didn't really weigh in on it, no.
Who talked to her more, you or Charlie?
Charlie.
A lot more, right?
Yeah.
At the time of Dan Markel's murder, were your parents extremely angry with Dan?
At that point, no. They were in a much better place.
I want to direct your attention to an interview that was conducted on, I think this was your law enforcement interview. So July 18th, 2014. And I'm specifically for court and counsel looking at page 27, lines 11 and 12. I've got it open to the page, but you can flip around if you need to familiarize yourself.
Sure.
And I'll take that exhibit if you want.
She has that, leave the seagulls alone. She has that flippant tone.
Do you want me to flip through or just look at this one
Every
page?
If you'll just look at that one page, well, I mean, not that reminder. 27. Let me get to where you are. So page 27 there, lines 11 and 12, and I've got it highlighted for you.
Yes, ma'am.
Says, Ms. Adelson, you know, my parents are, you know, very angry toward him. Is that true?
Was that
Isn't that
true?
what you said? Your parents were very angry toward Dan.
Can I read the rest of the sentence?
Sure.
So I say, you know, my parents are very angry towards him, but even when they're around my kids, they would never say a bad word about my kid's father.
And then on page 288, line 24 through page 289, line 1, And that's going to be,
Hi, Mary Murphy.
didn't you say, it's like my parents have more reason to dislike Danny than almost anyone else? Is that what you said?
That is what I said.
And that's because he hurt you, right?
And I was saying that in the context of talking to law enforcement for hours and hours and trying to help them figure out who might be responsible.
Right. And who did you tell them might be responsible?
Well, I told them many, many people. But are you asking about this particular moment right here?
You told them your family might be responsible.
Or
didn't
potentially
you?
someone to do with a former student or his current girlfriend. I mentioned lots of people that I thought could be responsible.
Okay. And of the lots of people that could have been responsible, your family was one.
Yep.
Because they might have done this thinking it would help you. I mean, that's what happened, right?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
Your family had your ex-husband killed to try to help you, didn't they?
No, that's completely untrue.
Ooh.
And back to the divorce, the petition where Danny is responding to your petition for the motion to relocate. Are you familiar with that filing, or do you need to take a look at it?
I need to take a look at it.
All right, it's going to be page 79 through 101, and this is back to our exhibit 56.
She was so calm when she said that, too.
And again, that was the filing begins on page 79. I'm specifically interested in 82. And in this filing, doesn't Mr. Markel say, quote, "The husband affirmatively alleges that the wife helped herself to non-marital assets, including money and stocks owned prior to marriage, as well as numerous personal non-marital belongings of the husband, such as luggage, bicycle, tennis racket, and family heirlooms. The wife has refused to return these items or to allow the husband into her home to see what other personal belongings were taken without his permission or acquiescence." So my point is, he's accusing you of theft in this paragraph.
Those are the words that are here, yes.
Yeah, and he's very adamantly objecting to your relocation, right? On page 82, it says the sole stated reason the wife seeks to relocate is so that she can be closer to her parents. Was being near your parents the sole reason that you wanted to relocate?
No.
It wasn't the sole reason stated in your petition?
It wasn't the sole reason stated in my petition, and it wasn't the sole reason that he and I talked about before I filed the motion to relocate.
Why was he so adamant and so confident that this was the real reason you wanted to be down there?
I think there's a lot of things in these pleadings that are not true, so just because it says something doesn't make it true.
Sure, but did he know that your mom was just grinding on this issue of trying to get you down there?
He would have had no idea.
He wouldn't have been, that wouldn't have been known to him?
I don't think so.
But he was accusing you in these pleadings of all kind of stuff, right? I mean, I'm not saying it's true, but hiding financial assets, failing to disclose things, kidnapping his kids in the middle of, his business trip, all those sorts of things, right?
Yes, you said lots of things.
All right, and you said a lot of things too. There's filings going both ways that are pretty venomous. Would you agree with that?
I would not agree with that.
Yours were pleasant.
I'm not saying divorce filings are pleasant, but mine were not venomous.
Okay. Did your mother, Donna Adelson, review the filing in which Dan Markel is accusing you of this theft and all this stuff?
I don't remember if she did.
What about the one where Dan Markel is asking that your mother not be permitted to have unsupervised visitation with the kids.
My mom never saw that because after he filed that, he then asked my parents to babysit the kids. My mom baked him banana bread, gave him a hug goodbye. So there was
So-
nothing truthful about that pleading that he filed, and my mom
All right.
never saw it.
Why do you think he filed that?
He was really angry at me for leaving him.
Okay, so he didn't really want to limit your mom's visitation with the kids.
No.
And
He
that's
asked for her to
evidenced,
babysit after he filed that.
evidenced by the banana bread. And so she didn't even know about that filing.
She never knew about it.
Okay. And when she laid all those options out in that email to you about other options that you could take to secure the relocation as far as bribing, you remember that? Converting the Christian children to Christianity, remember that suggestion?
I sure do.
Okay. What did she put in there that she viewed as your most non-negotiable and most important part of your divorce?
I don't know. Do you have something I can see?
States Exhibit 57.
Yeah, I like it too. And when she's like,
And it is page 1.
as evidenced by the banana bread.
Page 1, paragraph 2.
Wendy laughing is.
So you want me to read what she said here?
I want you to answer the question. What was the most important part?
Of the divorce for my mom.
Yes.
It says here that for her it was relocation.
All right. And did you have 2 8-hour mediations in your divorce?
We had 2 very long mediations. I don't remember exactly how long they were, but they
Did
felt
they
like a very
result
long
in a
time.
resolution?
No.
Was Mr. Markel seeking to depose your mom as part of the divorce?
I don't remember that.
Do you know if it ever happened?
I don't think it happened. I don't remember it.
Was the prospect of that upsetting to your mom?
I don't think so. I don't remember it, so I don't remember talking with her about it or.
Did your mom call Dan any disparaging names around this time frame?
Well, I just read them in the emails, but I
Okay.
don't remember them independently.
Okay. Did she call him an asshole?
Yes.
A narcissist?
Yes.
A bully?
Yes.
Religious zealot?
Yes.
Bastard?
That I don't remember.
Page 5.
Okay.
He thinks this is funny.
Is it page 5 from the first email?
Yes, if you'll just go through by the physical pages.
I see, yes.
This is unbelievable.
I'm sorry, what was your answer?
Yes.
Fucker?
Yes.
Look, he's laughing at the. Oh.
But in all the filings made on your behalf by the different lawyers that you had, and all of the emails that your mom sent, he was never described as abusive.
I mean, he was described as emotionally abusive, yes.
Can you show me where he was described as emotionally abusive in any of those items?
Well, not by my mom, but in the pleadings.
Okay, show me that.
It's going to take me a while to find it.
Okay, well, it's
You want me
not
to-
in there, but you can get back to me
Well,
with it.
it is in there.
Objection, Your Honor. The comment, she's not testifying.
Hold on, please approve.
Oh my gosh. He tried to. He was laughing when they're reading the names. Oh my gosh. And Dan's parents are sitting in there and hearing those names, and he's laughing.
Last comment by Ms. Kappelman. You may continue.
So would you have to review the whole file in order to find that, or could you give us a starting point of which filing it might be located in?
It might be under the petition to relocate, it might be under the initial divorce proceedings. It wouldn't be in emails from my mom, but it would take a while to find it. It might be in the depositions.
Okay, did you view yourself as being stuck here in Tallahassee once the relocation was denied?
I didn't. I mean, I had a really nice life here. I did not view myself as being stuck.
Would you please turn to page 176 in that exhibit in front of you? I think it's highlighted for you. Did you describe yourself in that filing as being stuck in Tallahassee?
I don't see it. You said it was highlighted, but there's nothing highlighted.
Okay. 176 on page.
I didn't highlight it for you. Okay.
Just a moment.
I see the word stuck. I found it.
Okay. So did you describe, at least in one occasion, being stuck in Tallahassee?
No, can I read the sentence?
Sure.
So it says, the husband has made it difficult for the wife with her colleagues at her current position due to his statements and actions, and the husband's intent is to relocate to a larger area at some point. So the wife is merely stuck in Tallahassee until the husband decides that the time is right for him to leave.
All right.
Meaning,
And had he accepted a job anywhere else by the time that he was murdered?
no, he hadn't yet been offered a job, but he was always looking.
Okay. So he was just going to move and just let you have the kids at that point?
He probably would have done what I did, which is have a conversation and see if it was a place that made sense for both of us to live.
And would you have moved to wherever he got a great job and started a new life there?
Potentially, yeah.
Okay. Did you like Tallahassee?
I did.
And you said, I think you did say this, but let me clarify. Was your mom aware of the order denying relocation?
My mom was aware of the order denying
And
relocation.
what about your brother, Charlie? Was he aware of that as well?
I'm
If you
sure
know?
my mom would have said something to him.
All right, so did your mom suggest any ways that you might coerce Dan Markel to let you move with the kids to South Florida?
Yes, I think we talked about that before.
We did, and for this, I'm referring back to those emails. And in particular, the bribe. So another bribe to get him to allow relocation. I'm on page 5 of the first email for the defense. Another bribe to get him to allow relocation should be the offer of plane tickets so that he can fly back and forth, right? So you're going to potentially offer this big monetary benefit that would allow him to fly back and forth to work. Is that the idea?
I never said that I was going to do any of that.
Okay, was that the idea that your mom had?
That was the idea.
All right, and the amount of the bribe is going to be, or was at least discussed as being $1 million. Is that right?
That is what they said.
Okay, and did you agree with that?
No.
Would that have worked?
I have no idea if it would have worked, but...
You think he might have taken $1 million to let his kids go?
Well, he wasn't letting his kids go. He would have moved to South Florida, and he would have commuted back and forth to his job. So, maybe.
Well, then why wasn't it offered?
Because I didn't want to do it.
All right, what about the idea that you could try to threaten Dan to convert the kids to Christianity so that they can fit into the Bible Belt here in Tallahassee? Is that something your mom suggested in these emails?
My mom did suggest that.
Okay, and specifically, this is on page 7 of the exhibit. let Gibbers know that your children will be baptized in the Catholic Church, have a picture made of them in front of the church, all that kind of thing. That's what your mom suggested at one time?
She did, yes.
Okay, and did you do any of those things?
No, I don't even think I responded to it.
Do you know whether the defendant, your brother Charlie, was supportive of the plan to convert them or pose as converting them to Christianity?
I have no idea. I don't think he was particularly involved in this round of my mom's emails.
On page 11 of the exhibit, there's an indication from your mom that Charlie at least has discussed this with her and maybe is somewhat supportive. Charlie brought up a good point when he said that Americans were dropped behind enemy lines during World War II wearing Nazi uniforms to get what they wanted. They had a job to get done, and they did what they needed to do to accomplish it. You have a job to get done in a very short time frame to accomplish it. If you dressed your kids up in Hitler Youth uniforms and brought them down here, I could care less if it was an act of defiance that would show Gibbers that he's, all caps and bold, not in control. So it just seems like your mom was pretty extreme about this situation of getting you relocated. Can you agree with that?
Yeah.
All right, and Charlie was at least consulted on it or had offered some information about it.
Well, that was my mom's rendition, so I don't know if that's what actually happened or that was her perception.
Sure. Were you involved in the effort to consult a lawyer about the bribe and whether that was going to be legal?
I wasn't the lawyer consulted in that.
No. Were you involved in consulting a lawyer with your
No.
mom? Okay. Do you know for sure if any financial offer was or was not made to Dan Markel?
I couldn't say for sure if they made it to Danny without me knowing, but I don't think so.
Is that something they would do, is try to negotiate with him behind your back or deal with this situation behind your back?
I don't think so. I think I would have known. Danny probably would have told me.
But you definitely didn't extend any of these offers or threats?
No.
When was the divorce final?
The summer of 2013.
All right, I'm going to switch gears for a minute and talk about phone stuff. Was your cell phone collected by the police in this case after Dan was shot?
I gave the police my cell phone and asked them to search it if it could be useful.
All right, and around the time of the murder, was your number 954-803-0079?
It was.
And can you agree that the numbers, let me show you an exhibit. 59, I believe.
That heifer's nuts.
You will. Okay. Well, I want to explain what it is. Okay. Yeah, so I talked a lot about converting to Christianity, but I didn't mention what religion you are. We talked about Dan being more religious than you are, but we didn't talk about what religion you are. So could you explain that to the jury, please?
Sure, I'm Jewish.
And Dan was as well, right?
And Danny was Jewish as well.
Okay. So I had this exhibit 59. This is not 59. Yes, that's what we did. One moment.
I have to look it up.
All right, you may not be able to do this, but states 59, I've got phone numbers attributed to your family members. Obviously, you don't know the other people. Are those phone numbers accurate, if you know, for the time
Yes.
frame around the murder?
Yes.
Okay. All right, and then you are also familiar with the wiretap that was conducted in this case?
Yes.
And did I provide you a disc labeled Disc 107, ask you to review some calls and see if you could authenticate the voices on those calls?
Yes.
All right, and for that, I made you a little spreadsheet, which I've marked as 61.
Ew. Don't look that up on
And
Urban
were you
Dictionary.
able to initial by each call indicating that the highlighted names are the voices of the people they purport to be?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move an evidence state 61.
Any objection?
No objection, Your
State 61 is admitted.
All right, and if we can shift back to, we talked about your divorce being final. Once the divorce was final, weren't there still a lot of filings that went back and forth between both you and Dan Markel?
Yes and no. The divorce was final. We had a final settlement agreement. The agreement was I take my name off the title to the house, he pays me half the value to the house. So for within the first week, I went and took my name off the title to the house, and I waited until October when he was supposed to get back to me. He never paid me the money, and so I called and I asked what happened. That was the deal, and he said, I have compelling reasons, I'm not going to pay you. And so I made one filing, a motion to enforce the settlement agreement, because he didn't do it.
Right, so you believed that he owed you money pursuant to the settlement agreement? And
Yes.
he was in violation of the settlement agreement?
Yes.
And he was of the belief that you had withheld some financial things from your affidavit, and maybe he didn't owe you the money that you had previously agreed on because you had not been honest in the initial disclosures, right?
He accused my attorney of having unclean hands and committing a crime.
Yeah, and assisting you in withholding this money from the disclosures. Okay. All right, so I want to ask you about the motion to enforce marital settlement agreement and hold Dan Markel in contempt of court. That was filed, you may need to refresh your memory, October 31st, 2013. Give you the exhibit 56 and have you take a look at, this is going to be on 338. All right, could you just read the title, the caption of that filing?
Motion to enforce marital settlement agreement and to show cause why the former husband should not be held in contempt of court.
What does it mean to be held in contempt of court?
It means not to be doing what the court has asked you to do.
What can happen to you if you're held in contempt of court?
I don't know, really.
Could you be jailed?
I don't know.
All right, and when was this filed? This was you filing it, right? I mean, you're the client.
Right.
You're asking that he be held in contempt. And
I
you don't know
filed
what
this-
that means?
I mean, at the time I filed, which was 10 years ago.
Oh, okay, well, refresh your recollection with the
Okay.
document. Goes through 340.
I love this lawyer, this prosecutor. That's what I was thinking too, Sunny, that she's a lawyer, but she doesn't know about contempt.
Okay, I have it.
Okay. So, what was it you were asking for in this motion?
It was what I just mentioned. So basically, I took my name off the title to the house. He never paid. This was asking him to pay.
Cough up the money or be held in contempt?
Yep.
Okay. And what day was this filed?
This was filed on October 31st, 2013.
All right, so Halloween of 13, and that's the same day that you backed out of the contract to purchase the house in Tallahassee, right?
I don't
Remember
remember
that?
what day that was.
Okay. Do you remember that it was your brother Charlie that specifically convinced you to back out of that particular house deal?
I don't actually. I don't remember that.
I hope the jurors saw him laughing at that too.
These text messages refresh your recollection. Okay. And you may have to look around for context, but I'm specifically looking at this one.
Okay.
Look at Bell's always coming in with something nice to say. That's good.
Okay.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Honestly, I mean, I can read what's here, but I still don't remember.
Don't
it
really
independently.
remember. And after pulling the plug on the house, there were some emails where you were saying you can't answer the phone, you're crying too hard about the house. Like you seem genuinely upset about pulling the plug on the house, but now you don't remember it?
Well, it's been 10 years,
Sure.
so a lot of terrible things have happened since then. It's hard to remember.
Don't recall.
I really liked the house and was excited about it, but it was more than I can afford at the time. That's what I remember, is talking with the real estate agent and having her say we'd find another house, and it wasn't the right one.
Would you have any reason to dispute that occurred on Halloween of 2013?
No, it probably did. I just don't remember.
Okay, and then a few months later, on February 14th of 2014, there was another filing. I want to draw your attention to page 379. And ask you what that document is.
Do you want me to read the title of the document?
Yes, please.
Former husband's counter motion to enforce marital settlement agreements, financial provisions, and incorporated motion for sanctions.
Do you remember this filing?
I don't remember this filing, but in anticipation of my testimony today, I refreshed and reread it.
Okay, and he accuses you in this filing of breaching the marital settlement agreement in various ways, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and committing a fraud upon the court by omitting the $200,000 in assets from your financial affidavit?
That is
in
what he
there?
was alleging.
And asked the court to sanction you?
Yes, that's what he
And-
said.
Okay, so again, you're both seeking the court to sanction each other. I mean, them's fighting words and lawyer terms, right?
Well, I was filing a motion to enforce a settlement agreement, so I don't think that's really fighting words. That's just asking the court to complete what it already said it wanted to do.
Okay. And on page 379, Dan suggests that the court send a strong message about your malfeasance by awarding him the entirety of the undisclosed assets of over $200,000, right?
That is what he asked for.
Okay, and then on March 10th of 2014, on page 437, do you respond with your motion to dismiss the former husband's counter motion to enforce the marital settlement agreement that we just talked about?
I'm sorry, what is the page number?
437.
I'm not familiar with this, but do you want me to read through it?
Could you read the caption aloud, please?
Sure. Motion to dismiss the former husband's counter motion to enforce marital settlement agreements, financial provisions, an incorporated motion for sanctions for failure to state a cause of action, and motion to strike as a sham pleading, and motion to strike as redundant, immaterial, impertinent, and scandalous pleading.
And then if you'll go to page 439, do you see a paragraph that begins, the vast majority of the former husband's motion?
Actually, don't see that. On page 439?
Yes, ma'am. I think I have it.
My phone's
On number 8.
Yeah, the vast majority of the former husband's motion contains allegations that are redundant, immaterial, impertinent, and scandalous. Yada, yada. He's making false and immaterial statements against you. His pleadings only prove that he is a disgruntled former husband who cannot move past this disillusion. So it's getting personal. Would you agree with that?
My attorney here is responding to his pleading, which was over the top.
And this is over the top, right?
I don't think so, no.
Then 6 days later, Dan files another motion seeking action against your mother, and that's the one we've already touched on. That's page 441. Is that right?
Page 441.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, that's what we talked about.
Okay, former husband's counter motion for enforcement of marital settlement agreement on parenting issues and motion for contempt and sanctions. Here he's alleging, again, more violations of the marital settlement agreement, including communication between he and the boys. He wasn't happy with how much communication was happening, failing to keep him informed of where his kids are, failure to communicate about parenting decisions like the kids' schooling, diet, and extracurricular activities, and refusal to provide him access to the kids on their birthdays. So he's complaining about a lot of things associated with this, not just money stuff, it's parenting stuff too, right?
That's right.
And isn't it in this motion that... Yes, sir.
Oh, I said that's right.
Isn't it in this motion that Dan Markel seeks to enjoin you from allowing your mother from spending time with the kids without supervision?
Can you please show me which page that's on?
450. Do you see a paragraph beginning on 3 specific occasions?
Yes, I do.
Could you read that, please?
8A, on 3 specific occasions in November 2013, the children informed Mr. Markel, "Abba, Dad, Grandma says you're stupid." When queried as to why Grandma, the maternal grandmother, would say such things, the children replied jointly that it is because she says you are trying to take her sunshines away from her.
And continue, please.
In December 2013,
you don't have to say the name.
Yeah.
Your child.
My child, the younger son, further stated to Mr. Markel in front of the former wife, "Abba, Grandma says she hates you." The children were visiting with their grandparents at that time.
Mr. Markel is concerned that continued exposure to such negativity forms a foundation for parental alienation. Is that what he was alleging about your mom?
That is what he is alleging in this document, yes.
And this was filed in court?
He filed this in court.
On what date?
It will be at the front of the document, right?
Yes, ma'am, page 441.
This was filed on March 26th, 2014.
And this was the filing that never got ruled on, right?
I don't believe there was any ruling on this.
And that's because Dan Markel was killed before the hearing, right?
I don't know when it was scheduled for.
It wasn't even scheduled yet.
Okay.
It was waiting to be scheduled when he was killed. Is it fair to say your mom was worried about this motion?
No, my mom never knew about this motion. And as I mentioned before, Danny asked my mom to babysit after filing this motion, so I don't really believe anything that's written here.
Well, you forwarded this motion to your mother.
I don't believe
via
I did.
Email. In fact, you forwarded this motion to 12 different people. Your mom, Jeffrey Lacoste, Renee Griggs, Tova Walsh, Morgan Honeycutt, Gary Cohen, Miguel Edmondson, Trey Hubler, Robert Adelson, Rachel Frank, Jared Reich, and some MEHULNYC@yahoo.com. So if you weren't worried about this, why'd you send it to all these people?
I couldn't really say. It's been a long time.
And then a couple days later,
Receipts.
we know what happened.
So this was in March. So a couple days, I sent it to people in July when Danny was killed.
You sent it a couple days later.
I sent
that email to 12 different people.
In March.
Yes.
Boom. Oh, I love receipts. I love it when they're like, no, I didn't do that. And then she's like, oh, really? Flip through this, naming them. Not even just like, oh, yeah, you sent it to. She named them. Love it. Love it. I love those moments. I'm all about a receipt. All about a receipt. My phone is probably, my picture roll is, there's probably just as many screenshots as there are pictures of Lucy. And that's saying something. That's saying something. Yeah, not a couple people. 12. 12 people. And then she had to sit there as Georgia was reading them all one by one. Loved it. Bam. I love those moments. Don't look at me. It's weird that, well, there's a lot of things weird about this, but it doesn't seem like, I mean, it's hard to tell from here, but it doesn't seem like she's even like looked at her, even like right now she's looking down and stuff. Like, it doesn't seem like they're making any kind of eye contact, which is strange. But again, I could be totally wrong because obviously we can't see everything in here, but it just doesn't look like she's looked in that direction. I wonder. I really like her too. And she's got like just enough of that condescending tone to be like, look, I know better than what you're trying to feed us right now, but not enough to where it's off-putting. This dude, bruh, fix your face. I mean, I know I'm not one to talk. Don't we know? But I ain't on trial for murder conspiracy, so bam, I ain't gotta fix mine. Wendy's looking puzzled. She's like, oh, did you know that? Did you realize that I'm full of crap? Oops. Oops. Their sidebar is in the back hall. Yeah. How else could they do shots without us seeing?
Break. The bailiff will escort you back to the jury room.
Uh-oh. Yeah, when they go sidebar, they go sidebar. Back to the back side. What's happening? Taking the jury back.
Everyone can be seated. Miss Adelson, you may step down for now.
Oh, okay.
We'll resume with the examination of the witness in 5 minutes.
5-minute break. What's happening? What's happening? Oh man. She was running out of there. She's like, oh, I can get down. Bam! That's the fastest that Wendy Adelson's moved probably since she went to go buy her some bullet bourbon. That heifer. What stinks too is like, you know, courtrooms are a lot like basketball games or football games or sports in general, because it's like when you get that momentum going and you get them rattled, it's like, I don't know if any of y'all ever played basketball. Like when you're like, you nail a couple good shots, you know, get a couple good rebounds. Like there's like this momentum that gets going and you feed off of it and it just keeps going. And they just ruined that for us. They ruined it. Ice in the kicker. See, Amanda Davis knows. Ice in the kicker. Sonny, go follow her out to the bathroom. Tell us what's happening. Just joking. We're going to get our member arrested. Held in contempt. At least we know what happens when she's held in contempt. We'll come bail you out, Sonny. Allie B from Tennessee. Can Susan call you after? Sonny, call me afterwards so we can get some answers. We can ask. We can ask. Yeah, I know what you meant. I figured, definitely. We can't, don't come in here with all that Roll Tide crap, Jimmy Lawson. Out you go. I can send a link if Sonny wants to join in or call in or whatever. That would be cool. We can hear puzzle pieces. Allie B for Tennessee, thank you for the super chat. Thank you, thank you. Red flags, red flags. That whole family's red flags. That whole family's red flags. Puzzle pieces. I'm just going to do that from now on, just in random conversations. Especially when I don't take my medicine, like when I'm like out and about in the real world and unmedicated Brandi shows up and I get off on these tangents and things seem to not make sense. And people are looking at me crazy. I'm gonna be like, puzzle pieces. Yes. Yeah, it's been 10 years. I don't remember what the books say on lawyering. You're a freaking lawyer. They just proved she lied on the stand. What does that do to her immunity? But see, here's the thing. It's like, that's so hard because all she has to do is be like, oh, I forgot. But we all know that she's just a lying heifer, but she doesn't know that we know. She doesn't know that we know that they know that she knows. ADD medication is worn off. Let's see. Did we even file for divorce? I don't remember. I don't remember. Yes, we are on a 5-minute break, apparently. Judge didn't even ask us. He just sent everybody away for 5 minutes. Puzzle pieces. Oh yeah, she's Fur Baby's mom says she's probably throwing up like she did at dinner with Charlie. Spit.
It's been 84 years.
Which new emoji don't you have? I added 2 of them. I added the puzzle ones that y'all asked for, the hands with the, it's like hands with the puzzle piece. And then I added the one for Oakley, the wings. I can't wait for Jeffrey. Yeah, Jeffrey, look, Jeffrey has no problem getting up there spilling all the tea.
Everyone can be seated. Ralph, Bob, do you have a copy of the emails?
I've got a copy of, I think, what they're using.
All right.
Judge, what
Yes.
he was the question I was asking her that Mr. Rashbaum is referencing was about her forwarding something to 12 people, which I didn't, that was not in the exhibit. But he does have a copy of the exhibit now. I did not introduce into evidence the email forwarding, so I think we're on the same page.
All right. Ms. Adelson, come back in, take the witness stand.
Puzzle pieces.
You can be seated. You also have to let the court reporter get set. She is the woman of the hour. Please bring in the jurors.
That's a big one. She lied and said her mother didn't know about the motion to keep the kids away from her unsupervised, and they have proof that she emailed her and many others the motion. So her mother did know. Because even without the others, she sent it to her mama. I don't think that girl could have a hangnail without her mama knowing. I'm not into the meddling stuff. I don't meddle in my youngin's life, and I don't, like, my mama, if I walk out on the beach right now, like, I can literally see my mama's building down the beach. She's that close to me, and we still don't meddle in each other's lives. No, it looked like they were going to have to come talk,
Have the
but
frogs or crickets or whatever that was. Turn it off.
puzzle pieces.
Definitely not while we're all here.
This dude. Perjury is just so hard for them to follow through on. Because witness testimony is flawed. Obviously, memory is flawed. So saying, even if it's just a lie, and we know it's a lie, all she has to say is, oh, I forgot. Look, she's like backing away. She's like, don't whisper to me. Not such a ladies' man now, are you, Chuck? Why would she send it to 12 people, though? Oh, because she's got so many friends. Stephanie Barnes, happy Friday Eve. Judge's chuckle is so wholesome. Sonny. There's Sonny. Hey, Sonny. Some people send everything. I have a copy of my friend's divorce decree. I'm still not sure why. Actually, I send screenshots to my friends all the time. I'm like, you're never going to believe this. But I didn't send stuff through my divorce. Well, the first one was so easy. The second one, I sent screenshots to everything because I didn't know what he was. That dude. Ugh. Remember how Jeff said she could not stand to be wrong or admit being wrong, like she would double down and act like a child? Yes. She had so many friends. She's so popular. And her hair is so pretty. And she also has that skirt. Ugh. Gosh, that was... Ugh. Her interview. Erin Morgan said she wanted to let everyone know how awful Danny was being to tarnish his reputation. I believe it.
Everyone can be seated. Kappelman, you can resume your examination.
Where you been? Hi.
Thank you, Your Honor. I want to talk a little bit about your brother, Charlie. Is he an older brother or a younger brother to you?
I'm the youngest of three, so I have two older brothers. They're both older than me.
All right, and he's the middle child, Charlie?
That's right.
All right, and are you closer to Charlie or to the other brother?
I'm closer to Charlie.
How much time were you spending with Charlie back in 2013 and 2014?
Not a lot of time. I was in Tallahassee. He was in South Florida.
Did he work a lot?
He worked a lot, yeah.
And did he work at one location or travel around?
He would travel around. He worked at multiple locations.
Was he pretty successful in his job?
Yeah, he came up with a great business model for what he did, and he worked really hard and was very successful.
Was your brother known to carry a lot of cash?
I mean, he had cash on him sometimes. I never saw large sums of cash.
Did you ever see stapled cash?
I never saw stapled cash.
Were you familiar with his practice of stapling cash together in stacks?
No, I never knew about that.
Was your brother Charlie protective of you?
I think when I was a little kid.
What
yeah.
about as an adult?
As an adult, I mean, not particularly.
Is it fair to say that during the year or so leading up to the murder of Dan Markel that your brother did not like your ex?
I mean, I don't think he probably didn't like him, but I also think he didn't spend a lot of time thinking about him.
Did he ever like him?
Yeah, I mean, I think they got along fine.
Did your brother ever mention hiring a hitman to kill Dan Markel?
No.
I'm going to turn your attention to your law enforcement interview, and I'm referring to page 25, lines 13 through 15. Cindy, I'm going to tab 1. So this tab here.
Okay.
All right, so page 25. You find it?
Yes.
Quote, "It was always his joke. He said, I looked into hiring a hitman and it was cheaper to get you this TV." Is that what he said?
That was a joke that he made, yes.
And hiring the hitman, that was to kill Dan Markel, right? That was the joke.
That was the joke that he made in poor taste, yes.
Not to kill someone else.
No. Well, he never used his name.
Okay. Well, he's hiring you the TV because it's cheaper as a divorce present than a hitman. Who else would he be hitting with the hitman?
I never really thought about it because it was not a thing that he meant. He just made a bad joke.
Well, you repeated the joke, didn't you?
He repeated the joke.
Didn't you also repeat the joke?
To other people?
Yes, like Jeff Lacasse.
I never said that to Jeff Lacasse.
You didn't tell Jeff Lacasse that your brother got you that TV as a divorce present because it was cheaper than hiring a hitman.
I may have repeated that joke in the context of the TV, yes.
All right, and who is Jeff Lacasse?
Jeff Lacasse was a person I dated in 2013.
And did you tell Jeffrey Lacasse shortly before the actual murder that your brother really had looked into hiring a hitman?
I did not.
Did he buy you a TV as a divorce present?
Did my brother buy me a TV as a divorce present?
Yes, sorry, I should have
Yes.
clarified that. And was the TV that your brother bought you as a divorce present the same TV that was being repaired on the morning of the murder?
Yes.
Did your mom text you that morning that the repair guy was coming to repair the TV?
I don't remember that.
Why would your mom have been involved in your TV repair appointment?
Because I didn't purchase the TV. The TV was a gift that my brother paid for, but my mom went and got it and he reimbursed her. So the contract would have been under her name and her number. So when the repair guy was coming, they may have called or texted the number on the account instead of my number.
Okay. And after the murder, do you recall going to a dinner where you got sick at the table?
It was about a month later, and yes, I remember.
Where did that dinner occur? Was that here in Tallahassee or somewhere else?
No, it was in Miami.
All right. And was it like out at a restaurant?
It was at a restaurant.
All right. And when we say you got sick at the table, did you actually vomit at the table?
I threw up at the table.
All right. And did you ever hear your brother refer to that particular dinner as a celebratory dinner?
No.
Did you tell Jeffrey Lacasse that your brother called that a celebratory dinner?
I did not.
Was that a...
One moment, Ms. Kelley.
Yes, sir.
The objection.
Hearsay.
Overruled.
Was that dinner a celebration of the murder of your ex-husband?
Absolutely not. That dinner was the first time I left my house after over a month because I was terrified. And if it was a celebration of anything, it was a celebration that I was willing to leave the house and eat a meal.
Do you know Catherine Magbanua, or have you ever met her?
I have met her.
Did you have an independent friendship with her, or did you only know her through your brother?
I only knew her through my brother.
What was her relationship to your brother?
They dated at some point.
Was there anything unusual about her as a girlfriend from your viewpoint at the time?
No.
So she seemed like a typical kind of girl that he would date?
She did.
Did you meet all his girlfriends?
I don't know. I met many girlfriends.
Okay. Did you meet Whitney Kick?
I did.
Okay. And Whitney Kick was after Catherine Magbanua, correct?
I believe so.
All right. And there's a photograph, I'm sure you recall, of you on the beach with Catherine Magbanua. Do you recall when that photo was taken?
I do. It was Father's Day 2014, so 9 years ago.
June 15th of 2014?
That sounds right.
So about a month before the murder?
That sounds right.
Where was this photo taken?
It was in Miami. I went down to visit my dad for Father's Day.
Approaching and showing you what I've marked as States 35. Is this that photograph, and I've attached the data associated with it?
Yes.
Okay. Is fair and accurate copy of that photograph?
Yes.
Judge, I'd ask to move into evidence States 35.
Any objection?
No objection.
States 35 in the minute.
Permission to publish?
You may.
Publish 35.
Is this one of the ones that her dad photoshopped?
Can you oh, yeah. All right, is that you in the center?
That's me.
Which one's Catherine Magbanua?
The one on the left, our left in the picture.
And how long had Ms. Magbanua been dating your brother at the time this photo was taken?
I have no idea.
How many times had you met Ms. Magbanua at the time this was taken?
I think once before.
Okay, how many times did you hang out with her total?
Just these 2 times. Once at the dinner when I met her, and then once at the beach for an hour.
Was the relationship between your brother and Catherine Magbanua serious, if you know?
I don't know. I mean, 10 years ago, was it serious? Not too serious?
It never stood out to you during that time frame as like, oh, this is the one?
No.
All right, so you mentioned you thought Whitney Kick was after Catherine Magbanua. What about June Mchinda? Do you know which one that is?
When you say, do I know which one that is? She's not in the picture.
No, ma'am. You're one of your brother's girlfriends, June Mchinda. Do you know her?
I met someone named June.
Okay, and would you agree that was also after Catherine Magbanua?
Yes, that would have been after.
When did you learn that Catherine Magbanua was blackmailing your brother for the murder of your ex-husband?
Today.
Hmm. So he never told you?
No.
You testified in Catherine Magbanua's murder trial last year, didn't you?
I did, yes.
And she was convicted.
She was convicted, yes.
Of murder?
Yes, of murder.
Of murdering Dan Markel?
Of murdering my children's father, yes.
A crime for which she apparently is innocent because she was just a conduit for Sigfredo Garcia. Did you learn that today along with all of us?
Well, I learned that someone made that argument. I don't know whether it's true or not true.
Okay. You have no knowledge of it?
I have no knowledge.
In all the years this has been pending?
In all of the years this has been pending.
Your brother has known who killed your child's father, and you didn't know?
I did not know.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Do you know why Catherine Magbanua was on the payroll at the Adelson Institute?
I believe that she worked there.
What did she do there?
I know my brother met her at a dental office, so I'm guessing administrative work of some kind.
Did you ever observe her doing administrative work there?
No.
How did the killers in this case know that Dan Markel was planning to leave town the day after the killing?
I have no idea.
You knew he was planning to leave town the next day, didn't you?
I did, yes.
Did you convey that information to anyone?
Absolutely not.
To your knowledge, did your brother have that information?
I don't know why he would have known that.
So if the killers were told it has to be done today because he's leaving town tomorrow, we don't know how they knew that.
I have no idea how they knew that.
But it would have to come from someone familiar with Dan Markel's schedule, wouldn't it?
They would have to find out somehow. I don't know how.
Prior to Dan Markel's murder, when were you last in South Florida? Was it this trip that's pictured here?
No, because it was my dad's 70th birthday in early July, so I would have gone down to celebrate his birthday.
Okay, when's Dad's birthday?
July 5th.
How long were you down there for that July 5th trip?
I don't really remember offhand, but my guess is about a week.
Did you see Charlie Adelson on that trip?
Yes. We celebrated my dad's birthday, the whole family and friends, everybody.
Did you see Catherine Magvanoa on that trip?
I don't remember if she was there or not.
Did Dad have a birthday party?
Dad had a birthday party.
Was it a big birthday?
It was his 70th birthday.
And was Catherine Magvanoa at the party?
I don't remember seeing her there.
Do you remember seeing June Umchinda at the party?
I don't.
Or Whitney Kick at the party?
I don't.
So it could have been any one of them or none of them.
Or none of them. I don't remember there being a girlfriend with him at the party.
All right, so you said the birthday was what, July 5th?
It would have been July 5th.
Okay. And do you know on what day you celebrated?
Maybe his birthday, if it was, I felt like it was a weekend, so maybe if July 5th was a Saturday, then it was on his actual birthday.
Okay, tell me about the event. Who, you said there were family and friends there, about how many people?
Maybe like 50 people.
What was on the menu?
We had paella.
He remembers that.
Were you responsible for securing the paella, or was that your brother's job, or someone else?
I didn't arrange it, but I speak Spanish and no one else could communicate with him, so I spent some time helping him. That's why I remember what we ate.
Okay. Did your dad get any big gifts for his 70th?
I don't remember.
Did you, so there was no big lead up and discussion about some big gift that you were involved in, at least?
I don't remember. I don't remember if I gave him a present. I hope I did.
Do you remember what anybody gave him for that birthday?
I really don't.
Was the murder of Dan Markel your dad's big gift?
I mean, that's, of course not. That's a horrible thing to say.
What about what about the grandchildren, getting full unfettered access to the grandchildren?
My
Could that
parents
have been
had
the
full
big
unfettered
gift?
access to their grandchildren always.
Not when they lived in Tallahassee.
Well, whenever they could come up and see them, they did.
They were 50% of the time with Dan Markel, right?
Sure, but whenever they were with me, they had full unfettered access.
On the occasion that we're talking about, Dad's birthday, was that one of the times that when you came back to Tallahassee, your parents rode with you and then rented a car and drove home in the rental car?
It was.
And how long a drive is that?
It's about 7 hours.
During that 7-hour trip, or at any time when you were in South Florida, was there any discussion of a murder at all?
No, absolutely not.
Any discussion of what to do about Dan?
No.
Any further discussion about bribing, converting to Christianity, any of those strategies?
No, that ship had long sailed.
Any discussion on that trip about the pending motion to preclude your mom from having contact with the kids?
No.
What was wrong with the TV that was repaired the morning of the murder?
I think one of my boys might have thrown something at it. There was like a little crack in the TV.
How long had the TV been broken at the time that it got repaired?
I honestly don't remember.
Could it have been a long time, quite a long time?
No, it could have been, I mean, I would be completely speculating. I don't remember how long it was broken for.
Do you remember who repaired the TV?
Yes, it was called the Geek Squad.
Do you remember the window that the Geek Squad gave you for when they were going to be at your home to do this repair?
I do. I think they said it was 8 to 12 or 9 to 1, something like that.
Okay. Would you agree with me if I told you it was 8 to 12?
That sounds right.
All right. And do you recall what time the repairman actually arrived?
No, but I remember they came on the early side.
Okay. And was the repair done?
No.
Why not?
Because I called my brother to find out how much a new TV would cost versus how much the repair cost, and it didn't make sense to repair it.
It's cheaper to buy a new TV.
Yep.
The records indicate the repairman was there for about 45 minutes. Does that sound accurate to you?
Sure, that's my best. Sure.
Why was he there for that long, just to tell you, like, this thing can't be repaired, or it's cost prohibitive to repair? Do you remember?
I don't. My guess is he was there to try to see how he could repair the TV, and then he gave me an estimate, and then I found out what the estimate compared to the cost of a new TV would be.
Who paid the repairman?
I did.
The repairman, you're familiar with his statement that you seemed really upset that day. What were you upset about?
I have no idea.
Were you upset that day?
I don't remember being, oh, yes, I was upset that day. I was upset. I remember Danny wanted to take the kids swimming, and I wanted to pick them up earlier in the day.
Okay,
And
so nothing to do with the TV.
I don't think so. I probably wasn't that upset about the TV.
She wasn't that upset about TV, but she'll wait around for 4 or 5 hours.
Did you
for
ever
a repairman
use
to
the
come.
TV as code for the murder?
No.
Did you ever hear your mom do that?
No.
Do you remember on July 13th, 2014, seeing Jeffrey Lacoste at your place on Aqua Ridge? Do you even remember that evening?
I don't remember seeing him at my place because by that point we were kind of broken up, so I don't think I would have seen him at my place.
All right. So on that occasion, you couldn't have told him you wanted to share something with him in confidence?
I think that would be very unlikely. We had kind of broken up at that point.
And you couldn't have told him at that time the statement about your brother really did look into hiring the hitman?
I can't imagine I would have said that.
And when did you break up with Mr. Lacoste, or when did the two of you break up?
It would have been end of June 2014.
So not 4 days before the murder?
No.
All right, so end of June 2014 would have been the last time you saw him.
No. I saw him after that. We were talking and kind of figuring out what we wanted to do, but we had gone on a trip to Gainesville the last weekend in June, at which point we had a big argument and I really didn't want to be with him after that. So at that point for me, I was pretty much done, but there were more discussions until it, formally ended.
And when was the formal end?
I remember seeing him that Monday night and telling him I wanted to have some space.
Okay, so 4 days before the murder?
So 4 days before Danny was killed.
All right, and that was that the end of your relationship with him?
When I told him I wanted some space, yeah.
Okay. Where did you go after the TV repair man left?
After he left, I stayed at the house for a while, and I was working on some pieces of writing. I was talking with various friends. I had a friend in town interviewing for a job at FSU. I was making plans to go meet her. The time got too close before her interview. And then I had two friends that I would often meet on Fridays, just kind of last minute. And so we made plans to go have lunch.
All right, so what time did you leave the house to go have lunch?
I really didn't remember offhand, but I refreshed my memory and saw it was sometime around 12:45.
Okay, so it makes sense that you might have left your residence at about 12:30?
Sure.
Okay, and did you go to the crime scene or very near the crime scene on your way from your residence to, I guess, to lunch or to wherever you were going next?
No, I did not.
So you never turned on Trescott Drive that day?
I went to turn on Trescott Drive, but I saw that it had been blocked off by some tape, and so I just kept driving on Centerville.
Okay, and when you had to turn around at the tape, right, to go back out?
I think I tried to turn right, and it couldn't turn, so I would have made like the kind of turn, like a K-turn, and kept going.
Was there a roadblock there with?
There was tape.
Yeah, and an officer was there?
I didn't see an officer, but I did see a car.
A law enforcement marked vehicle? Okay, did you have any contact with the officer?
No.
Okay. Did you do anything after that to try to find out what was going on down that roadway?
No, I just assumed it was weather or maybe a tree fell.
Had there been bad weather that day?
No, but it was summertime and there's electrical storms and trees fall, so that would have been pretty normal for summertime.
Where were your kids supposed to be at the time that you encountered that roadblock?
They would have been at school.
And that's at the creative preschool?
That's right.
Who took them to preschool that day?
Danny.
And who was supposed to pick them up from preschool that day?
Me.
All right, so did you know for sure that they had made it to preschool that day at the time you encountered the roadblock?
I just assumed, I mean, if they hadn't made it to preschool, Danny would have let me know, but...
Did you attempt to call Dan Markel when you encountered the roadblock?
No, I didn't think anything of it. I didn't think it was related to the house.
Had you talked to Dan Markel or your kids that morning?
My kids know, but that would have been normal, and Danny and I tried to get in touch with each other, but we were trying to figure out where Ben was going to go to kindergarten at the time, and we left voicemails for each other but didn't get to talk.
Okay. Did he leave you a voicemail message that morning?
He did.
Okay. I asked you earlier about him being scheduled to leave town the day after he was killed. Do you know where he was planning to go?
He was going to New York to see his girlfriend.
The message that he left you that morning, do you remember what he told you in the message?
I mean, I think it was about our son's school.
Mm-hmm.
Other than that, I don't really remember.
Okay. Included in that was it included in that message that he was heading to the gym and was going to be at the gym between 9:15 and 10:30 that morning?
I really don't remember, but that sounds like it could be what he would leave.
Okay. Would it refresh your recollection to review a transcript of that voicemail?
Sure. Okay. Okay.
So did he say in that voicemail that he left you what his plans were in regards to the gym that day?
He did.
What exactly did he say about the gym?
About the gym, he said, I'm going to be at the gym probably between 9:15 and 10:30, but I'm happy to chat or meet with you. Maybe we can go for a walk at school or something like that. Let me know.
Okay. So that particular voicemail doesn't sound very emotionally abusive. Would you agree with that?
No, by this point in time, we were parenting really well and we were doing just fine.
Getting along great.
Objection, Your Honor. Move to strike.
I'll strike the comment, Your Honor.
Please move on.
Did you talk to your brother on the day of your ex-husband's murder?
I did.
And about what time of day did you speak to him?
It would have been right after the repair guys were there, because that's when I called him to tell him, ask him whether I should get the TV repaired or buy a new TV. So
Okay.
it would have been morning.
How long did you talk to him?
I don't remember.
Does 18 minutes sound incorrect?
That sounds reasonable.
Okay. Did you talk to him about other things other than just the TV?
I really don't remember what else I talked to him about, but probably. Maybe I would have asked him about his work, or we would have caught up.
Did you happen to mention Dan Markel's plans to go to New York the next day?
I don't see why I would have.
Did you have WhatsApp on your phone at that time?
I don't know if in 2014 I had WhatsApp. Now we use it for all the parent chats at school, so everybody seems to have it, but I don't know if everybody had it back in 2014.
What is WhatsApp?
WhatsApp is kind of an app you would use for texting.
Do you know if your brother Charlie had it at that time?
I have no idea if he had it at that time.
Did you ever communicate with Charlie through WhatsApp?
Maybe. I mean, I don't know. If I had it at that time or if I had it later, I probably would have.
Just not sure.
Yeah,
Did you have any contact of any kind with Catherine Magbanua on the day of Dan Markel's murder?
No.
Did you ever communicate with her through WhatsApp?
No, I never communicated with her at all.
All right, let's talk about, well, you communicated with her on the beach.
I saw her in person, but I'm saying I never texted with her, called her. I never communicated via a device other than in person.
Okay. What about when you were talking to your brother? Did she ever get on the phone and speak to you?
I don't think so.
Okay. I want to talk about where you went when you left your residence on the day of the murder. You tried to turn on to Trescott, and then you ended up where?
I went, I was supposed to go to a party that night, a Stock the Bar party, so I went to a liquor store to pick up what they had asked for as the present for their party. So I went to the liquor store, I picked up the alcohol, I stopped, I think I got gas, and then I went to lunch to meet my friends.
And the liquor store purchase appears to have occurred at 12:49 based on the receipt. Do you have any reason to dispute that timing?
No, that sounds right.
Okay, and then from there to the restaurant?
Yes.
And where was the restaurant located?
Mosaic, I actually don't remember. I just remember I would go north on Thomasville Road.
All right.
And so it was,
And is the restaurant where law enforcement came to speak with you and you ended up going with them to the police station, right?
that's correct.
Right. Do you agree or disagree that there have been some financial benefits to you and your boys as a result of Dan's death?
I disagree.
When did you decide to change the names of your children from Markel to Adelson?
So after Danny's murder, there was a lot of news. It just hit the media and there were news stories everywhere. And Nancy Grace on CNN put pictures of my boys with their faces unblurred, just pictures of them.
Mm.
And I was terrified. And so when they started school, I started school with my last name, thinking that would keep them safe, that they wouldn't be associated with the murder.
Wasn't the Adelson name in the press just
It
as
was
much
not in the
as
press.
Markel?
Not yet.
Do you agree that you legally changed the kids' names on July 6th of 2015?
That sounds right.
So it was actually a year after the homicide?
A year after.
When was the last time you talked to your mom? Did you talk to her today, yesterday?
I talked to her yesterday.
In her emails, and we referenced one of them while you've been here on the stand, she talks about you giving performances and playing roles. Did you discuss anything about what you would do here today in court with your mother?
No.
Were you involved in any way in the plot to kill your ex-husband?
Absolutely not.
Did you know it was going to happen, but maybe not know the details?
I knew nothing.
Is that why you went to the crime scene on the day of the homicide?
I did not go to the crime scene on the day of the homicide.
Do you know who all was involved in the murder?
Well, I learned today, but at the time, no.
Okay. Have you ever privately confronted your brother about his role or possible role in the murder?
My attorney has advised me not to have conversations with anyone in my family about the case.
But you had a close relationship with your brother at the time of the murder, right?
I absolutely had a close relationship with my brother.
And how soon after the murder did your lawyer advise you not to talk to your family about it?
In 2016.
Okay, so what about the 2 years in between? Did you talk to him about it then?
I mean, I talked to him about the fact that a murder occurred, but I guess I don't understand the question.
But you never talked to him about the suspicions you raised in the law enforcement interview that your brother might have done it?
No, I did not.
You suspected your brother could have been a part of this, right?
I suspected lots of people could have been a part of it.
But he was one of the people, right?
While I was talking with law enforcement for 6 hours, terrified out of my mind, I offered them every possible idea I could come up with.
Right, and one of the possible ideas was that your brother could have murdered your child's father.
I didn't
right?
really believe that was possible.
Was part of the plot for you to be able to have plausible deniability about this?
Absolutely not.
Is it better for both you and your brother if you don't know the details of this?
I don't even understand the question that you're asking me.
When did you first become aware that you might be a suspect in this case?
I mean, as the ex-wife, I assumed I was a suspect from the beginning.
What was your first thought when you were asked if anyone might have murdered Dan Markel for your benefit?
I thought, oh my God, maybe if I hadn't divorced him, he would still be alive. Maybe this is my fault because I complained to the wrong person. Maybe Danny gave a student a bad grade and they came after him. I just was trying to think of who possibly could have wanted to hurt him.
But you didn't say any of that before. I mean, the first thing you said was Charlie, right?
I don't think so.
Page 25 of your interview, line 5 through 15. Do you have any reason to dispute? Page 25, not 5 hours into it. You say Charlie might have done it, right?
Can I see, please?
You may. This is going to be tab 1, page 25.
What I say here is that he would never do it. Right under the highlighted part, I say, no, he would never.
Need a copy?
That's a good idea, Kelly. Receipt emoji.
Page 25, line 5 through 15. I mean, my brother, the one, his name is Charlie, the one I'm really close to. He makes a lot of jokes in that taste, and it was a joke he made. He bought the TV for me this morning that got broken, and then I was talking to him about whether it made sense to pay or fix it, or whether I should get a new one. And it was always his joke that, like, he knew that Danny always treated me badly, and it was always his joke. He said, I looked into hiring a hitman and it was cheaper to get you this TV, so instead I got you this TV. And you do say you don't think he would do it, but can we agree you brought up his name on page 25 of the interview?
I did.
When asked, would you ever ask someone to do something like this? You say not in a million years. When asked, okay, do you think someone would do this for your benefit without asking you? You say no. And when Isom starts to ask you, what good does it serve? You say, I mean my brother, the one, his name is Charlie. Isn't that how it went?
This is the transcript, but I think there's also inaccuracies in the transcription.
Oh boy. All right.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Do you want the culpable parties held accountable for murdering the father of your children?
Absolutely. I'm grateful they're already in jail.
But not if it's your family.
It's not my family.
I mean, somebody hired him, right?
Not necessarily.
Somebody paid him.
I learned something this morning.
Yeah, me too. You didn't want him held accountable if it was your family members. Didn't you tell law enforcement that?
That's not what I told law enforcement.
What did you tell law enforcement?
I told them that the person who did this should be held responsible and that I had nothing to do with it.
Page 122, lines 7 through 12. If somebody tried to kill my ex-husband, they should be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. The investigator says regardless of who it is, and your answer is, I mean, it would be different if I thought it were my brother.
But I don't think it was my family, is what I
Different
said.
now, isn't it?
No, it's not different. That's exactly
different
what I
today,
said
isn't
right
it?
here. No, that's not
No
right.
further questions.
Cross-examination.
Judge, may we do a sidebar first?
Very briefly.
Very briefly.
I love Georgia. I love Georgia. She got her riled up at the end, then she was like, no further questions. Step away. Look, she is pissed. Georgia's she bad. She awesome. She is so mad. Look at her. Like, you can see in her face, her facial expressions. It looked like she just looked at her brother then. He's like, well, that didn't go quite as I was hoping. Oh my gosh. That was awesome. She's like, I should have worn my emotional support dress. It's all about the dress. I'm curious how the cross-examination is going to go.
You may examine when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, I guess we'll find out. She's breathing nostrils out.
Can I move some of this stuff?
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Ms. Adelson, we've met before, right?
Yes,
We've met 2 or 3 times in our life, right?
that's correct.
We initially met in 2016 after the arrests of the killers in this case.
That's correct.
During that meeting, we had no conversation whatsoever about the substance of this case, right?
That's correct.
We met again in April of 2022 on the day that your brother was arrested, correct?
Correct.
You were at your parents' house and we were figuring out where he was, right?
That's right.
Again, nothing was discussed about the case other than his arrest.
Correct.
In fact, before right now, we have never discussed your testimony at all.
Correct.
Okay. With that in mind, let me ask you the most important question. You're aware that the state has named you as an unindicted co-conspirator in the murder of your ex-husband, right?
Correct.
They believe that you, along with your brother, along with your mom, along with your dad, conspired with those 3 killers, including Katie Magbanawa. They believe you all conspired with them to kill your ex-husband. You understand that, right?
I understand that that is what they believe.
You understand they put up a chart in their opening with pictures of all of you.
Yes, I saw the chart.
Ms. Adelson, did you have anything to do
Thank you,
with the
Alan.
murder of your brother, of your ex-husband?
Absolutely not.
It's fair to say the state has it wrong.
Absolutely.
Were you in a conspiracy with any members of your family to kill Professor Markel?
No.
Okay, with that starting point, let's get into your background a little bit. I'm going to try to skip through stuff that's already been done. Growing up, you were pretty close with your parents.
Yes.
Fair to say they were middle class?
Yes,
You went to a public high school?
I did.
You did pretty well in high school, right?
I was valedictorian.
But around a year or two before you went to college, your father was a victim of a Ponzi scheme, correct?
It was actually when I was in 8th grade.
And he lost much of his wealth.
He lost his whole life savings.
You still went to a prestigious college up in Boston, right?
I got a full scholarship.
And then when it came time to go to law school, did you pay for law school?
I got a full scholarship.
Now, you got asked a lot of questions about divorce law in your direct examination. Are you a divorce lawyer?
I am not.
What type of law did you specialize in?
Immigration.
All those filings, and we'll get to them. Did you write those filings?
No.
So the words that Ms. Kappelman were reading, they were for you. You reviewed them, correct?
I did.
Did you draft them?
I didn't draft any pleadings.
That motion for contempt, she asked you if he could be put in jail. You have no idea, right?
I didn't remember whether that's what contempt meant, but
You were just seeking the court to enforce its previous order, right?
that's correct.
Now remember you said that during these filings, this is the same exhibit, that you thought you talked about some other things and Ms. Kappelman said, nah, it's not in there. Remember that?
I do.
Can I borrow that binder? I'm going to draw your attention. This is State's Exhibit 56. I'm going to draw your attention to page 187. And I want you to read this paragraph for the jury.
Okay. The wife has been very unhappy in the marriage and filed her petition for dissolution of marriage in August 2012. The husband continues to characterize this as an abandonment of the family. At no time has the wife abandoned the children. She is divorcing the husband due to her unhappiness with him and the marriage, and she only moved out of the home because she knew the husband would not. The husband's statement of abandonment are unfounded and not supported by fact or law. He is simply having difficulty accepting her decision. In fact, he is having so much difficulty that he has told several of her colleagues and friends that she must have mental health issues.
You can stop there.
Okay.
Do you remember telling Ms. Kappelman that you remember filing something like that?
Yes, I do.
You can set it aside. We're going to move on. When did you meet Professor Markel?
We met in Washington, D.C. in the fall of 2004 when I went up to D.C. to interview for a job.
Where were you living at the time?
I was living in Miami.
When did the relationship get serious?
Well, because it was long distance, it kind of got serious pretty quickly because it's a commitment to date someone long distance. So we started dating, and then I think over Thanksgiving, he came and spent Thanksgiving with my family, and by then it felt pretty serious.
Do you recall if you introduced him to Charlie?
I would have at that point. I don't remember introducing him before that time, but he would have met my whole family then.
What did Charlie think of Professor Markel?
I honestly don't remember his reaction, but
were they buddies?
no,
They really had nothing in common, right?
no, they had nothing in common.
Now, you got engaged pretty quickly. Is that fair to say?
We did, yep.
And I think you described how you ended up in Tallahassee, how you did your last year of law school in Tallahassee. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then you had 2 children.
We did.
During the marriage, did Professor Markel get along with your parents?
Yeah.
Now, skipping a little bit ahead, and then we'll go back. Do you remember asking, Ms. Kappelman asking you about your parents not liking Tallahassee and not having access to the kids in Tallahassee? Do you recall those questions?
I don't remember her asking whether my parents didn't like Tallahassee, but I remember her asking about access, like not having unfettered access to the kids.
And do you remember talking about how your parents were looking for real estate in Tallahassee?
Yeah, my parents were trying to buy a house here.
Do you recall that after you got divorced, they contacted a real estate agent named Tim Kelly to buy that house?
Yes.
During the course of your marriage, I think you said you were close to your brother, Charlie.
Yes.
How often did you speak to each other?
Maybe once a week or a couple times here and there.
Now, in all the years you lived in Tallahassee, is it fair to say that Charlie only came up 2 or 3 times?
Yeah, he came up for the birth of both boys, so definitely twice. And then I think he had an internship or a job in Alabama for a little while, so he came by then, but so maybe 3 times.
Now, you described that there came a time when you and Professor Markel started to have some marital issues.
That's right.
And some of these issues had to do with religion, correct?
Yes.
And some of them had to do with just the fact that you two were growing apart. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
But you got marriage counseling, right?
We did.
How long were you in marriage counseling for?
I think about 6 months, maybe.
Now, as close as you are with your mom, while in marriage counseling, did you tell her you were in marriage counseling?
I don't remember telling her I was in marriage counseling.
And until the end, did Charlie know that you were in marriage counseling?
I don't know if I talked to my family about being in counseling.
Do you recall a time when you and Charlie, you were down in South Florida and you told him that you were having marital problems?
I do.
And what was Charlie's reaction to that?
I mean, he was supportive of me. I remember him saying, life is short, so if you're unhappy, then, you can make a different choice.
Do you recall a dinner at the Melting Pot where you told Charlie that you had decided to file for divorce?
I do.
And when you told Charlie that you were going to file for divorce, did he have anger and hatred towards Professor Markel?
No.
Was he sad because he knew that this was going to affect his nephews?
I don't think he was really sad. I mean, honestly, I think a lot of people wondered why I got married to Danny in the first place, and my friends were very supportive when I decided to end the marriage.
Now, you actually filed for divorce in September of 2012, is that right?
That sounds right.
And when you filed for divorce, let me say this. When you left the home, I think that was discussed in the direct, Professor Markel was out of town, right?
He was. I called him and let him know that I had filed.
You're a non-confrontational person, right?
It is not my best quality, yes.
But you had been in marriage counseling for quite some time before you left the home, right?
Yes.
Before you left the home, did you have a place to live?
I did.
So there was some planning, correct?
Yes.
Charlie had nothing to do with those arrangements, right?
No.
And that's when you moved into the Aqua Ridge house?
Yes.
showing you what's marked as Defense Exhibit 1 for identification purposes only. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Do you recognize the email addresses on this document?
I do.
Is that your email address in July of 2012?
It was my work email address, so that makes sense. That must have been my email.
Does this look like an email that you could have received from your mom?
It does. I don't remember this email, but it does look like an email I could have received.
Judge, I would move this into evidence as Defense Exhibit 1 at this time.
Is there an objection?
Objection, hearsay.
Approach. Please bring the exhibit with you.
Roderick says, I hate to admit it, but she's great on the stand, very calculated in her responses, that her answers seem organic and scary. She is very, like, calculated is a great word for her. Even like her responses, the previous times that she's testified, it was very, she would give very lawyery answers. But she was valedictorian and went to law school and doesn't know what contempt is. But, I mean, that's cool. Maybe didn't think that part through, but okay. Whatever. Why do you still want it here? Anytime I eat, Lucy has to eat half my food. She is composed, except for towards the very end when Georgia was questioning her. That was amazing. Lost her cool a little bit there. Aaron says, it seems like such a sky upside down theory the defense is purporting, or is that just me? Well, and that's one of the things that, like, that's... oh, Lord, this defense... Well, you know what? We were wondering what defense was going to come out and say. Like, what their possible defense was going to be. Wasn't expecting that.
But you need this back.
Nurse Forgot gifted 5 memberships. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Nurse Forgot. I appreciate it.
Email between your mom and you in July of 2012, right?
Yes.
And just pointing to just under paragraph 2, I just need to know that I can legally take my children and move to another location. There was concern that you wanted to make sure that you weren't breaking the law, right?
Correct.
What can I legally remove from the house to the new location? There was concern that you wanted to do everything within the law, right?
Correct.
Now, we've heard a lot about this TV already, so let's just clear this up right now. Charlie bought you the TV, right?
Yes.
More precisely, Charlie had your parents buy the TV and he paid them back.
Yes.
And they bought the TV from Best Buy, right?
Yes.
Have you ever bought anything from Best Buy?
I'm sure I have.
When you buy from Best Buy, they always try you to get the Geek Squad warranty, right?
Yeah, they do.
And people like me always fall for that, right? But when you call and you need a repair on the TV, it's got to be registered to your name, right?
I think so.
Do you know if the Geek Squad was registered to your mom and dad?
I don't know offhand, but if they're the ones who bought the TV, then they probably bought the, Geek Squad policy that went with it too.
If I showed you the receipt, would that refresh your recollection?
I don't really have an independent recollection, so I don't think so.
We'll come back to that. Now, Charlie made that joke many times, right?
He did.
He never told you he actually looked into hiring a hitman, right?
No.
Did you think he was serious?
No.
By the way, the state has you as a co-conspirator with Charlie Adelson, right?
I believe so.
But they also have you, according to them, blurting out during an interview that your alleged co-conspirator did the murder. Does that make any sense?
I don't understand the
Let
question.
me rephrase. They have you guys as co-conspirators. They think you did a murder together, right?
I think so. That's what they believe.
If you did a murder together, why would you have blurred out a statement like that?
I clearly would not.
Do you know if Charlie repeated that joke in March of 2014 when you went to Yardbirds with Jeff Lacoste?
He may have, if I was mentioning the TV was broken or something like that.
Do you know who else was at that dinner?
Katie.
During your divorce, you spoke to your mom daily, probably, right?
I would usually call my parents on my way to drop kids at school. We'd have a short conversation, so that sounds right.
And it's fair to say that your parents were involved in some of the decisions that you were making in the divorce. You were asking their advice.
For some of the time.
Did you often speak with Charlie about what was happening in the divorce?
Not too much, no.
But fair to say Charlie was supportive of you, right?
Yeah, I mean, he was always supportive of me.
Is Charlie kind of self-centered?
I don't think so.
At the time of your divorce, though, he had a lot going on in his life.
I mean, his life was going great. He had a great business. He always had lots of girls. He had friends.
The divorce was settled in July of 2000.
Correct.
How did you feel after it was settled?
I felt better. Felt a sense of relief that we could just move on with our lives.
Now, I want to talk a little bit about this relocation issue. Isn't it true that your attorney told you that there was very little chance for you to win that motion?
I believe so, yes.
Where were you working in Tallahassee? Let's go backwards, actually. In 2007, when you were married, where were you working in Tallahassee?
At that time, I would have been working at the FSU Center for Human Rights.
And you were lobbying for anti-human trafficking legislation?
I was primarily representing victims of human trafficking, but I did a little bit of lobbying too.
But the funding for your job ran out and you lost your job, right?
Yeah.
At the time of the divorce, you had gotten a job at FSU. What was that job?
At the time of the divorce, I was adjunct teaching a few classes at the law school, and I had a number of different jobs at FSU, but by that point I was probably running something called a medical legal partnership, where I would work with the law school, the medical school, and the social work school to help the students work together to try to help solve legal problems that clients had.
Did you like that job?
I did, yeah.
So if you liked the job so much, why were you looking to relocate?
I mean, relocation was not a big issue for me. I probably never would have thought of it. A friend suggested it to me that it might be helpful. Maybe I would get more time with the kids if I could relocate. But I wasn't really focused on it. I didn't think it would happen, and I was pretty happy being at my job.
Now, you were a non-tenured clinical professor in that job, right?
That's right.
It meant that you could lose the job at any time. Is that fair to say? And you were, had a lot of responsibilities, now being divorced, even more responsibilities with the kids.
Sure.
And you were offered a job at a prestigious law firm in Miami. Is that fair to say?
I was, yes.
And that job was going to have a pretty big salary increase.
Yes.
And it was going to give you an opportunity for more stability. Fair enough?
Yeah.
You were also going to have the benefit of family
Sure.
in South Florida who could help you with the kids, right?
Yeah.
Now, even with this relocation request, was it ever your intention for Professor Markel to be absent from your boy's life?
Never, no.
Peter Ware, thank you for gifting memberships. Thank you, thank you.
Okay. When you lost the relocation motion, I think it's fair to say that your mom and dad were pretty upset.
That's right.
It's fair to say that your mom came up with some crazy ideas.
Totally bonkers, yes.
We saw the email about conversion of the kids, right?
Yes.
By the way, did you ever do any of that?
No. No.
So you never dressed the kids up, you never baptized them, you never took a picture of them?
No.
Okay. Did your mom keep bugging you to do any of that stuff?
No, I think it was just one crazy email.
By the way, in all of these emails, did your mom ever tell you to do something violent
No.
to Professor Markel?
No.
Was there ever any discussion of threats of violence in any way?
No, never.
Mr. Rashbaum, I'm going to permit you to ask one more question, and from there, we're going to go into recess for the evening, but your examination of the witness will go into tomorrow.
Have you ever heard the Prof's blog?
Sure.
Remember those questions that Ms. Kappelman asked you about how people could know about Danny traveling on the weekend of his murder? Remember those questions?
I do, yes.
Would it surprise? What is the Prof's blog?
It was a blog that Danny started with some friends to talk about the law and legal theories and to kind of have conversations in space with other law professors.
I'm showing you it's marked as Defense Exhibit 2. And this will be quick, Your Honor. I promise.
I was going to say, we went from 1 to 5 real quick.
It'll be quick.
Please show your exhibit to the witness.
Does this look like a posting from the Prof's blog?
It does, yes.
Judge, I admit Defense Exhibit 2 into evidence at this point in time.
Any objection to the state?
I'd like to take a look at it first, Your Honor.
Oh, here you go.
Go ahead. You don't have to approach. We're going to handle this without computers.
I'll ask it one last question, and then we can, if you would, we can handle it.
One means one, not five.
One means one. Do you know if Professor Markel would frequently post his travel schedule on his prof's blog?
He would post it on his prof's blog and on his Facebook.
That's my one question, Your Honor.
All right. Members of the jury, we are going to go into recess for this evening. The examination of Ms. Adelson will continue in the morning. The instruction that you've received from the beginning of jury selection and throughout, I'm going to repeat it once again because it is important. Do not discuss this case with anyone else or each other. Do not look at any news reports. Do not seek out any information about this matter. You are to report at the same time that you were today, 8:30, and we will get started by 8:45, assuming everyone is on time. Also, when we come out of these breaks, because you have to move as a group, if you can go to the restroom as expeditiously as possible, it will not hold up moving on. All right. Have a good night.
Leave your notepads face down on your chairs.
Well, thank you for gifted membership. Thank you, thank you. Oh, today is not what I expected. The defense theory, first I've heard of this. That was hilarious too. The see if they're gonna say anything else. When Georgia was questioning Wendy and said, "So your brother's known all this time and you just found out today."
We're in recess. Be gone. Good night.
Be gone. Him and his smug water bottle. Marie Moss says, okay, here's our stats. 5 sidebars. Puzzle pieces. Puzzle was said 14 times. 8 objections. And 6 witnesses. Puzzle pieces. He said be gone. He said be gone. I don't even know who, like, here's the problem. The defense's strategy or theory or whatever doesn't even make sense. Like, it makes no sense. Heavy law enforcement presence at home. Suspected shooter Robert Card, including the FBI, is currently on the road, along with reports of explosions being heard. Ooh. Let's see if we can find it. Let's see what we can find. The, let's see, anytime. Live updates. Let's see. Sorry, I'm not trying to ignore y'all. I was trying to see what updates we can find from it. Let's see. Live updates. Officers gather at home of suspects' relatives after mass shooting in Maine. Auntie Candy, thank you so much for the gifted membership. Thank you, thank you. These are from last night. So sad. Ugh. So sad. I have heard of this, the Hire a Hitman site where they bust people thinking it's legit. Like, they think it's like the, they can do it on like black market. Oh, that's the wrong one. Let's see. Let me see what I can find. So Lord, I need my glasses. Why am I having problems? So while I'm doing this, the defense's stuff doesn't even make sense. So they're saying that brother has known about this all along, but has never said anything, and that today was just the first time that his sister heard anything about anything, and that this is news to her and to everybody else in there. It's just none of that makes sense. None of it makes sense. And you could tell that Georgia thought the same thing, because she was like, okay. All right. Why does this keep taking me somewhere else? Okay, let's see. Let's see what I can find. but I don't know what I was expecting. But like for their defense to be, we had talked about, wondering what it was going to be. I don't know what I was expecting, but it wasn't that. Lucy, stop. You're very needy today. Let's see if NBC has anything better. Georgia did an awesome job. I was incredibly impressed. Go away. Yeah, she's been needy all day. But see, that's how she gets away with it, because she's cute. Let's see.
Could take a while especially for this Lewiston community, but we've just been able to see the kindness.
Nurse for God, thank you so much for gifting 5 memberships. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Oops. Hitting all the wrong buttons again.
We're all doing okay.
We certainly have, yeah. Hearing from a lot of people in that area, and I know it's difficult to watch this all day long. It's been difficult for us to sit here and report this all day long, but
let me check another one. Hold on.
Enduring shock and grief. And I'm going to put up this shot as I continue to read this statement from the president. He's saying, I also urge area residents to heed the warnings of and guidance of local officials. Numerous federal law enforcement personnel are already on the scene.
So this says manhunt's continuing. Let me pull up this one. I've got like 4 different screens going. They're making me wait through 10 more seconds of ads on this one.
People work with us to pass a bill banning assault weapons and
Okay, let's see. Is that picture better? A little bit. Bye, those of y'all who are
Angie.
taking off.
Good evening. I'm Carl Schleen, Mayor of Lewiston. In the wake of the tragic and horrifying incident that occurred in Lewiston, our hearts are heavy with grief, and we extend our deepest sympathies to the victims and their families. This is a time for action, solidarity, and support. Please take note, the shelter-in-place order issued by the Lewiston Police Department remains in effect. Please stay at home and be safe. The City of Lewiston is grateful for the support and outpouring from state authorities, the community, and of course, our elected officials. Speaking tonight will be U.S. Senator Susan Collins, U.S. Representative Jared Golden, and Steve Littleson, President and CEO of Central Maine Medical Center. And now Senator Collins.
Thank you, Mayor. Today is a dark day for the state of Maine. As the mayor said, our hearts are heavy with grief. This heinous attack, which has robbed the lives of at least 18 Mainers and injured so many more, is the worst mass shooting that the state of Maine has ever experienced and could ever imagine. Today, I looked out my window in Washington and I saw that the flags had been lowered. And I realized that it had been done to honor the victims of this horrific attack. I'm grateful for the leadership of Lewiston Police Chief St. Pierre and for the bravery of the hundreds of state, local, and federal law enforcement officers who are leading the search for the killer. I'm also very grateful for all of the hospital employees who came back to work to take care of the victims, and for our first responders whose bravery was so evident. Last night, the president called me. He stepped out at the state dinner with the Australian Prime Minister to offer any help that the federal government could provide the city of Lewiston, Androscoggin County, and the state of Maine. I also, at midnight, talked to Governor Mills, who has been a pillar of strength for our state. Tom Perez, who is a special advisor to the president throughout the night, texted me back and forth, what you need, and I would tell him based on conversations that I had as he coordinated the federal response. This morning, Secretary of Homeland Security, Mayorkas, called and offered help from his department. The Attorney General also called, along with Maine's own U.S. Attorney, to offer their help. Right before I came into this building, I had a call from the Deputy Director of the FBI, who told me that there are 80 FBI agents on site participating in the search for the killer. 80. That doesn't include other people from the Marshal's Office, from the ATF, the DEA, and the Department of Homeland Security, and the Coast Guard. This has been a concerted effort at the state, local, and federal level, and everyone is determined to bring the killer to justice. To the families of those who have been injured or killed, I know that no words can fully ease the shock, the pain, and the justifiable anger that you are feeling. My hope is that you will feel the solace and strength in knowing that you are in the hearts of the people of Maine and of people throughout our nation. Thank you. I'd now like to introduce the Congressman Jared Golden, who represents this area of Maine.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you to Mayor Charlie as well. My name is Congressman Jared Golden from the town of Lewiston, represent Maine's 2nd Congressional District. Some of you might not recognize me because Congress has been so crazy lately. I haven't gotten a haircut in months. So sometimes things happen that bring your worst nightmares to life. Yesterday, this is what happened in Lewiston. At a time like this, a leader is forced to grapple with things that are far greater than his or herself. Humility is called for as accountability is sought by the victims of a tragedy such as this one. Out of fear of this dangerous world that we live in and my determination to protect my own daughter and wife in our home and in our community, because of a false confidence that our community was above this and that we could be in full control, among many other misjudgments, I have opposed efforts to ban deadly weapons of war like the assault rifle used to carry out this crime. The time has now come for me to take responsibility for this failure, which is why I now call on the United States Congress to ban assault rifles like the one used by the sick perpetrator of this mass killing in my hometown of Lewiston, Maine. For the good of my community, I will work with any colleague to get this done in the time that I have left in Congress. To the people of Lewiston, my constituents throughout the 2nd District, to the families who lost loved ones, and to those who have been harmed, I ask for forgiveness and support as I seek to put an end to these terrible shootings. In the days to come, I will give everything I have to support this community's recovery. Thank you.
And now I would like to introduce Steve Littleson, President and CEO of Central Maine Medical Center.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Steve Littleson, the CEO of Central Maine Healthcare, which includes Central Maine Medical Center here in Lewiston. On behalf of the 3,000 professionals and team members of Central Maine Healthcare, I too would like to extend our deepest condolences to the families of the victims of the events of last night. I would also like to acknowledge the compassion and the expertise and the teamwork displayed by the healthcare professionals in this community last night when called upon under the most extreme circumstances. Just to give you the numbers as we have them now, I know there's been some confusion, and I would like to take the opportunity to just let you know what we dealt with and what we have currently in our hospital. All but one of the patients that were taken from the scenes last night were brought to Central Maine Medical Center. One was transported directly to St. Mary's Medical Center here in Lewiston. Of those patients, 2 were treated and discharged. 1 of those patients was transferred from Central Maine Medical Center to Maine Medical Center in Portland. 3 patients, unfortunately, passed away in Central Maine Medical Center last night. Of those, 8 remain now, and we have 5 patients who are in stable condition, 3 who are in critical condition in our critical care unit. Just to give you a sense of the scope of what we dealt with within a relatively short period of time, last night within about 45 minutes to an hour, we had 6 fully staffed and running operating rooms at Central Maine Medical Center. Operating simultaneously in those 6 operating rooms included orthopedic surgeons, general trauma surgeons, urologists, vascular surgeons, as well as anesthesiologists and support personnel. I would like to also express our appreciation for all of the support that we received and continue to receive even through today. First from the city of Lewiston. Secondly, from law enforcement. We still have a law enforcement presence on the campus at Central Maine Medical Center. The other area hospitals that came to our support
We needed blood transferred to Central Maine Medical Center very quickly, and two of the hospitals, Maine General and St. Mary's, accommodated us. Maine Med in Portland stood by and was ready to accept patients, and as you know, they did accept one of the patients that we transferred to them. And also the various community partners that came to aid and support us last night, including emergency response personnel, personnel from Life Flight of Maine, and others. As one of the counselors said to me before we walked in tonight, often people underestimate our capabilities here to care for people locally. I think last night we proved that by working together we can do just that under the most trying circumstances. Thank you.
We'll take a few questions.
Senator Collins, if you could move to the microphone. Senator, you just heard from Representative Barry Cooler that he has changed his mind on an assault rifle ban. Would you do the same?
Well, first of all, let me say that I think it is more important that we ban very high capacity magazines. I think that would have more input and more effectiveness. We had an assault weapon ban, which I supported, that was in effect for 10 years. It applied to, I believe, 17 or 19 styles of weapons. Later, the late Senator Dianne Feinstein proposed an expansion that would have covered 157 weapons. And it was based not on functionality, but on cosmetic features. So there's always more that we can do. I was a co-author of the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, which provided funding, for example, for red and yellow flag laws and for mental health clinics, which I think is important as well. So certainly there's always more that can be done.
Senator, just a decade ago, you opposed legislation that limited access to expanded, stocks and firearms capacity. Are you suggesting that you would do something different now?
I don't believe you're correct. For example, I was the lead Republican sponsor of a bill that would ban bump stocks, which have the ability to turn a semi-automatic into a fully automatic machine gun. And that legislation has not been enacted into law. There was an attempt to do it by regulation, but it was struck down by the courts. I still support the bump stock legislation. The other thing that I think we can look at is, and I advocated, was to increase the age at which you could purchase a high-capacity rifle from 18 to 21, the way it is for a handgun.
Senator Collins, you mentioned there are a lot of questions about the whereabouts of Robert Card. You mentioned a number of agencies searching for him. Can you offer any more details regarding the whereabouts of Card or how close we're getting to finding him?
I cannot, because I don't want to jeopardize the search for him in any way. I have talked extensively to law enforcement, and as I said just very recently with the FBI deputy director, but I certainly don't want to jeopardize the search in any way.
We get a flag laws used in this case. You are a big advocate of them. Do you know if they were used in this case?
I'm sorry, I couldn't.
Were yellow flag laws used in this case?
To my, I don't know. That's a very good question.
You said that Maine got it right when it came to yellow flag.
Maine does have a good yellow flag.
If it's true, as we are hearing, that Robert Card had mental health issues and he was, the police put him forward for evaluation, you got it wrong.
No, I don't know whether there was a report to trigger the yellow flag law. It's certainly on the face of the facts that we have. It seems, could you let me finish, please? It certainly seems that on the basis of the facts that we have, that the yellow flag law should have been triggered if in fact the suspect was hospitalized for 2 weeks for mental illness. That should have triggered the yellow flag law, and he should have been separated from his weapons. I'm sure after the fact that's going to be looked at very closely. Obviously, that's a state issue, and I do not have knowledge of what happened in that instance.
Senator Collins, Mark Stone from Sky News, thank you for your time. I wonder if I could just ask you about the weapons again. Why do you think it is that you and so many other lawmakers in America believe it is right for Americans to have the right to own such high-velocity weapons?
Well, first of all, let me say, and I'll repeat it again, that for 10 years we had a ban on certain kinds of assault weapons, and I supported that ban. And when George W. Bush proposed that it be extended for 10 more years, I supported that effort, which did not succeed. Later, years later, there was an attempt by former Senator Dianne Feinstein to greatly expand the number of weapons that would be covered by that ban. And it was based not on lethality, but more on how they looked, on cosmetic features. And I did not think that that was appropriate. We do have a Second Amendment in our country.
And that gives
And-
people the right to own a weapon that powerful, you think?
And Maine, I would point out, has one of the highest rates of gun ownership in the country and has a long heritage of responsible gun ownership. It has also had a very low rate of violence. What makes this crime so heinous is in a typical year, Maine might have 22 murders, and last night we almost approached the number for the entire year.
Is anyone
So
here on the
thank you so much.
Is anyone here briefed on the investigation to tell us?
We
we've
cannot
seen
talk
video
about the
of FBI?
investigation yet, but thank you so much, and I appreciate your patience with us in this news conference. Thank you all. Thank you. I don't know what to do.
All right, you're just listening in there.
Okay. All right. So I am, there we go. All right. So I have set up the portal. What I'm going to do, we have an hour and a half until we start the interview with Oakley, Oakley's family, about Oakley. So I'm going to portal y'all over there. So we'll just move this chat party over there. We've got about an hour and a half till it starts. When we get over there, make sure you hit notify me so that you get the notification when we go live. But please come to that. It's such an important thing. And I'm honored that we're even, trusted enough to, talk to them and tell their story. So it's a huge deal. So please come. There is, if you are in Discord, there's a great spot in the Discord, one of the little hashtag thingies or whatever they are, threads. What are they called? Hashtags, threads. What are they? Rooms, channels? Whatever they are, the little hashtag thingies. There's some stuff in there in our Discord about Oakley. So if you will come to Discord, you can look up some of the stuff. Thread. Okay, thread. There's threads. I'm learning that. Look, this old dog is learning new tricks, y'all. I'm learning the terminology. So if you could come there, I will be in Discord. I'm going to take a little break. I'm going to take Lucy out because she's whining. But I'll be in Discord in a few minutes. We can kind of chat a little bit. Y'all come chat with me. We can chat a little bit beforehand. I'll be in the chat too on Oakley's thing. But there's some good information in there that our incredible team has put together, and it gives you kind of some background information on it. So it's an incredibly sad story, but it's also very important, and it's important to get notification or to get information out there. So I'm going to portal you over to the other stream right now. The stream is going to be here on YouTube. I'm going to send you over there now. The information about Oakley is in Discord if y'all want to check that out. So I am going to portal you over for the interview right now. And I will see y'all there. Today was a wild day, but I just need a little bit of a break in between so we'll talk a little bit more about today's stuff too tomorrow morning before we get going. And tomorrow is Friday, so I'm sure it'll be wild too. All right, I'll see y'all on the other stream in just a minute.